gile. Una gila. Una gila dile, saganie. Una gila gile. Una gile, kenale, kwadadile.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2023. I'm Atlas, joined by Chronically here for tonight's banger matches. Absolutely amazing games for you this evening. Starting off, of course, with that battle for 5th place, followed by the battle for 2nd. Like, implications galore here in today's games.
I love implications, Atlas.
Oh, implications are the best.
Stakes.
Oh, I love steak.
Oh, but no stakes.
Oh, yeah, you're not a huge fan of steak.
Well, I am, but I don't want to get into that. Stakes for the matches, though. That's what we're talking about, and both of today's series will have those.
They certainly will, and we do want to have a look at the standings to talk about this pretty in-depth, as highlighted is that 5th and 6th battle. I think that, and this is probably not exactly a crazy take, but I think no matter what the outcome is, the team in 3rd place is likely to pick Live Sandbox.
I agree. Sandbox really will have to show something exquisite here today, like really dunk on Hanwha to make any team change. Because Hanwha has so many players of which we have a lot of tape of how good they can be in a best-of-5 scenario.
Yeah, best-of-5s is where the big fear comes in. Live Sandbox not necessarily as tested.
Well, they are, but not in a good way for many of their players.
Yeah.
I go back to last year.
Sorry, yes, tested but have not passed said test.
No, they have failed many a time, which I prefer not to get into. And there's a ton of players on the team. Birdle is a great example that also have shown to struggle under the pressure. So I agree with you, even though this might end up with a Sandbox win. If they do get the victory here, they will be 5th, and Hanwha will be 6th. I don't know if it'll change how a lot of the other playoff teams view these two teams, as when it comes to solo kills, both these two players have been extremely, extremely aggressive, very much at the forefront here, as Closer getting close to that 1,000 POG points. And really, such an important core of this team.
Could be 2nd if he manages to get back-to-back here today. Viper as well, bunch of POG points for him. And Envy, I want to learn a lot by playing against Viper. Yeah, it's been a difficult round 2 for Envy. I think he really overperformed out of the gate for Live Sandbox. Maybe not in their first week, but in weeks following that one.
Yep.
And things looked fantastic, but has been faltering, has been going back to some of his old ways of overextensions, possibly some more emotional play coming in if things don't go exactly their way.
And while I think the Viper versus Envy matchup isn't particularly close, Life has been struggling more, whereas Kael has been on the upswing, and that is the only reason why, you know, I'm looking at that bot lane with some interest, as that is so many tickets.
Yeah,
love that.
My spring was happy thanks to Live Sandbox. I hope yours was also beautiful. And I assume she's saying that to Twitch chat. You know, Twitch chat, I hope you had an absolutely beautiful spring and are looking forward to moving towards summer. Or something like that, depending on which hemisphere you're in.
Yeah, very important. As is it today, Hanwha Live possibly breaking the loss streak? Could be. This is, I think, a match that if you're Hanwha, you're looking to get a decisive victory. We've seen that Sandbox, even with the standing that they're in right now, have really been struggling. A lot of their wins have been 2-1s. And for Hanwha Live, setting themselves up to be a big playoff contender, it starts with this match here today, with getting a decisive victory. But this Sandbox team, they still have a lot of the romance, a lot of the magic that I think made a lot of people fall in love with the roster that they had last year.
Yeah, and it's so interesting that Willa has really picked up that mantle that Croco really carried for Live Sandbox last year. It must be something to do with what's in the water over at the Live Sandbox house, with how they're raising their junglers, because Willa really has stepped into those shoes and outperformed Croco across almost every metric this season.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate if you're a Croco fan, but if you are a Live Sandbox fan that wants to keep hold of that romance, then Willa has definitely got your back.
And if you're both, it's a little bit confusing. But that's okay.
It is. That's okay. Adolescence happens, you know, and there are hormones everywhere chronically, you know, things like
know what I meant. Come on.
Hanwha Life Esports going to make their way out onto the stage. They are not our home team, but they will be playing on the blue side this time around. I actually find it very curious. Another thing that I want to say about Hanwha Life Esports is after their disappointing match against Gen G, Dandy had some choice words about how things went. He said that the draft was an absolute disaster in game number 1, and we didn't do very well there. Game number 2 felt like they had a great draft, but made too many mistakes. And I think that when a coach accurately describes what went wrong, there's a good chance that they'll be focusing on ways to fix that exact problem. And we have had times where teams have had the wrong take about what went wrong, and then they double down on the wrong things, and it doesn't necessarily work out. It's good to see Dandy identifying exactly what the problems were and moving forward from there.
And going to be looking here, key players, Envy and Viper. Unsurprisingly, Envy had a much better split than I was expecting from him. But that's also because last year was such a incredibly tough time for this player. Only played in spring, even then was swapping in and out with ice. And then the sandbox didn't really become the sandbox that we all saw until it was summer. And for Viper, it's kind of been the opposite story, because I think Envy, even for his, decent performance, has never been the focal point. Whereas Viper, to me, is the only player on this team that actually plays up to where he should be.
Yeah.
Consistently, week after week. Because Clid, he's had some great highs. We've seen the Clidemption arc, but that has kind of fallen by the wayside again in the last few matches that we saw. But this man, it doesn't matter if he's on the steps of his own Nexus. He keeps trying, and he keeps making it look closer than it should be.
Keeps trying to cut down his opposition, Chronicler, over and over again. And we'll see whether it is going to be enough here today, as I'm actually just trying. I'm mainly trolling Orcs with that one. If you guys were watching the previous series, then you'll know exactly what the in-joke...
Free Atlas!
It's definitely not free, though. This is going to be a really tight battle between these two squads for that 5th place. I think that my money, and you guys saw the predictions that we had, didn't actually put any money, but did try to predict who was going to win this series. I thought that it was going to be Hama Life Esports.
I think we all did.
Yeah,
pretty sure.
But that was at the beginning of the week, and we thought a lot of things that didn't necessarily occur the way they were expected. And Hanwha were a team that did not, I was expecting a banger between them and Gen G, and Gen G kind of just crushed them.
Yeah, they dunked on them. It was not...
No, it wasn't close. And Live Sandbox, yeah, they were up against Bro, but they smashed them too. And they looked pretty good while doing it. So it's not exactly the tape that's going to give you a lot of information about how this matchup itself is going to go. Because Live Sandbox have been looking rough. They then go against a more susceptible opponent, one could say.
Safe choice of words, very good.
Was aiming for it because the last interview that Bro did was actually kind of beautiful, and I loved it. And I don't want to say anything against the Bros, to be perfectly honest, because we're going to be waiting until summer before we see them again. But yeah, Live Sandbox kind of did just do a number, but they were struggling against other teams. Nongshim took a game, Kwandong Freaks took them down, and Hama Life Esports, I think, are a team a cut above those that have missed out on playoffs.
And Hama Life is also, to me, one of the more frustrating teams, because when it comes together, you see a team that could contest for that top 3, top 4 slot at the very least. But at their worst, I also wouldn't be surprised if Sandbox have a good draft plan.
Oh, they could get Dundun if they're playing at their worst.
Absolutely. And Hama Life here today going to be starting out on the blue side, as you did note. Sandbox have been known to try and find some creative angles, although some of their recent drafts have kind of been stuck in the, prioritizing the Zeri, or over-prioritizing Lucianami. Another example that we've seen with varying success is going to get banned away here, and I wouldn't be shocked if the Varus and Ashe are also on that list, although when you're on red side, you have to ban Annie. Don't have a lot of choice with that one.
Absolutely not. We're going to see Tibbers taken away throughout the day, unfortunately. It's just not something we're allowed to see anymore. Hama, what are we banning? Are we going to take away the Ashe ourselves and look for something else, or are we going to leave that up and expect Live Sandbox to ban that one away and choose your first pick accordingly? I think Jace, the stock of Jace is extraordinarily high right now, given the fact that there is flexibility for both Hanwha and Live Sandbox for that champion. And Bertel has looked really, really good on it in comparison, especially to his other champions in his pool.
I hope Sandbox leave open Ashe for 2 reasons. I think that Hanwha actually isn't too sad to give over Ashe because we've seen the Jarvan kind of come up as a counter pick, which Life plays. And also, if Hanwha Life pick Ashe, you're pretty happy. Life as Ashe was not very impressive. And he's one of the players that I think has struggled the most on this roster. Obviously eclipsed by Clid.
This Varus ban is something that we kind of missed, though, because that would have been the obvious first pick for Hanwha Life Esports, and Live Sandbox are going to take that one away. So the Ashe goes through, but the Lee Sin priority is very high, and Clid is going to be able to lock that one away. And we're going to need some Clid-demption. We're going to feel good about this first pick for Hanwha.
Couple of angles you can take are Sandbox. You can prioritize an early Viego, which has been one of the main answers into the Lee. Can actually scrap with it early. Will be the consideration here. And getting Wheeler a good matchup to me is very, very important.
Did it lose twice in a row yesterday in this matchup, the Viego?
Could be. But I think Viego, after the buff and into Lee specifically, I'm still fine with it. I do think it relies on the team. It shouldn't be the main initiation. But Sandbox have been trending a little bit more towards going for Kyle and engage supports, which I love, because I think Kyle is one of the best players on this team. This is a very different turn, which makes Sandbox very reliant on getting a good 4-5, because this locks you into picking Lulu generally. There are a lot of aggressive picks taken away, but Draven is not.
Yeah,
and you can go Draven Renata here and not be sad, because it also plays well into Viego. But okay.
You can also Xayah Rakan pretty comfortably here. Just because it's not like picking Xayah Rakan into Lucian Nami, which I think is a lot more dangerous. Zeri is not necessarily as... Okay, this is...
Oh, Renata, yes, please.
This is fantastic into the Rakan. Is the Zeri Renata lane going to be strong enough?
If Willer camps it, I think the laning phase, specifically with face-up Xayah Rakan, isn't the biggest issue, because we also know that their laning is not why you pick them, right? Yes, you can punish missteps very nicely, but I think with Renata, you're still going to be fine that lane. We've seen Zeri be decent in the early game when you compare it with a really strong offensive support in the Renata, and you add a Viego to that as well. I do think it's quite nice as... the LeBlanc ban is interesting, because I was actually expecting Sandbox to prioritize the Lissandra, and you know, this to me makes me lead to believe that they think Hanwha is either going to ban it away, because I think that Lissandra Viego combo is...
It's what I was calling for all yesterday, and we did not get it once.
No, I know.
And they picked Veigar instead. So I'm thinking that Live Sandbox are just going to do the same thing and ban away LeBlanc and Ahri, and then
pick Veigar.
And I'm going to be really, really sad. It's not as awful into the Hanwha comp that they've shown right now. Definitely not a lot of range there. But Jace hasn't been banned yet. And that is certainly a way to add some poke flavor to your composition.
There is a lot of picks. Like the Cannon is another one that we've seen be extremely highly prioritized. The Jinx is one that is getting completely ignored. So it also showcases that our teams have very different understandings of what is big on this patch on 13.5, as we are still in the early stages that I was expecting maybe an Akali. Not because I think Akali is great, but because it's closer versus Zeka, and I feel like that pick was just always going to be at the back of our minds. It's going to be the Jax instead. And a Gnar R4 is also perfectly fine here for Sandbox, but it looks like they might be saving counter pick here for Bertel.
Oh man, I really like Sandbox. I like their take on the meta right now. The Taliyah, we've seen winning in these matchups against Veigar over and over again. And Hanwha Life are probably still going to pick the little mage in the mid lane. There he is. But I think that you can keep this team at arm's length. With this composition, I feel like Taliyah kind of runs circles around you. If you're trying to get that cage in the right position, and yes, Taliyah can be caught out and stuff like that, but there are a lot of defensive options here, and Renata really does add a spanner into those works.
Oh, I think King has to pick up the Jace. I really do agree with you. Like, Jace to me is the pick that really ties the Sandbox comp together and provides them with, besides just Taliyah, a reason as to why Sandbox or Hanwha need to engage into them. Because if you pick a tank here, I do think the setup for your Viego is very nice.
Yeah, I mean,
but
Jace,
the more range, the better. And it's brutal.
Yeah. I think it's feeling like a little bit of a no-brainer. We'll see whether they do go there. Certainly some other options. The Gnar does feel safer for a lot of our top laners, but into Cassante, I think it's one of his less good matchups. It's skill intensive, right?
Yeah.
And I imagine that there is a Huni somewhere saying, Gnar wins this matchup. What are you talking about? But
yeah.
It might just be your Gnar, Huni. I don't know. Because we've seen this one go either way. And Live Sandbox, I'm actually feeling really good about their composition right now. But Humble Life Esports do have a comp that a lot of teams have won with in the past. And it's low range into low range. And if you're Xayah, you're generally feeling pretty good about that. And we saw yesterday that these type of compositions, when unpunished, do definitely do very, very well. And it was Nongshim as well, of all teams, with Call Me in his second game of the LCK, playing Veigar, with a composition very, very similar, made it look super easy. So outranging the Veigar is the aim of the game. Taliyah, certainly an option there, but it doesn't necessarily work 100% of the time, and I don't know whether they have quite enough poke to make this one happen.
Yeah, the Gnar is obviously comfort, but I think picking Gnar into Rakan and into Veigar can lead to some problems. Veigar obviously very good defensively. Into the Gnar doesn't really have a way to get around that cage. And then the mini Gnar is very susceptible to either of them. Rakan has such great initiation that it's something I'd be a little worried about. But that would be the same with the Jace. The composition to me for Hanwha feels like they could have gotten a lot more out of it, right? We saw very early on that their opponents were going for a draft that was looking for you to engage into them. You have the Renata, you have the Taliyah, and drafting more short range into that combo is a really big risk. I think if this composition gets ahead, right, it snowballs very nicely. You can continuously start fights, but if this goes even into the mid to late game, like that Sandbox bottom half of the map, terrifying.
Oh, it definitely is, as well as Kyle on his Renata, which is a very scary prospect. Let's jump on the Rift here for game number 1. All right, here we are, onto the Rift for game number 1. Humble Life Esports taking the Veigar approach. A lot of scaling options as well with Viper's Xayah. Live Sandbox, though, definitely a lot of pick opportunity. And if they can get their ducks in a row, it's a comp that can find some beautiful angles, especially defensively, in a lot of these skirmishes. Eyes are going to be on Closer and how much he can eke out of his Taliyah. And Kyle's ability to control this lane. I think that Rakan is so susceptible. I've been talking about it all week. Kind of like a broken record. I'm sure it's become annoying. But now the Rakan and the Renata are both in the game, so you're just going to have to deal with it. You know, I think that's it's just how it's going to have to be. Yeah,
trying to find good Rakan angles when there is both a Renata and a Taliyah in the game definitely becomes very hard. One of the big advantages that I think the Humble Life comp has over Sandbox is that the Viego, when not finding any angles early game, I do think scales considerably worse. Also, when you look at the setup that's available for Sandbox, a lot of it is somewhat conditional. There isn't really a, you know, like a Sejuani ult would be one of the things that you can talk about, or Maokai ult to really guarantee that you have set up for your Taliyah stun or for Viego to follow up on. But a lot of that can be corrected with either good handshakes, catching people with seismic shoves, or Brutal finding a flank. But it does put a decent amount of pressure on Sandbox to actually get good setup around objectives because they don't have a very obvious go button. Well, if Hanwha engages onto them, you're fine. Like, you have plenty of ways to do whatever you'd like because Hanwha will definitely struggle in that regard. But it does mean that whichever team gets control of the early game here is going to have a big advantage. But I think for Sandbox, it's somewhat imperative. Whereas for Hanwha, they are also running into those range issues, right? So not being first, not being able to deny zone control with Cage and with Feathers can be a big problem as well.
Yeah, I feel like it's mainly just Taliyah that is going to be the range issue for them, though. Thankfully, they're not running into a Jinx or something like that, which we have seen in the past.
Oh, yeah.
Be very difficult for something like Xayah to deal with. And the Jace, man, I'm still kind of reeling from the lack of Jace being picked up into this Veigar composition, where it can be very, very powerful. Just maybe not that confident into the Cassante on the Jace. We've seen that go both ways as well. Very similar to the Na matchup here in Korea. As Envy getting poked down a little bit by Viper's Blade Callers as level 3 is going to be gained a little bit earlier. Willa lurking on the bottom side of the map, and Gromp going to be skipped here by Clit as he moves up towards the top lane. Willa slinking past, and we'll clear out some vision here as this could be a very early dive. Level 4 to level 3. Bertle could be in trouble. He does flash, but he picks up the Q from Clid, who holds onto it. And that should be the auto for the kill, but they trade one back. I don't know whether Kingen really had to die for that.
No, flash was available.
No, he could have just walked out of turret range. I think he just thought he wasn't going to die.
Yeah, I don't know.
Is that how it went?
That's my guess. Bit confused there, because if you trade the 1-for-1 there, it's obviously not nearly as good. I like the trigger pull there from Halma. One of their biggest criticisms has been that they haven't really been able to find early proactive plays. So I think that going for that play is great. It's a mini Gnar who got shoved in on the first few waves, and you have a guaranteed ID on where the opponent jungler is. So the play was good. The execution, not so much, and it means that, yeah, Bertle is still down to teleport because Kingen doesn't actually have to go back there. But yeah, just with the health bars as they are, like, Kingen thought he wasn't going to die.
Yeah, and I mean, to be honest, kind of don't blame him. That would have been like within 10 or so health or something like that. It was pretty close. Well, I mean, that's just me judging by the size of the health bar. Turret ramp is something that has certainly, over the years, expanded quite a lot.
Oh, might die. Oh, they're setting up a trap here. Oh, he doesn't know.
Oh, no. He is going to get knocked up. Doesn't have flash, remember. Clid, he held on to his in that fight. Safeguard going to be in. Does get a hop off a minion wave, though, and so Bertle makes it back underneath his turret. But no teleport, no health bar. Still just fine as far as that gank is concerned. As Viper getting a control ward over this wall. Doesn't want to get Viego'd. And as we can see, he's not going to be. But so far, I'm right with you. This aggression from Halma Life Esports is something that we just have not seen.
Yeah, and the aggression is good. It will also lead to Bertle falling further behind in isolated one-on-one. I also think Bertle is the guy to go for when it comes to putting Sandbox on the back foot. He's shown that he's the most vulnerable member to playing very emotionally.
Yep.
So I think this game plan is great, but I also think that because of the execution, like both these plays, you do trade a dragon for a top gank that doesn't work out. Fortunately, Viper is still fine, so I don't think that's the worst to give up. But with these two dragons, you're already looking at whichever soul, barring Ocean, is going to be very, very big. And even Ocean, you can argue, can provide a lot of leeway with maybe, you know, some of the, like, edgier plays with Renata and Bailout.
Yeah. Ooh, Grand Entrance goes completely wide, though. It's good handshake. Life holds onto the battle dance, though. And if he had have just face planted into the handshake with his battle dance, then that could have been really, really bad. But it's going to be fine. As Viper just continuing to farm this one out. We have a Viego waiting in a brush. As Clid also finds Closer there. Can't find an angle to get over those rocks, and so Closer going to be absolutely fine. As it turns out, Clid pretty good into the Lee Sin. As Clid's standing in this pit right now. See whether he can steal this one away. Cannot. Level 6 gained here by Willa.
Yeah, and that's why I think I mildly prefer Sandbox picking up early objectives. I think that this game will come down to very often a stalemate of, like, who can find the angle, right? Can you either get a catch? Can Zeka get a big cage? Can Bertle make his way out? Because even though Rakan is such good hard engage, like, if both comps are set up and you have vision, actually engaging on top of them is a nightmare. So having early objectives and forcing your opponent to make plays, I think, is very valuable. Also would expect for the same reason to see a high priority here towards that first Rift Herald. Because being able to maybe threaten the turret early on can be quite beneficial as well.
Yep. 30 seconds on that one. As, ooh, the cannon minion. I love that. We just create these little dramatic moments thanks to our observer team. And it was something that Bertle was able to overcome in that moment. But as we can see, a couple of waves still in advantage here as the Dark Matter's going to fly down as, oh, the calculation is just off. He was on 6 health. 6 health, Chronicler. Zeka absolutely robbed. Absolutely robbed of what? Would it have been his 18th solo kill?
Yeah, he's at a bunch of those. I think he was on 17. Closer on 14. But yeah, Closer not looking to pick one up anytime soon with how the matchup has been going thus far. Great job by Zeka here. And it's quite big because Zeka not only obviously is scaling very nicely into the game, but also if Talia is stuck in bad recalls underneath her turret, then impacting the side lane becomes very hard. And I think it's one of the ways where you, with a Talia, can have a much bigger impact than the Veigar can have in the early stage of the game when everyone's still in their lanes.
Yeah.
And right now, not going to be the case as Clid is starting up the Herald here, but with the prio the way it is, I don't know if Sandbox can really do anything about it. Doesn't look like they will be able to contest here with Birdle and Closer both kind of stuck underneath or near their own turret, and looks like that is going to be a free pickup here. So Hanwha Life, they're going to be able to accelerate quite nicely off of that.
Yeah, they do have a plate going over to Envy here towards this bottom side of the map. He is still very, very close in farm with Viper. Going to be another one of these win conditions for Liv Sandbox, absolutely, as this game goes on. Don't know whether it's going to be enough, especially if more money goes into Viper here with the help of HLE. Certainly is going to be available for use down there if Clid would like to bring her. As Life just moving around trying to get some vision, and we've got very shared vision actually here for both of these teams on the bottom side. As Life just wandering around, bone plating going to be procced there eventually with one of these stray burst fires from Envy. Otherwise everything very cool, calm and collected, and I think that definitely suits Viper in a general sense, just because he is kind of that guy that if you give him free reign and a neutral early game, he will kind of just win a lot of the time. Might be starting now though. Loyalty program not quite going to connect onto Viper.
No level 6 available yet for Kael, and Viper and Life doing a great job here, starting to utilize the aggressive pressure. And Zeri, of course, if Viper is able to throw some feathers on him, not a lot of recourse there unless you want to go for a full all-in, but obviously that is generally not an option into the Xayah and Rakan. And looking at game state, we see that Closer and Birdle have both fallen decently behind, and this lead from Hanwha is without there even being a dragon. And I think it's really important that Sandbox are actually able to make a stand for this dragon that comes up here, right? If you get a second Drake already, you set yourself up for a great soul. That's not only good, but it also means that you can buy time. But Hanwha Life, I think with the state of the game right now, the goal that they already have, and a Herald in the pocket, should be able to put a lot of pressure here.
Ooh, Willa going to be able to escape. Q misses as well. They take out the control ward that is immediately replaced. So much money down the drain. As second Drake not actually going to be started just yet. And Willa pulls it out of the pit. Clid going to come down, and I'd actually not mind if, okay, never mind. Viper immediately going to cleanse. It means he won't have that for the hostile takeover if Kyle does throw that one out in the next fight, if it does happen around this dragon. But what I was going to say is I wouldn't mind if they just gave it up, because Chemtech Drake is just kind of meh. And there's the cage. Oh dear, does he get the kill this time? The answer is absolutely yes. Life is able to get an assist. But that's what we were really wondering about in that particular little game.
And this is something that I don't think we see often enough, which is aggressive use of the Veigar cage. Really nicely done there. The earlier flash from Closer meant that Zeka knew that this was 100% a successful play. That's going to be another kill going over. That's going to be the plates coming down. And that probably also means, particularly with this teleport, that the next Drake is going to go the way of Hanwha Life. So doing a great job here, and a lot of it does come from Zeka.
Yeah. He's been in full control of this lane.
Yeah.
I feel like we're getting treated to perhaps some crunch time Zeka, who we know is pretty good at League of Legends. Yeah, one of the better players at when it's for all the marbles, you know, because he did kind of get all the marbles.
He did.
But he's playing kind of like that in this game. Still regular season, of course, still guaranteed playoffs. But this means that they can prove themselves as a 5th place team in the standings.
Who gets the scuttle?
Oh, this is the true battle. The mini zoom, did you see that?
Clid.
Love our observer team. And yeah, Birdle is going to be bullied away by, you know, Clid just ignoring the rules.
What
1v1.
What about our 1v1? This always happens. And only top laners truly get it. Envy taking 2 turret shots for no discernible reason. Not ideal. Viper does back, pick up his Guild Force first item spikes across the board. Now coming through for Hanwha. And they're looking really good. Infernal Drake did get picked up, so whichever team stacks most of those is going to be in a very happy space. As closer, oh yeah, you might find a way to, at the very least, postpone that if you're not stunned. But I think walking just a little bit too far forward there.
Yeah.
And as a result, just immediately dies. And even if you do, with the Rakan and Lee follow-up, there's not a lot of recourse.
Willa going to be diving towards his blue buff. Infernal Soul this game is certainly very high value. Yesterday was the day of 0 value souls. Orcs really treated on his first day casting here in the LCK with as many Mega Blast Cones as possible.
It was perfect because Veldas got tilted off of the Blast Cones and the plants.
Yeah.
And then Orcs got tilted off of the fact that the Drakes didn't mean anything.
Yeah.
So it was perfect.
It was.
Yeah. It was amazing.
I also really liked when Orcs said that he liked the plants and he liked the Rift.
He didn't know.
With Valdez on the cast with him.
It was perfect.
Yeah, none of us said anything.
No way. He just had to experience that for himself. That's actually one of my favorite moments of yesterday when Valdez was able to work it into with like someone. Oh, I'm so glad the Mega play by play the Mega Blast Cone is there.
Yeah.
So we don't get. Oh,
isn't this good for creating gameplay? Yeah. No. Exactly. No, I liked it a lot.
I want to note that when it comes to this Infernal Drake, the obvious best recipient is Zeka because he is Vhagar. So in case you were wondering, Vhagar gets a ton of free
Envy
NP.
is going to press his ultimate button. Viper not going to press his. Ultimately a win in health for Envy, but Viper now having cooldown advantage. Not really too much to fight over other than Shirley, but we know all of our teams do just generally blindly fight for Shirley.
Shirley too, mostly. Shirley has become...
Shirley is too.
Thank you. Yeah. Shirley has become a handshake. And I guess, in this case, Shirley as well.
Well, kind of... I guess they are a team with Renata, so handshake's more common.
Yeah.
But you're handshaking for kind of not very much, as the Drake is going to be spawning in a minute and a half. So good timing here for Hanwha to be able to create themselves an advantage for that first really good Drake.
If you're optimistic, you know, you can argue that Sandbox traded for better back timers towards the Drake in a minute.
Oh, yeah. What?
Yeah, it's fine. It was a little bit of space.
Hitbox mod check?
It's just a little bit of space.
There was a very small amount of space.
No, obviously Hanwha Life getting the better end of the trade because as we saw last time, being able to use the Herald also means that you're generally going to be able to gain prio in mid, and that allows you to then set up shop in the river. And
what are they selling?
River?
Yeah, in the river.
Fish mostly.
Oh, okay.
Maybe some of the fruits that, you know, from the, what is it, honey fruit? You can sell those.
Oh, that's true.
Wards?
And it is, it's upgraded as well. It's like honey fruit energy drink you kind of get now.
Yeah, it's in season.
Yeah.
That's what's happening.
Very, very cool. Anyway, the Seismic Shove not going to quite find the mark there, is cleared with a very cute Q onto Willa. Shirley going to be able to grab a charge on this inner turret as well. Envy takes a large amount of damage. I believe that was a Baleful Strike.
Yeah.
Possibly a Blade Caller as well, but man, Zeka is doing a lot of work right now already. And it is the Rod of Ages and the Seraph's build. You know, it's not massive amounts of damage until you get that Death Cap third item, but Zeka is trying to say, no, Atlas, it's just a lot of damage all the time because it's me. And I'm gonna trust him because he's scary. As Weaver's Wall going to come forward, Closer going to try and block them out of this Dragon Pit. As Liv Sandbox sort of brute force themselves some control.
They are aware of Kingen. Do know that he's in the general vicinity. And might be a flip here for this Dragon.
Yeah, Kingen is going to be able to dash over towards Clitz. Not going to be locked down by the Lee Sin. First Drake of the Infernal variety goes over to Liv Sandbox, but into the backline, the quickness, just massive. Life manages to find it against Talia and Renata, but it's not actually enough because the follow-up just isn't quite there, and they do have lower health bars, but that is going to be a successful heist for Liv Sandbox.
Really did feel like a heist because they get in there, somehow, starts with Closer getting a great wall off, And then they're able to take it away from a Veigar and Lee, and that's a deadly combo when it comes to securing objectives, right?
And a Zaya as well, although I don't know whether there were that many feathers there.
No, because as we can see, Viper got Bio mid, and I think that they were caught a little bit off guard. But man, Wheeler's smite bomb is just, I don't know what it is.
It's better.
But it's better. And here, crucially, I think it's Meganar. Like, I'm not 100% sure why the rest of Hanwha don't go in there on Life, because they get a great cage. Life uses a lot as well, like uses his flash to go for that play. But maybe Hanwha not feeling like they really had the setup available, particularly with the hostile takeover already gone.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have minded them going in aggressively there, but instead it's just a successful pick-up for Liv Sandbox.
I don't think Life will get a better ult for the rest of this game. Because I just feel like him being able to find that window without rocks strewn everywhere and things like this, as Zeka going to get flashed on here towards the top side. Seismic Shove is fantastic. And that is going to be a lockdown on that Veigar. The good old Event Horizon flying down because you may as well.
I don't actually know what happens to Wheeler if he Qs someone.
It probably just doesn't do very much damage.
Well, no, but like, does he get the permanent AP?
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, I wonder. I guess not. It would be cool. I would love to find out. Problem there is that even with Zeka doing a great job and checking to try and make sure that he was safe, he doesn't have flash, right? The flash being forced by... Oh, okay.
Aha.
Well, now I'm a little bit more confused.
Wow. Yeah, Zeka, I think, is extremely confused. He's like, but I checked it, and then all of a sudden there's 3 people.
Yeah, if you know there's one there, I wouldn't walk. Even with Meteor and Cage, I wouldn't walk up.
Yeah.
Risk taken there and appropriately punished by Sandbox. And I have no idea how this game is going to go, because neither team has been able to find like a decisive lead. Both these two team comps can pop off in a single fight and just kind of win the game.
Yeah, it's one of those questions where it's like you want to go back to the team that's been most consistent. But the most consistent part of both of these teams is their lack of consistency.
Yeah.
Which makes it very hard to adjudicate. You're absolutely right. I think I'd prefer to predict who wins a challenger game than this game right now. I think it would be easier.
That is a bold statement, but
are you feeling that way? Because I'm feeling like it might be right.
Yeah, I can see the angle.
Yeah. One of those things. It's going to be about who makes the least mistakes, though, is how it feels to me. And I guess if you had a gun to my head, I'd probably have to believe in Viper's eye, which hasn't won yet this year.
So I have the most faith in Viper, but I have less faith in Hanwha.
Yeah, and also like Life being able to actually find any value with this Rakan was in doubt before, but he was able to do it. And so now I'm just very confused. So it's
goes back to the confusion, Atlas.
It always comes back to confusion for me. It's kind of how it goes. Sometimes I'm sure of myself, but I'm even not sure whether those times ever existed now, with the amount of confusion that I'm feeling now.
Are you okay?
I think I will be. Once we have a clear idea of who has the best chance in this game.
We might not know for 20 more minutes.
Oh no. Well, then maybe not. We might need to. I might need to ask Jisun whether she could send someone up.
Because Atlas is losing his identity in front of our very eyes. Viper with Quick Blades and Gale Force also gets not only the power of the Quick Blades, which obviously allows for a lot of recalls. As Birdle might be in trouble here.
Oh dear. That's a kick mid-hop. He does manage to land the Q though, as Kingen can't catch up.
Wow.
So
wait, that's 2 people. And a jungler.
That's 3 people. Yeah, 2 people in
Life was also there. Oh, wait. Hold up.
Wait a minute.
This might be a problem.
Well, it certainly does look like that. However, Event Horizon is going to catch closer. Immediately he does cleanse as Viper just dives into the pit. He does have his Featherstorm as Envy just gets blown up. And now Kingen getting into the back of the pit. Birdle going to come on over. Yeah, you managed to pick up a Baron, but can you keep yourselves alive? That is the highest value Baleful Strike I have ever seen as Clid dives in on top of his opposite number. There is a Meganar here. And Kingen, he's the one that wants to fight him. Jumps over the wall and Birdle finds himself the only man with a Baron.
Yeah, I gotta call that one not worth for Sandbox. And things start off okay, but it's actually Kingen, I think, that saves that play by taking out Envy and making sure that he takes as much damage as he did there. We have the early cleanse force here, and the key thing is that Bertle also isn't here at the beginning. And look at this, right? Like,
Viper is very good at this game.
Yeah.
But also, like, look at Zeka. This Baleful Strike, he's like, oh yeah, I'm farming minions. There we go.
Yep, that's 2 minions. And with Envy out of the fight right from the get-go, really well done. And that ward there, that might actually end up being the MVP, because Kingen doesn't get behind the pit and just has to approach into the incredible amount of disengage that's available for Sandbox. You're not going to get anything out of it. And now, not only is Zeka monstrously fed, and he's building Death Gap, which we're very happy about. Good on you, Zeka. That is great. It also means that you don't actually get to use your Baron power play at all, because it's only on Bertle. The second Drake also went over to Humble Life. So right now, Humble Life looking in pristine position to take this game.
Yeah, I think all of my issues are now kind of out the window, because I'm starting to feel some assuredness of where this game might be going.
Finding your center again?
Yeah, I'm really starting to recover. So I'm sorry to make you worry on there, Chronicler.
I always worry, Atlas. I just want to know you're okay.
Oh well, but I am. Now I am.
Found your center and live your truth, and everything will be okay.
Oh no. Okay. Well, Zeka is very, very close to a very cool hat. Viger himself already has a pretty cool hat, just in general, especially with the correct skin choice. It's not this one. Spoiler alert, is Bertle is just getting focused down by Hanwha here. Viper chasing after him as he does Gale Force forward. Kyle, a possible angle here to throw out an ultimate, but it's not going to quite be enough there. The bailout comes forward. Envy just explodes in the mid lane, kind of in the ruler position of old. And I'm actually not entirely sure what he was doing there at all, but he's dead now. So we know where he is. He's in the Death Chamber as Humble Life looking to push forward, and they didn't get the Baron.
No, but they did kill everyone. And, well, barring Bertle. Actually, kind of crazy to me that was Bertle's second death, and the first one was the dive as Zeka.
Yeah, Seismic Shove does come through as Willer is kind of caught here. Click goes for a big play, but then just gets his hand shook. Didn't really want that, and he's going to barely just die on the outside. Kingen going all out, though, and they trade it. Somehow it works. We thought maybe that was a Clid moment, but it was kind of a Pog moment? I don't really know.
I don't know about that one. I don't think that was necessary, but Zeka and the gang, they do salvage it, so everything's okay.
Soaking cooldowns, Chronically. He's soaking cooldowns. Yeah, I don't know. It's, one of those things. I just want to add, by the way, I missed that Jisung put on the prompter that she doesn't know when I was my cry for help from earlier. So look, I'll just make sure that I refrain from that as things go on. As this started just with this pick onto Bertle, which was almost turned. I really like the bailout timing and the hostile takeover, but it kind of, I mean, there's a wallet problem as well.
So this feels like somewhat of a risk, and I think that's why Sandbox to me it looks like as I don't even want to. But this one, you have no vision, and you're pushing up a mid wave.
Yeah.
So yeah. Top half of the map, actually, there's a ton of vision. So I think that Sandbox were expecting them to disengage, and then that never happened. There's no bailout here, which I think is the main reason why this play isn't a really big disaster, only just a little bit of one. Kingen also keeping Willer away from the reset, and then Zeka and Viper having more than enough damage. And it feels like we have reached a turning point now, well and truly, because the next dragon is going to go to Humble Life. Zeka rather, just picked up a death cap, and everything is looking amazing.
Oh, that's another one! These event horizons have been so good! Featherstorm is going to guarantee the death of Closer, at least after this bailout anyway, as into the backline goes Bertle, but he does not get on top of Viper. Life with a very late stopwatch, and just the end of the event horizon! Oh my, this Viger is just running circles around Liv Sandbox. Q is going to connect the handshake, just gorgeous there from Kyle. But it's not going to be enough to save him as Willer finds himself the last man standing. And I think Humble Life are just going to take down some Nexus turrets and win game one.
And it took their time to get going, but once they found the crucial item spikes, Humble Life looks like the much better, more well-rounded team. Zeka, most notably, incredible performance. And Not just Zeka, but Kingen as well.
Yeah, no, Zeka and Viper having amazing games. Kingen always fantastic when he can build tank items. And you know what he did? He built tank items. And he looked really good afterwards as well. Life Esports really turning things in their favor on a dime that game. It was giving me anxiety in the mid game, but then Life were like, we got your back.
And it's not even anxiety because of the comp not scaling well, because it does. It's just because of how both these two teams have been operating.
Yeah, and both of the compositions actually scale fine, but when you've got Zeka flash event horizoning perfectly to get catches, we haven't seen that this week. We've seen Vigors be up and down and up and down. The amount of faith in this pick has not been as high as I think it possibly could be, as at least the priority teams are putting on it based on what they've been experiencing in scrims, right? And I think that Zeka here on his first game of the Vigor this season, looking so good. Double the damage of Closer.
Yeah, looked amazing. Closer also continues his struggles on mages. And this is something that Sandbox have been really haven't found an answer yet. Closer and Willer, together with Kyle, to me have kind of been the most consistent core of this team. But when Wheeler can't get anything going, I don't think the setup for the Viego was that great. Kyle is put on the back foot relatively early on, and then you have Closer on a mage. Sandbox kind of fall apart. Zeka, impeccable game here on the Vigor. Aggressive event horizons, just the way we like to see it.
Absolutely beautiful. You can put that on the list of things to be scared of Zeka playing. But ladies and gentlemen, it is time to go to a short break. When we get back, the space will break down that game. We'll get into game number 2.
거기 너는? 나 보이는 중? 야 이거 보자. 계속 받을게. 보자. 받을게. 앞으로 와볼래? 앞으로 와볼래? 끝내면서 탈리만 봐. 탈리만 봐. 빠지면서 봐. 나를 봐봐. 나 초식에 있다.
천천히 해. 제리 공 끝내도 돼. 제리,
나 풀로 쓸 거야. 나를 볼게 이거.
제리 이었고, 제리
제리 봐. 제리 봐줘.
야, 들어가자.
아 네. 웨이브 쓰자. 미드 웨이브도 천천히 와.
잠깐만. 왜 이렇게 잘해?
미드 웨이브 쓰자. 여 클리어.
띠에고 노플이야.
끝났어.
미드 웨이브 온다.
미드 웨이브 영어 좀 클리어해줘.
Hello and welcome back to The Space. I'm Valdez. With me is Hoonster and Wolfster as we just had Life Esports getting off to a very awesome start up against Live Sandbox. Not a very close game, guys. What did you think about this one in the draft?
It seemed like there were some things that HLE were trying to do in this draft, like the Silas and Jack spans made me feel like they thought that Live Sandbox was going to play Renekton and they were actually going to take the Gnar away. But they recovered pretty well. The Cassante here face up into the Gnar felt like that was the trap they walked into. But I think you feel pretty good about playing this particular matchup because it's Birdall, who's on the top side of the map. And then they ganked for Kingen early and got him ahead. Bit of a mess up on the execution. But I thought overall, Life Esports wanted something different, but they played out what they got very well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything really special from the draft, but like only thing that like I think the Live Sandbox, they tried it, they take it away the Talia first because the Talia still does really well against the Gale for Zaya, Rakan, and Lee Sin as well. But the thing is, like, I think the execution when he played the Talia in lane phase, like from like all the just entire the game was no good. It was nice try though.
Nice try, but no cigar.
Maybe don't play that one next time.
It was weird, man, to see Zeka versus Closer and we have Veigar versus Talia. These players are like the Silas, the Akali, the aggressive, like the LeBlanc, the Assassins, and then we get Veigar versus Talia. They probably are not big fans of this meta.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at this mid matchup actually, because Zeka looked way more prepared. Even though it's his first game of Veigar this season, he played the matchup extremely well. And Closer loses Flash here early in the game. Uses the heal aggressively here, like he's trying to trade under turret. This ends up being very bad for him. So has to flash early, and then that flash also doesn't stop you. It's targeted. So he loses flash here. Doesn't buy Merc Treads, even though he has the money to do so. And then there's a follow-up gank that comes through, where without Merc Treads, he's not able to survive here, has no flash.
I mean, it's so easy to kill. I mean, even though he kind of walked into the even horizon, but it doesn't really matter. He would have died either way. But the thing is, like, the important is the Zeka just dominate his lane phase, like somehow with the Veigar into Talia, that's unnormal. Like usually Talia gets a move timer, and he usually has a more aggression that can play around it. And also the thing is like the Lee Sin never put the resources to the Veigar lane, and just it was a pure 1v1, and Closure just got slapped.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing to point out. Like Zeka from minute one was winning his lane without much help, got the flash, got the gank, and were able to snowball it really well. And then with Life's lead, they did eventually go on into our second replay here down in the bottom side. They set this one up, and then we have a nice little Baron fight.
Yeah, this was Birdall getting caught here and sets up the Baron, right? And Live Sandbox here decide, okay, we're going to try to rush this down because it's looking doomed on the bottom side of the map. They've put so many resources there, but they don't have the damage to do this just yet. And this fight, the ensuing fight, is a disaster.
Well, I mean, I think I respect what they were thinking, but I think if they really wanted to do it, I think Gnar should just TP all here like as soon as possible to the Baron. Just burn the Baron and just get out like as soon as possible, as much as they can. But I think their call was like really bad. Like they were like really hesitating in the middle of the fight. Like, do we need to fight? Do we need to turn?
Yeah.
Like what are we? Like I feel like they haven't spoke yet. That what are we gonna do when they actually come to us? What are we gonna do like when they try to fight us, contest us?
Yeah, like Closer gets caught by the event horizon, has to cleanse, and then gets caught by a second event horizon. He's trying to focus on Zeka instead of actually the real carry, who's Viper, who's doing a massive amount of damage there. And they're so tunneled on focusing the Baron down, there is no turn, and they're all at half health by the time they secure it. It almost was a 50-50 basically as well. So like if you lose that Baron, you probably lose the game immediately.
Well, Envy tried to turn by himself, and he also died extremely early in the fight as well. So they didn't even have a Zeri hitting the Baron to do enough damage to get it in range to get your team out safely. So it seemed like the comms were all over the place. If I'm any team watching this, I'm like, Live Sandbox. Like, I am picking them. I am not picking.
They're going to pick them.
If you get there, you slam down that Live Sandbox.
100%.
And it's a best of one. Right, at least in this first game. This is a best of 3, actually, so hopefully they show us something better as Live Sandbox will select blue side for game number 2.
I don't think the draft was that big of an issue. I think it was the performance of the players, right? Birdall underperforming, Closer underperforming on a control mage again, and you've just got to have better macro. You have to have more decisive calls than this.
Yeah, I mean, only thing that like probably like bot deal was like a little bit stabilized, and also the only control of the Drake was like fine, but that's it. But you gotta keep playing the game until like 15 minutes, 25 minutes. They're actually losing more focus compared compared to enemy team like way too faster, and they gotta be more delicate.
Yeah, it's really rough for them. I mean, maybe from blue side they can mix something up. I mean, you guys were saying, you know, it's not really the draft issue, but perhaps they could feel a little bit more comfortable on this side. Maybe they get some kind of Lee Sin first pick for Willer, and maybe he can get something going from, you know, right from the beginning. As what do you guys think is going to be the POG in this one?
It was a tough call, but I think we ultimately decided Zeka because he had so many good event horizons. He dunked on closer in lane, and the game was kind of all about his damage. So that's kind of what I think most people do. But I think maybe there could be some Rakan voters.
Yeah, could be, but I think I still respect the Veigar play. Like, as a 1v1 against Talia, that's not easy.
It's not supposed to happen that way. And guys, we can take a look at the POG right now. It will, in fact, be Zeka from the Veigar play.
Look at his damage percentage.
Insane damage.
He does, like, he's getting close to 40% of his team's damage on this pick because the game wasn't about Viper at all. It really wasn't. So, I mean, look at these fights too. Viper, this is what the fight we're talking about on the Baron where Envy can't do anything here. Viper's doing massive damage by himself here. And Zeka's just zoning off the enemy mid laner. And Talia's just absent in this fight. This is just one of many fights. We might get the one that happens bot lane when they're pushing to end after this. This is a catch on to Envy, which is another thing we wanted to highlight, or didn't want to highlight rather, but...
We'll see the vote.
Oh! No life voters. Turns out the little man with the cage ends up getting the majority of the votes, and it makes sense because just the impact of one simple Veigar pick, which has been kind of struggling here in the LCK, was insane to see how much value you got in this game number one. But guys, let's see if Live Sandbox from the blue side can turn this around, or will Hanwha Life Esports get the quick 2-0? Let's go back to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the breakdown of that game. And we have to remember, Live Sandbox chose red side. And now they've said, oh, maybe that was a mistake. We're going to hop over to the blue side this time around and see whether we can create some more success for ourselves. I think that that is a big indication of a team that is struggling here, at least in this particular matchup. Because you would have thought that after that initial game plan, they'd know what they wanted to do. Not going to stick there, going to go for the switch up.
Makes sense to me. And
okay.
Are we going to look at the Veigar 1v1?
Ooh, perhaps. Interesting.
Aw.
We're just having a little bit of a check on what's going on there. They were doing some Veigar impressions.
What? My favorite part is we just get this. I don't need an explanation.
No.
Give me more.
Yeah.
Where's Closer doing Veigar noises?
I got a little bit thrown by that one, but I liked it a lot. All right, and now we've got Ryu looking very serious, ready to get into this draft for game number one. I don't think the draft was necessarily bad, but it does kind of go against, and I love that they brought this up on the desk that we didn't talk about as much, which was Closer on not Assassins, or I guess more specifically, not Akali and Sylas.
Well, even his LeBlanc is good.
And his Aurelia is good. That's
so I do actually...
But that's all Assassins, right?
Yeah. What worries me more so than the draft was just how Sandbox as a team looked in that one. Sandbox, to me, when they are not playing proactively, that's a very bad sign. I do think they kind of rely on catching their opponent off guard continuously. Would not be shocked if we are going to see that B1 Lee remain the #1 pick here, barring any crazy shenanigans like Annie being open, which is not going to be the case. And the Zeri priority continues here. Now it is against Viper, who is Viper, so I think that doesn't really warrant that much.
Yeah, maybe that's actually why they picked it up on R2, was to deny it more than priority pick it, which is a weird idea to have.
It is, because not only I think is Zeri not even the best hyper carry on this patch, I think that honor goes to Jinx.
Yeah.
But also we've seen that teams have been able to actually answer the Zeri pretty consistently in many a different fashion. And do you ban Caitlyn here if you're Hanwha Life? Because
I think you ban Lee Sin.
Yeah, I actually don't think that Envy and KL are going to be an extremely threatening lane. This is a bit more respectful.
Yeah.
I do see the reasoning for it. I also think that Hanwha Life does rely on Viper and Life not falling behind. They don't have to win the lane, but shutting down Viper, I think, is a great way of dealing with this Hanwha. So the Caitlyn is going to ensure that doesn't happen as, wow, Wheeler really wants more team fighting power with this Wukong. He's going to get it, but Wukong blind. That can't be the answer here.
It seems a little bit dangerous, and Clid looks a little bit confused about what's going on here. I assume they'll lock in at least the Lee Sin first, and then possibly look to put together a bottom lane, but maybe they just leave that up in the air, as this is dangerous. But Life was able to get through a Renata lane, albeit a Renata with a Zeri, which isn't necessarily providing the most power in the early stages.
Ooh.
But still, I would prefer to see a Lee Sin here, and then an R3 Veigar. And then they flex Veigar between mid and bot lane.
Like that a lot. Wouldn't mind that one bit. But I think it might... Oh yeah, will be the Lee at the very least. I do think they're still leaning towards the Xayah just because of the synergy between the two. And I think Rakan without Xayah also has been markedly less successful.
Yep, Life actually being an example of that, having played an extra game of Rakan. But we did see Jiwoo play the Veigar Rakan last time, and it was really fun. As, yeah, Jinx is going to come through at least. And there is the Thresh. Of course, Thresh into Rakan has been something that's worked in the past, being able to utilize the Flay in order to ruin his day a little bit there. But you're going to see Viper handshake it once again. And I think that the Jinx range, I mean, now, Liv Sandbox, they don't even need to worry about banning Veigar. I think Jinx is just too strong. Being able to stand so far away and still auto-attack, I think that this is a much better look draft-wise, at least on this bottom side for Liv Sandbox. Even if I did like the Renata, the Zeri did kind of throw me through a loop.
Yeah, the Zeri Renata wasn't great. Zeri also ran into a lot of issues, and also NV has been hot or cold on many a pick, and Zeri definitely doesn't really allow you to make big mistakes, as we are going to still see that LeBlanc remain at the top of the ban list here. And I'm wondering what Sandbox want to do here, because you have a couple of options. There's a bot lane, while it scales very well, and you shouldn't be too scared of Xayah Rakan, is going to need a decent amount of time. So I would love to see a top side that actually allows you to get there. We might just end up with like Gnar Taliyah again.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be surprised if that ends up happening. Hanwha Life can just pick a tanker, and the Taliyah is going to get banned away, which I do think is a great choice into the Rakan. And now you kind of have to ban Veigar, because even if you don't, just because of how Closer's champion pool work, I think Closer does have a number of picks that he can go for. But if you let them R4 Veigar here, also means that you can't do it, because I think Veigar into the Hanwha Life comp is also disgusting. And they might not want to be locked into that, so I do think the Veigar ban makes sense here. But now Zeka is probably going to be able to blind pick, or to counter pick rather, because of this cannon getting picked up by King. And King, also the player who was at the forefront with his anti-tank build, which I think a matchup we might end up seeing here.
Yeah, I love cannon picked up here. Means that Zeka can now go for whatever else he would like. He could also pick the Jace if it's not going to be picked away here by Liv Sandbox. Liv Sandbox intelligently, I think, going to go towards that. Cannon okay in the matchup if it is going to be towards that top lane. But it isn't one of these lanes that Cannon kind of destroys. Like, you cannot pick Nara anymore. You can't pick Renekton. Like, there are a lot of champions that really struggle into the Lightning Rat. So Jace, definitely a good choice.
Gonna be a blind here. Alright, that is a Closer staple pick, has not been hugely successful here. Lissandra is available. That's been a pick that we've seen be extremely strong into the Ahri. Also provides you with even more dive, and yeah, the amount of team fighting power that Hanwha Life will have available with this is ludicrous. You do run, again, another short range composition into Fresh, sure, but I think they kind of reached like the critical mass where, barring Hanwha not being able to find any flank angle with either Rakan or Lissandra or Cannon, things are going to be very tough here.
I mean, everyone's looking for a flank on Hanwha Life. And it's Clid, right? Like, Clid, the one thing that teams fear Hanwha Life for is Clid's flanking. Sometimes, here, especially on stage, it doesn't work. But the tales we've heard about Clid in scrims is everyone is just trying their best to mark Clid all game long, and it gives people heart attacks because he's just always out of fog of war looking for these angles. And so Clid and Elise in, but also now you add to the mix the Lissandra coming in with the claw. You've got the Rakan diving on forward. This time there is no Renata, there is a Thresh, which is definitely good. You know, Box and Flay certainly going to be powerful there. But the only thing that I'm worried about, as far as if you're a Harmalife Esports fan, is the Jinx being able to outrange everything that they're trying to do. The problem that I have for Liv Sandbox is that Envy has been having a very rough time. And it's not even just this series, it's not just this week, it's the last few weeks. And we'll see whether he can turn it around here himself in this game with so much on his shoulders.
Add to that the Sandbox comp doesn't really have a front line here. Yeah, you have Willer, sure, but that's not going to be enough. I really like the composition from Hanwha, and I think that we might be looking at a 2-0 here. So much CC, so much AOE finding power Atlas could be a big problem for Sandbox.
Certainly could. Let's jump onto the Rift and see whether Liv Sandbox can deal with it. All right. Now, Lissandra skin looking very, very cool as Zeka makes his way out. And I've been calling for the Lissandra. Was calling for it all yesterday. I do really like it paired with Viego, most importantly. Not going to be the case this time around, as Clid does jump onto his Lee Sin that he loves a lot. As Kingen and Clid together here towards his top side, but they're not actually going to find Birdle overextending into that brush.
Yeah, if Birdle walks up there, he dies. Or at the very least has a force flash. And if you don't have flash into Cannon and Lee, you're not going to have the best of times. As Jace, early ward here to try and spot the pathing of Clid, but not going to be definitive info. And they are also aware, so Hanwha can try and use that to their advantage. The Ahri, to me, is one of the things that I would be the most skeptical of coming into this draft. I think that Ahri not only has a really tough time into Lissandra, but even when Ahri was like one of the best mid lane picks, this matchup was rough. And Ahri right now is not one of the best mid lane picks. She has been very underwhelming, currently sitting on a 33% win rate. It really does feel like it's just try and find something that you're comfortable on, as opposed to something that actually has been shown to be strong in the current meta, and it's something that would scare me a little bit here.
Yeah,
if you are a Sandbox fan.
As Flay going to be used onto Viper here, actually a lot of value, immediately cleanses the Ignite, as Envy not able to get too much damage down, but Kyle, fantastic play to get a little bit of control here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, once you get that lethal tempo stacked, Envy is going to be feeling great.
And I am also unsure as to how he managed to cleanse an Ignite when it was actually an Exhaust. But there we go. He cleansed an Exhaust, guys, is what happened. I heard summon a spell sound. It wasn't the fire one, it was the tired one.
Fired or tired, I guess?
Yeah, fired or tired.
In this case, it's tired.
He did use Cleanse on a summon spell, as Willer is going to come in and look for Zeka here. Does find a Nimbus Strike, but the Claw, pretty powerful for Disengage. Zeka still loses a bunch of his health bar. Let's see whether Birdle is going to be so lucky. Great little stun from King, and Q connects, and can he get in range? The answer is no! Oh man, very nicely escaped there by Birdle, and Flash was used by King in that play. So that means that he kind of goes even. Really nicely played by the Sandbox top laner.
Oh, Birdle barely stays alive there. Level Up is going to end up saving him. Still has to go back, has to invest his teleport. That hook hits, maybe Kyle can get something going, not going to be the case. But we do see Envy and Kyle immediately playing aggressive as they know what Clid was up to. A lot of vision here. Clid actually cancelling his back. Might be looking for the return gank here, but looking at the wave state, I don't know to what extent that is actually going to do something. And I don't know if he can actually fight for the crab here. Does a prior on top side, but not in mid lane.
Yeah.
And he's, So that's after a back cancel as well.
Yeah, and Willa is able to just follow him over this wall. and make sure he puts on as much pressure as he can. Sonic Wave connects, and no follow-up is going to ensue. It's here on this bottom side, just a back timing here for Envy and Kyle. Envy with a rather large lead here in this lane. I think Kyle doing definitely a lot of great work, but Envy as well, capitalizing on the range advantage and the control of the lane. So already a decent look.
Yeah, King has no flash.
He doesn't.
Actually using his W to get over the wall. He's only level 3 though. And of course with E, still hard to try and gank the cannon, but Kingen is going to be looking for a return trade here.
Yeah, Kyle going down relatively low here as Bertle finds a decent position. No flash, remember, as there it is, the Q. Is it going to be enough as he gets underneath the turret? And Willa able to flash his way to safety. First blood going over to Bertle. Massive news for Liv Sandbox. See it towards the bottom lane, some pretty awkward positioning for Life especially, but he does have Battle Dance, guys. He'll be absolutely fine. And he's delivering heals to Viper with his Gleaming Quill. The buff of that ability actually does kind of make it into an ability. I remember when Rakan first came out, we were like, well, he kind of doesn't really have a Q, but the rest of his abilities are fun. But now, it feels like Gleaming Quill actually does things.
It's nice.
It is nice.
Been one of the reasons why we have seen the Xayah Rakan so much, combined with, of course, the buffs to Xayah, both directly and indirectly. That gank on top side, quite big. Bertle actually being on the recipient this time around. Great timing from Willer. But King did still have his TP available, so even though he's going to be behind, it's not going to be the end of the world whatsoever. It's going to interrupt the back here.
Yeah, Viper just going to say, well, I'll eat a cookie and I will be fine. As they stick around for a moment. Willow coming on in. Vision available as he sweeps it out. And Viper and Life not going to be able to get the crashes. That is the hook. Immediately cleansed there by Viper, but it means he can't cleanse the exhaust. Oh, Life, that was just beautiful to interrupt the follow. And he's able to battle dance his way out. But still, Flash now down for Viper in that bottom lane. Kyle is just running this map down here. Zeka's going to come in. That is a frozen tomb. That should be a dead Bertle, but now Closer is trying to return the favor. The turret got very, very mad as Closer throws abilities everywhere and finally hits him with an auto attack. And that is a solo kill for the Ahri. 1 for 1 though on the top side.
And Bertle there, they had a read on the play. Then wasn't 100% sure. So we're going to look back at this. It's really nicely done. Right, very straightforward. Great evasion of the play. Please help me, jungler.
Yeah, let's push.
Shove in my lane. And then here, I think Bertle thought that maybe the Zeka had backed off because there were pings and obviously Closer was following as well. Or he's like, I'm not going to be able to get out regardless. Or he was fine with the 1-4 trade. Won't know about the comms, but walking back there was a risk, didn't pay off. And going to be a slightly favorable trade because I do think that a large amount of the wave actually did go into the turret here for Hanwha Life. But Sandbox not going to be too sad, although right now we do see the dragon being taken here, and with Willer nowhere in the vicinity, doesn't look like Hanwha Life is going to get contested. That is great individual Drakes.
Oh yeah.
Spells a uncertain fate.
It's Earth, Wind, and Fire. It has to be, right? Because it's in order. Oh wait, no. That would be Earth, Fire, and Wind, Atlas.
That's okay, Atlas. You are there. It's not like you're the leading expert on this specific joke.
Yeah, I know. I just wanted it so bad that I invented it in my head.
Well, I wouldn't mind actually. Oh, that's not great.
Blast Cone mechanics not necessarily working out. Slicing Maelstrom is still available. My God, Q does so much damage as he flashes on top of them. He just dies. King and taking matters into his own hands. You do not gank this Pikachu.
Yeah, well, there's a reason why Cannon is being banned or first picked on B1 by some of our LCK teams.
Closer also is going to find a charm onto Clid and flashes the wall. Didn't quite have his ultimate back available. Man, it was close. But no cigar. And man, this is actually a massive tempo swing for Hanwha here, all from that top goof.
Yeah, because they invest 3 people, and I don't even think that the Blast Cone was unfortunate. It helped King and prepare, but I don't really think it matters from which angle they come. As Willow is still level 5 here.
Yeah,
I don't think they can fight for this.
Nope. Floor is going to come forward. Man, that was terrifying. They collect themselves this one as the grand entrance comes in. Oh, there are so many wards on top of that lantern, and he still clicked it in time. So what happens if you click it first and then don't click anywhere else, and then the wards go down and you're still fine.
Yeah, Closer being safe there by Zeka, I guess, kind of.
Yeah.
As Viper and Envy fighting here, the 1v1 in the bot side of the map. Viper going to be behind a little bit, doesn't really mind it. But yeah, if you set up a 3-man gank and you trade 0 for 1, that's not a great commentary on the game state. That generally means that things are very, very bad. And
yeah, let's have a look at this one more time.
look at that Q.
Yeah, it's so much damage.
Yeah,
Okay.
and
잡았다.
we both get, you know, somewhat of a comment on why the cannon has been as highly prioritized as it has been, and also
He also
Liv
just
Sandbox.
said, by the way, he just said, like, I'll kill them with my ult.
yeah.
As they came in, like,
Yeah,
he
well-
wasn't even worried a little bit.
Yeah, once that Q hits and they don't have Cyclone, so you're just fine, right? Like, there's no guaranteed way to start the CC chain, and even if you do Cyclone, then you're going to be stunned by the Slicing Maelstrom nonetheless. But there's Q buffs.
Yeah.
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 There's something else. But Sandbox, you can't botch that play. You need to, like, really either bait out the ultimate and then, you know, disengage and go back in, or like find a flash charm into... You need to chain it, which I don't even think you ever can, because Closer just, or King and rather, just presses his R earlier on.
That's a point-blank Q there from Clid, and is going to get a bit of a kick onto Bertle, who's extraordinarily low. Clid doesn't win this one. Oh, never mind! Clid does win this 1v1, by the way, as he manages to snipe the Q, and Bertle is just dead.
Oh, Bertle, if you flash that Q, you might actually be able to kill Clid there. He's a level up. He has an item lead, but if that Q hits, you're going down, and this game is very rapidly deteriorating here.
It is. Zeka finds a Circle of Frost onto Closer as well, and he's going to escort his minions. Closer grabs himself a heal with his unsealed spellbook, as there's a grand entrance on top of Kyle, as very aggressive use of the Feather Storm. Not going to get too much joy, but the flash has to be used from Kyle. And was that a Super Mega Death Rocket? No, it was not. There was something that flew across my screen. I think it was just a zap. And Viper now without ult underneath his turret, but they haven't even lost a plate down there just yet. 50 seconds on this Dragon.
And a lot of our issues with Humble Life are being answered in this game and the previous one, right? Clid actually is being productive again. This is the Clid that we saw many a time. This gets a little bit close. And yeah, if Bertle flashes this Q, he will die, no matter what, because obviously Kingen, like, the wave is crashing, and Kingen can go in.
Yeah.
But he might trade 1 for 1, but him not using that flash, you saw immediately in the cam as well. I was like, oh, should have used that. And right now, Humble Life sitting on a 2k gold lead. This composition dives insanely well. Like, I can't overstate how threatening it is.
We already mentioned so many times about the flanking possibilities, as Kingen is just going to press his ultimate button, and Bertle going to get into the brush. Oh, that Q misses. I think Bertle would have just died if that Q had landed. Another one is going to miss. Do you have another one? The answer is yes. And Kingen is going to be able to get the solo kill towards that top side. It was closer than I expected, to be perfectly honest. Decently played there by Bertle, but he was so far behind taking that fight. Feels like it must have been a mistake.
It's really credit to Humble Life with this game plan, because they are just singling out Bertle. This now the second game in a row, right? And you see the moment that Kingen gets a lead, it pays off. Sandbox tried to put Bertle back in the driver's seat, and then they gave over a kill to his lane opponent. Cannon strong enough as is, and allowing him to snowball like Kingen is doing here is going to be, I think, insurmountable. Like, I don't know how you come back from this, because I don't think you have the resources to, like, both deal with Kingen and then also everyone else on Hanwha, who are spiking so hard right now. You have Everfrost Lissandra, which if she can land anything on anyone, like the follow-up from Viper and Life is amazing. Your ability to, like, single out one target and start killing people is wonderful as well, which kind of gets the Lissandra train going. And
Dash Cannon, Gale Force, Super Mega Death Rocket is going to help do a bit of damage to the Drake. Does get a emote out of Clid as well. Love to see it. And Kentexol. Yay. There we go. Well, we now have plants that do lots of more things, which is pretty cool. Are you ready for some tenacious gaming? Valdez and Orcs were talking about tenacious gaming yesterday. This was pretty tenacious by Bertle. Actually dodges the last 2 Qs.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter, right? Kingen already has such a big lead, he can auto him down.
Here's a battle. Well, is it? It's a dead Jinx, is what it is.
My boy Clid.
Yeah, finding the angles.
Getting it done.
And once again, Envy just a little bit too far up the mid lane as well. I mean, this time he had a Thresh, so there's a reason why he should be able to, is Kyle. He's going to land a hook as he pulls like, what the? That was okay. Well,
hey.
No real thing's going to happen.
Once Thresh has you, you are not allowed to leave.
Yeah, I guess.
You're not going anywhere, okay?
I wonder what happened if he instantly reactivated his Q. Like, would he also go into the nether realm of that rock? I don't know. As Viper is going to get played back, and a grand entrance is going to be fantastic yet again. This time Viper, though, is going to be punished for it, and the Lovers duo are going to be taken down. They did manage to get the Thresh, though, so congrats for that one.
Look at that!
Q still does way too much damage. And Zekra is splitting here on this bottom side. Doesn't have teleport. And so it looks like Shirley will be the prize that Live Sandbox are able to pick up.
Kingen is still waiting in that brush. Yeah, I think you just let this one go. You don't need to risk anything here. This is a pretty insignificant thing to give away. You get the bounty. That's something, but you immediately trade back a turret.
I think Kingen didn't have ult for that last skirmish, right? And that's why he didn't flash the wall and kill everyone?
I'm not sure. I think he did have it available as, yeah.
It was out. So never mind.
Very nicely done by Clid. Very straightforward. And here, Kyle is desperately trying to make anything happen. Viper does get the cleanse, is able to take down that Thresh, but is going to pay for it with his life, as his life, ironically. And yeah, Kingen, and I do think Kingen and Clid not going in there, they might win the game right there, but if you give over those 2 bounties on those 2 players and they are able to not only get the Herald but also mid lane turret, I do think that you're at risk of throwing this game. If you don't go in there, I think you're just always going to win.
But if you don't go in there, you lose friendship points with your bottom lane.
Well, that's a mechanic on Yuumi, which is disabled at the moment, so...
but still a mechanic in our hearts, Chronicler. If I was in a solo queue game and my Fed cannon didn't come in and kill everyone when I was doing, I don't think my performance would improve, is what I'm saying. And I think that it is a factor that we have to pay attention to.
Well, you know, how you view plays on whether they give you friendship points or not is completely valid, Atlas. I don't want to judge that.
Let's just say that I may not be honoring them after the game. But I guess I'm playing Fire and there's a Ricardo game, so I think we know exactly where the honors go.
Unbelievable. You wouldn't.
If you don't do immersion, do you do immersion honoring every single time? Like if thematically there is a champion that your champion should be honoring, do you click that button? Like if you're playing Garen and there's a Lux in the game, you're like, oh, sis, you did a good job.
I've never in my entire life heard anyone use immersion honor.
Really?
No!
Oh, wow. I thought that was a really common thing that everyone did.
And I'm an immersion gamer. I love immersive games.
See?
Open up a whole new world of solo queue.
Like if you're playing Kassadin and there's a Cho'Gath who's your steed, obviously canonically in the game, like you don't honor your steed every time.
I don't want to get into that comfort. That's like you're just bringing up too much stuff, Atlas. Come on, stick to one thing.
Well, just if you guys haven't heard of immersion honor before, if you're ever confused, just go for the immersion angle. It works very, very well. Better than not clicking a button, right? Well, that is a very large blast cone that Zekra is going to use to transfer himself towards this bottom side of the map. Speaking of which, there is a lot of vision down there. Wow! Willow went for a journey. I don't know whether he really wanted to, but he did go for one. Still, a lot of damage being done here, and not quite is the cannon able to survive as Zekra is going to rethink his choice, but does immediately come back in. There's a frozen tomb. Clid finds a Q onto Bertle, but they just don't have the members up here. The cannon's already dead, and those shutdowns you were talking about, Chronicler, they're just going to be picked up here by Live Sandbox.
It's exactly Kingen and Clid as well. What? Huh.
Yeah.
Okay, so what they thought was Live Sandbox overextending was actually an elaborate bait. I guess, because everyone from Sandbox was ready, And would love to see the replay as to how that happened. The key thing here is that Kingen doesn't actually... I think if Kingen has Cosmic Drive, they actually all die there. And nothing happens. But Kingen dying is one thing. But how are we then taking the fight afterwards when your most fed member is not there and just got blown up? You don't need to do that.
Yeah, I don't have the answer for you, Chronicler, but
No,
I assume that was a rhetorical question.
Atlas, you know me so well. It was a rhetorical question.
I'm catching
I don't think
on.
there is an answer. Because I thought we were going to see Envy go for a play, and
Maybe it's a misjudgment of how big the Mega Cone is.
I don't even know if it's a Mega Cone angle. Right, like Kael is very far ahead of the player, and they think they're going for a 2v2. And then, yeah, Closer and Kael are both there. Jinx also can like slow down the other two from arriving a little bit. And just Humble Life getting ahead of themselves. They, like for the games, it doesn't matter. I don't really know because they still got Soul Point. But maybe Sandbox now realizes we're closer in gold, and the best way to win this game is by letting them get Camtech Soul, because you know what that put?
Oh, the Willer effect?
The Willer Elder angle.
And there could be 4 smites in that battle as well.
Yes.
That is a lot
on
of...
award.
Ooh. That's a lot of smiting things.
Atlas, I know that we were on track for you to know exactly where you were and what was happening.
Yeah, no, it's gone again.
The first 18 minutes of this game were just following nicely along that.
Yeah. There was a
now,
clear plan. Now it's a choose your own adventure, and I don't know which page to go to. Just haven't decided yet. We'll have to find out. I think we might just have to experience it, and that's how it's going to go. If this is Liv Sandbox finding themselves some confidence,
are we killing Kingen again? Like he learned clearly.
Is asking the question. As that's a bit of a front flip. That was actually, as far as the diving for the Olympics is concerned, pretty good stuff. As Charm going to connect onto Clid, able to get the play back as well as he tries to safeguard his way out. Presses so many buttons to escape, but they're not going to be enough.
Sandbox, that's the jungler gone. There is a Lissandra and a Fed Cannon in this game.
I don't know whether this is the optimal play, but it is a play you can make.
They need to get some vision.
Zeka over the wall. Does have Everfrost there as well. Bertle doesn't find the Empowered Shock Blast, but this Baron is so low as life. Just dives into the pit. Blade Caller doesn't get a lot of value as Kingen. Also, not finding too many kills, and there is the Baron secured by Willa. Of course it is. And now they're looking to win the fight. Viper picking up a kill on the Closer is massive, but there is a Super Mega Death Rocket. Envy gets excited. The hook goes wide, but it does not matter because Willa has a Q button and he punishes the Xayah. Humble Life are just falling apart.
And it starts with a hero play from Closer, this Ahri that we questioned. You need to hit the charms. Sometimes it's just that easy. And you know what? He hit the charm.
He did.
On Glid. And then Glid was dead.
He was gone. And then they went for a Baron with a very fed cannon, who then just did nothing.
Yeah, even with Cosmic Drive being done there, and this pick on Clid, credit to Sandbox. Very well done. And then they're like, yeah, let's just flip the game. Why not? What I'm just wondering is like, the charm, oh my god, that's why they win. They win literally just Closer.
Yeah.
Like that charm onto Kingen, that wins them the fight. That might win them the game. Those back-to-back charms?
Absolutely. Super Mega Death Rocket connecting onto Rakan there as well. Gives Envy a kill in this fight. Absolutely massive. And Liv Sandbox, let's check out this Baron power play is already. Bertle getting to work on this bottom side of the map. 2.5k going to be that advantage that they built up already. And that is just the beginning. 1.5 minutes remaining as Humble Life looking for a fight. So they do have a minute until a Chemtech Soul. And I think after that fight, getting a bit of extra tenacity could certainly be a good thing.
Well, so we joke about this a lot, right? Like, extra. If Sandbox stack multiple Chemtech Drakes with the triple...
4 of them?
No,
yeah.
like, but it actually, like, look at the Humble Life composition and then consider what happens when Zeka and Kingen and Life are not going to be able to actually CC people for as long.
Yeah. No,
like
I wasn't making it.
Well, no, I was initially, and then I gave it some more fun. Like, no, it's actually good if they can stack multiple. So it's not even a maybe just give him so he can flip for Elder in 5 minutes. I think they're gonna contest this aggressively. Or I say contest. I don't think that Hanwha should be able to contest. So kind of flip it around there.
Yeah.
And something we haven't talked about that much. That we're going to have to talk about now is the fact that Envy is about to hit his Infinity Edge. And that is a really big problem for Hanwha because we haven't really talked about the fact that they are short range because they've been completely bopping the game. So you're always going to get angles on this Jinx, but now...
Yeah, now it's a huge problem. And we saw already that in the last fight, once all of those initial cooldowns go, and Envy, if he's still alive, it's absolutely huge. It's cleared. Oh no, he's going to get caught out one more time. The charm connects. The hook connects. And once again, he is dead. As now Hanwha going to have to run away. The quickness used very defensively as that's a teleport. Hook is going to be a little bit wide there though as Closer. He is going to find the charm onto Zeka there who self-ults, but the Rakan is already dead. Viper's Blade Caller is massive, but is it massive enough? The answer is absolutely not. As Envy's just having a field day and Live Sandbox, they'll deny his soul and they'll get even more.
Yeah, Bertle dies, but who cares? More gold into the pockets of Sandbox. It all starts again with Closer. Heroic performance here on this Ahri. It's going to be the setup here, and Hanwha Life
Every one of
apart
his
at the
charms,
seams.
every one of his charms has been like play winning, and he's got back-to-back game-winning charms. The first one in the last fight was against Clid. This one also against Clid. He then finds another after the hook misses onto the Lissandra. Finds another charm to lock down Zeka.
This play right here, right, like the dash forward into Zeka getting caught. And then if Viper finds the correct angle on his Feather Storm, like, they might get a few kills. I don't think they ever win the play. I don't think they ever salvage it. But the extra feathers could have made the difference.
Absolutely.
But instead...
And now it's an Infinity Edge. So that's a pickaxe turned into an Infinity Edge.
Yeah,
after that play.
Things are not looking... We're back on we're back on the road again, but it's just not the road I thought we were gonna...
Yeah.
We're gonna get today.
Now it's Live Sandbox and how comfortably they're going to be able to sail on their direction towards victory. No, I don't think it's necessarily that cut and dry. There are still angles, but they have to find them now. And Hanwha Life haven't actually been able to set up for these proactive, you know, sweet flank angles and good plays and catching them unawares. It's honestly been Live Sandbox dictating the pace and then Hanwha Life reacting better in other moments that they've looked good. And Viper is going to go aggressive here. Gale Force now on cooldown though as Viper gets on in there. Featherstorm going to be used, avoids the Super Mega Death Rocket, which is definitely good. Q connects from Clid, but he's not able to follow up. And now Viper no ult for the next little while. He's got 3 items as well, but they're not exactly going to do as much as far as that big old power spike like what Envy has provided himself. And stopwatch now complete.
It's also all or nothing on Viper here, because with Exhaust available for Kael, and the mobility for anyone, for Fresh obviously, helping out with Jinxes. Oh, we're getting a flank here, they don't know.
Yeah, Closer is going to come forward, doesn't find the Everfrost value, but can he find the charm? Yes, he can! Onto Life, who does manage to get himself out. Battle Dance finally going to be used there.
Bertle?
As, yeah, looking for a flank angle, not going to quite get there, and it looks like Life will survive. No flash available, as now Willa getting dove on by Zeka, who's still somewhat dangerous. 3 items for him as well, as Kingen hits level 16. Definitely a big moment, but he doesn't have Void Staff as Willa wants to escape. And Willa has to use his stopwatch, but is actually able to buy enough time to get him out of there.
Clid is still alive, so the Baron angle is a high-risk one. Doesn't look like Sandbox want to pull the trigger there, and Life does have to use his flash, but the teleport from Closer there, not going to be enough. And oh my god, I was about to say, like, that would be very, very cool if they tried and set up a Baron here. But it is very risky, and if you do get caught, you probably lose the game immediately. As
yeah, I don't know what the angle is necessarily, but I would have liked that one. You know, it does feel like Hanwha Life Esports are in a relatively desperate scenario. And they do need Baron to win the game. They have a very low-range AD carry. The counter siege also quite okay with MB being able to pretty comfortably farm.
Desperately looking for direction in life, aren't you?
I am.
You're just...
It's not in life. Like, I'm pretty sure esports commentator is kind of what I've found, but
in this game,
100%.
And maybe even in the series.
Yeah. Just the day in general, honestly. It's not like it gets easier in our next series.
Well, how did it start? Was it from the get-go or the moment you set foot into Lore Park?
Probably when I read the schedule.
That was like a while ago then?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I've been
dreading this day.
Yeah, and I feel like maybe I should have been preparing mentally, but instead I was just getting more and more anxious, which is not the right way to go about it. Instead, I should have been confronting the situation.
Well, it doesn't have W just yet, but we'll have it now.
Gets himself out as closer, dealing with this wave. The Ahri, so important for this composition. It's been playing very, very well. Horizon focus. Never really liked the build myself, but I'm not going to doubt anything that Closer is doing this game. As Bertle just happily throwing out Shock Blasts here in this lane. Being unable to find the same amount of value that he has in the past, but now he has the 3 items that he really wants, as well as the stopwatch, which he absolutely needs for these team fights. Flash available as well. I mean, Kingen could be a difference maker if a fight comes out, but Live Sandbox have just been playing them better.
Level 16, Flash available, Rocket Belt available.
Yeah.
All the tools are there. It just comes down to, can you make the play? And Hama Life are going to try and catch Live Sandbox off guard. They were moving as... Oh, that's a late teleporter. They have double slide as well.
Yeah, they're going to dive into this pit. Super Mega Death Rocket is just going to help get this one down faster. Will is going to dive into the pit, but they managed to secure it. Slicing Maelstrom, kind of massive, but now the Jinx is excited. She's doing so much work in this pit as Kingan's going to be taken out as well. Clit is just dead, and we are going to a game number 3. Hama Life, they return the favor.
That's going to be it.
Oh, man.
Clean ace.
And now, from what we heard the Des talking about earlier, oh yeah, you definitely pick Live Sandbox. After this game, maybe after the next game, now it's a little bit up for debate. As Live Sandbox, massive redemption in this game. They get that one turnaround. Closer, man. The easiest POG vote ever. Both mid laners popping off one game after the other. And as far as performance turnaround is concerned, I don't think we've seen more night and day from a player this year.
We go from a Sandbox that are...
He flashed into Event Horizons in the last game, and this game, he ran 2 team fights by himself.
Yeah, and then Closer and Comfort just hits different. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, yeah.
Never again Closer Taliyah. Get it away. If you ban it when you're on the opposing team, don't. It's great. Let him have it. Because this man on his Comfort champions is just crazy. That's like the gap between Closer on his best champions and Closer on like any random mage is monumental. But I like the zoom in here, the slow zoom in, because that B1 Wukong is something that's a risk. There's a lot of champions that many teams would prioritize over that. If he gets it,
if you can mind control your opposition to blind pick Rakan, then it's genius. That's what
I think Willow just played a great game of League as well.
He did. No, he absolutely did. I do think that there are some things to talk about as far as... I don't think that Xayah Rakan is first pickable. I don't think you can blind pick it necessarily.
No, I agree. I'm right there with you, Atlas.
It's nicely played, though, by Envy and Kyle. Kyle especially, man. Just from lane to team fights, he was also fantastic. Unfortunately, for the POG points, Closer kind of stealing the show there. Fantastic comeback game from the mid laner and the support especially, and the jungler. Willer, of course, having a fantastic performance. It is break time, and then it is going to be the space, and that deciding game number 3.
줄 한번 켜줄게. 걔는 안 보인다. 천천히 해봐. 천천히 싸움 보자. 싸움 보자.
싸움 이거.
아래쪽 가줘. 이쪽 가줘. 아래쪽.
천천히 가자.
가봐.
야 죽여 끝내 가자. 나이스. 아 좋아요.
나이스 잘했다.
야 태연아 사랑해 미안해. 태연아 내가 너무 미안하다.
나도 미안해.
태연아 사랑해.
미안하다.
내가 너한테 짐을 줬다.
이겼으면 된 거야.
가자.
아 쉽지 않다 너무.
내가 미안해 태연아.
아니 태민이 형 아프다. 감정이 있는 거 같은데?
앞성
끌지 말고 이거 먹자. 확실히 나는 우묘를 해야 돼. 나이스.
나이스.
태민이가 잘 붙였다.
그러니까 아니 내가 보통 많이 받았는데.
너무 잘 붙였다. 나이스.
나이스.
땀pad다 나다.
I think we've all agreed our all pro, our like first all pro team is gonna be
T1 and Deft.
Zeus, yeah, T1 and Deft basically, or Viper,
yeah.
right? Like so, it's really only Gumo who's not on the team this time, and
It's not even a
That's
dig to
wild.
Guma.
Yeah,
it's
no.
just because the other
Yeah,
players are
our
like
bot
good.
lane pool is insanely
Def won
stacked.
Worlds and Viper
Won the Worlds before that.
Yeah.
So like I don't know.
And they're also playing extremely well.
It's not, yeah, exactly. Like it's not because
And do you know what's
it's
crazy?
not that Guma didn't win Worlds that
Yeah.
he's ranked lower. It's more like these guys are so insanely good that
Yeah.
Guma's also insanely good, just not quite that level.
And I think Guma probably will win Worlds this year.
That's
Seems
the
likely.
same bet.
So like
Safe
Viper,
bet.
Deft, Guma, like
Guma.
That's a good 1-2-3 to have.
that's
guys.
not bad, is it? Yeah.
I'm good.
Before that, it was Ghost.
I love Ghost though.
yeah.
He's
plays
he's a
guitar.
great dude. Yeah.
Who was
He's
AD
a good
for
streamer.
FPX? 2019.
LWX.
2019?
Was it yeah,
LWX.
yeah.
And then 2018
was
Jackie?
Love,
And 2017 it was Ruler.
Yeah. Okay, so we
We did it.
I
We
thought
did
all
it.
pro. So
I thought it was going to be harder.
Yeah,
than this.
Yeah,
so
me
mids-
too.
well,
Because
mid-
we did top 3, I think that helped us. Because I
Yeah.
think 4 and 5 is where it gets super
Where I guess
messy.
like, what are you saying?
yeah.
Bulldog.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we did kinda do
I
that.
guarantee you, one of you will have a like a similar level of all of you will have a similar level of like insane fifth pick where you're like, what if it actually is Morgan?
It's dun dun. I mean, I could probably actually dun
the problem with
Mm.
Bulldog is that we have like so many good mids. You know, some of the other roles I'm like, yeah, it's an interesting take. You can
I
have
also
your
think
opinion.
it's like it's a bit recency
it's
bias
fine.
with how good Closer was and how much he like hard carried that team in the first round. Like I can't.
I also think
can't
I'm
put him
doing
over
Zeka
that.
a little bit dirty, but I thought it was fun to start a discussion.
No, I think it's fine, and I also think that like the Zeka Closer conversation is interesting as well. But I think that will do it.
They're the same player. That's the discussion.
Yeah.
They're the same person, actually.
And I'll never give it up. Don't you know I'm unbreakable? Never gonna stop. I'm unbreakable. 'Cause I'm unbreakable.
Hello and welcome back to the space as Liv Sandbox are able to tie up this series 1-1 with a big comeback win in game number 2. Guys, I think this one all starts with the draft. So you guys had some pretty particular information you wanted to touch on here.
Did not like the draft for Hanolife Esports even a little bit. Except like Klid getting Lee Sin, that part's okay. But picking the Xayah Rakan face up here when Jinx is available, fairly risky call. And then we blinded Kennen because he's really good right now and his Q does a lot of damage, but like you don't know what matchup you're gonna play into. The top side of the map went crazy, and we'll talk about that later. But I think what Kennen and Lissandra offer you in the mid game and also in skirmishes is very little. So yeah, you got the counter pick for the Ahri, but she ran all around the map and way outplayed you at every single moment. There were so many different ways to set up picks. The Kennen ults were useless because you're playing into exhaust, you're playing into a Ahri who can charm the Kennen. Like, it's impossible to play Kennen into this comp, basically, as we can see when you watch the game. And I just thought these picks were really risky and frankly disrespectful in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I mean, you highlight the leasing from the Klee, but also one thing, Leaf Sandbox really got Wukong. So both got a really
also that, yeah, play Kennen into that too. Good luck.
And it's a Xayah Rakan against the Zinx Thresh. These days, especially, the win rate is not going, it's not going up. The Xayah Rakan is surely strong against like Zeri comp, but against the Zinx's Thresh, they've been losing a lot. So it's not like Xayah Rakan is actually a strong pick. It's more so a situational pick. But also we highlight as well the double yellow with the Kennen and Lissandra. Those two picks get really outscaled against the Jason Ahri, like no matter what. So they need to snowball really hard. They need to snowball really hard in all the game. They got to execute it better, but we will see what happens.
Yeah, I think it was a little bit of an early game diff as well. And we can take a look at some of these early clips we had up in the top side, which really did define this early game.
Yeah, I mean, Kennen started kind of poor. Like I said, oh damn, the lane phase is tough. But as soon as these happen, like Bertle should just wait like a little bit, like just 2 seconds, and he would have been fine. But after this play, like it's uncomfortable.
Yeah, this is also pretty inexcusable. The Kennen has flash ult. We're trying to set up a dive. They mess it up. They end up dying there. That was a little bit messy. Bertle having some problems here though.
Yeah, I mean this is like 100% just top lanes over after this play. Dude, look at the Klid has a purple thingy on his hand. He had a Leaf Herald. And they got 5 plate on top lane. And this is how doomed what the game state was.
So you're telling me, wait, Huni, you're telling me that Kennen got 3 kills early, got all the plates, got a whole turret,
and solo
kill, and still couldn't team fight in the late game? Wild.
Well, certainly was the way it played out in this one, as I think we can jump straight into our second highlight, which was this Baron. And this was after the pick, which happens very early on. They get Klid, right? And then the Sandbox, of course, they're like, well, we can take a free Baron now.
Yeah, I mean, Lee Sin can jump with like 1 screens away, but still, you know, like Ahri can also jump with 1 screens away together. Like, you can't. Like, if you make a mistake, you gotta make a better assumption that you gotta do something that they decide to fight off.
Zeka here is caught on the flank. They see him, and that was, I think, the one hope you maybe had here as HLE. But
watch
then,
the Kennen.
Yeah, watch the Kennen here too. Just trying so desperately to get in here and do something, and the ult is totally useless.
Ooh, Protobelt into the charm. I guess it was a nice charm, but you can't really fight off after here.
Yeah, you're fighting into charm. You're fighting into Wukong ultimate. You're fighting into Thresh, the box, Everfrost, like.
I mean, first of all, just getting picked, it was a critical mistake, like 100%. But still, even before this happened, they throw 2 times in a row. One time they TP top when it wasn't necessary, and one time they just went into too deep in the jungle and then they got whole caught. And just games like they should actually snowball executed better, and with the comp, but they didn't do it.
It was a messy game from HLE. I think this is not the best game that HLE is looking to play. Like, this is not indicative of where their strength is right now, but draft was a little bit sus. I think the execution very poor here. A lot of overextensions. Atlas mentioned, like, oh, maybe you don't pick Live Sandbox. No, 100% you still pick Live Sandbox, but
I think we're still on a messy game.
This was a messy game.
Absolutely. You guys would have preferred something instead of a Xayah in this case, because the Rakan was picked first, and then they saw the enemy bottom laner. Do you want them to pick, like, I don't know, a Kai'Sa, perhaps? If you're going to go, like, all in on the dive, something that can actually follow up on some of those other dive champions you have in the comp?
I thought the Rakan, like picking the Rakan early kind of locks you into that duo a little bit. I mean, there are other champs you could play, like the Kai'Sa in particular, but I think the Kai'Sa runs into similar problems with all of the different ways to peel and stop dive from happening in this draft. I don't think she works, but could have tried to like run a Draven or something, but again, it's like you have a lot of issues here.
I mean, especially these meta right now on the bottom from the patch, I think that's why the people have been picking blue side way more, because it's easier to pick when it's a compare, like when it's a pair pick, it's a 2-3. So fair enough to Leap Sandbox to was winning side from the draft.
Yeah, and as you were just talking about, everybody wants to pick blue side. Hanwha Life are going to pick blue side here. Not a big surprise. Any expectations? You think another first pick Lee Sin in this case, even with Ashe available? Ashe has kind of plummeted off the face of the earth in these drafts.
I think having that 80 carry counter pick on blue side is really strong, like Huni is mentioning, because you're going to pick jungle first and then go, what are you doing on 80 carry? And then if they don't pick, then their support and 80 carry is split. So you actually get to get your duo together and then destroy theirs. So I think that's the main reason why I'll do it. I think we will see the Lee Sin first pick again.
Yeah, and also they can use a spare ban on the Wukong too, so they're going to be fine.
There you go. That's what worked for them in game number 1. Guys, let's check out the POG for game number 2 on the side of Live Sandbox. It will be Closer with his 10th POG, 1,000 POG points now.
Yeah, remember back to the time when Ahri was super meta last year after the rework, and he was one of the best Ahri players, right? Up there with players like Faker, like Zeka as well. And it felt like you could really feel the difference in comfort for him on this pick. And despite there being a Lissandra on the other side of the Rift, he was able to find picks and find skirmishes non-stop. And this is just a draft that HLE can't skirmish into very easily, if at all.
Ooh, this fight was beautiful. I mean, he played as well as he can. And also, I think the one thing is like he kind of had a bad game with the game 1, the Talia. But game 2, he actually bounced back himself, that he can actually prove that when he has a comfort pick on it, he can actually perform really well.
Gonna have to take a look at the votes, and then of course take a look first at the fact that Closer is now tied with a T1 player. T1 only losing 1 series so far. Live Sandbox kind of in the middle of the pack, as you do see a bunch of Willer votes as well.
Yeah, we were actually considering voting for Willer too. Like, it was a really good game for him.
I mean, 100%. I mean, I think he deserves more point, but we'll see.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we are done here on the space for game number 2. Let's go back to the casters for game 3.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the breakdown of game number 2. And let's see who is going to be able to pick it up. Will it just be blue side taking victories the entire series? If it is, the Sandbox may be feeling a little bit silly, a little bit sheepish after that, after choosing red side for game number 1.
Wouldn't be surprising, but remains to be seen. I do think that the drafts have been, kind of over the place today, but to me, the much bigger issue was just with how whichever team has either gotten behind, like we saw there for Hanwha, or tried to find leads but wasn't able to, like Sandbox in game number 1. As soon as that plan doesn't work out, they look very flustered. And I think that for Hanwha in particular, going into the playoffs, I'd be a little worried. And the reason why I'm not worried for Sandbox is because my expectations for them are still a lot lower.
Yeah.
Given that these players have just been inconsistent right from the start. And yet here we are. They're still, until this series finishes, a spot ahead of Hanwha Life.
Well, Sejuani, once again, going to join the ban list. I find it kind of interesting that they do go for that one, as Wukong going to be banned away as well. It kind of does make a little bit more sense as long as they're both banned together, just mainly because we know Willa just loves Wukong so much more. First pick Lee Sin still going to be the option here if available, as Kennen going to be banned away. So now, if you first pick Lee Sin, then you give away Varus. And so I don't think that that is something that they want to opt into. I think that the Varus first pick, very powerful right now. Live Sandbox, they do get Lee Sin. That is certainly a good thing. But this is a dangerous start to the draft here.
You can, oh no, I was going to say, so I was going to say you go Karma and you go Lee.
Oh, Vayne. Yeah.
I think with Karma Lee, you feel pretty good. You can go as Karma.
Yeah, I like that.
You have good counter shove Zeri. I'm not on board with, for obvious reasons.
Yep.
And I hope that's not the angle we're taking.
The Lee Sin, the obvious one.
This one, yeah, no-brainer. Incredibly strong. Wheeler has agency. Is going to be able to make plays happen early. And you also take Clid off of it, which I think is a big boon. Even though Clid didn't really manage to find a big impact in the later stage of the game, was actually on the contrary on the receiving end of some tough plays set up by Sandbox. do think that denying him his lead is a great choice. And Sandbox, I like this a lot more because this doesn't give a lot away. And it also means that Hanwha Life is going to not be sure. On the flip side, though, you give up Karma, which I don't know how good you're going to be feeling playing anything into Karma and Varus.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like maybe there is an angle for just locking away a either counter pick into Jace or something for Zeka that he's very comfortable on, and then giving Life a potential support counter pick on that bottom side. I feel like lanes with Varus can be very, very flexible given Varus's natural flexibility in the on-hit variety or the lethality variety. But it looks like they are just going to go for the Heimerdinger. Life just wanting to build more dash cannons on the engineer of the bot lane.
Please no.
He loves it. He does it every time. He will not stop.
I know, but I want him to, and I will keep asking.
Yeah.
Ooh, closer.
The blind Sylas, or not. Potentially the counter pick to the Gnar in the top lane that Kingen is not going to pick anyway. Let's see what they ban away, though.
I wouldn't put it above Hanwha Life to just still lock in Gnar here. Let's not...
Yeah, we don't want to count any chickens. It's a very good point. As LeBlanc going to be banned away here. Just wanting to get as many good Sylas matchups as you can off the table. I think this is very dangerous for Live Sandbox, but it does make sense.
So you ban Karma, I think, is kind of a there we go, kind of a no-brainer. And then what else do you take away here? I personally like banning out Kyle, because I think Kyle was one of the biggest problems that you face on this roster, and making sure that he doesn't get access to a pick that can try and impact the rest of the map. Snowball too heavily is a very good choice.
I wouldn't mind a Jinx ban. Just because Envy has really struggled on short-range AD carries where positioning is so much more valuable. Being able to sit back behind his front line very comfortably on something like a Jinx has been certainly a good thing for him. But they are going to ban away the Ashe instead because she hadn't been banned yet. It just kind of blows my mind. Hanwha Life Esports would have liked to have picked that one up themselves, but they decided to go for the Heimerdinger instead. Of course, Ashe being banned a little bit. Life not necessarily having the pop-off games on the Ashe support, so they're just going to get rid of it instead. And Envy, very vocal here as he talks about what he wants, and that's Samira. All right.
Yes.
And that is...
Okay.
So this is Envy's Samira as well. And at the beginning of last year, when it was Envy and Ice that were playing, there were like a first couple of weeks
well, we didn't know
Envy,
yet.
fresh out of Challenger, known for his Samira play, this was the champion that we were like, oh, who is this Envy guy? He's pretty good. Like, this was the champion that he got a name for himself on. So definitely a great pickup for Live Sandbox as far as Confident is concerned. Whether it's going to be enough is the real question mark. And Kyle probably going to lock away the Rel. Of course, you can still pick things like a Mumu, I guess.
Yeah.
But I would assume that the Rel is coming in.
Yeah, so your options are Leona, Rel, Nautilus, and I didn't even remember the Amumu, but wouldn't even hate that. Rel makes the most sense to combo we see most often. And that is going to be the lock-in here. So early laning phase is going to be very tough. But as soon as level 6 is hit, I'm expecting fireworks on the bottom half of the map. This is very Live Sandbox. They're taking a really big risk here. But given how game number 1 played out, I do think if you play a straight-up game of League of Legends that you're going to run into trouble. Game 2, took a risk with the Ahri. That one paid off. The Hanwha Life combo, I think the Gragas in particular, I really love. The one downside is that obviously you do need to be careful with your costs because they can be cancelled by Envy.
Yep.
And you also, it's not quite Gnar, but Closer is still going to be happy if he can pick up that ultimate as well. But at the very least, it allows you to split up fights, because if Sandbox actually is allowed to get the all-ins that they want on a Varus, a stationary AD carry, I think you're going to be in deep trouble.
Yeah, I believe so too. This is also the Vi Ahri combo that we've seen be very successful in the past. It's a champion that after a rework, it was actually Zeka that debuted her here in the LCK, has a very good win rate on the champion as well. So one of his comfort picks. And I know if anyone does, you know, single out Zeka for anything, It is champion pool. He should not have that issue in today's game 3. The Lissandra, he looked a little bit lost on. Didn't quite have those big angles that this Ari has proven himself on in the past. But the conversation of comfort, I think Liv Sandbox kind of wins in that department. You've got Jace, you've got Lee Sin, and you have the Silas that Closer has just been so good at.
But it's also the type of composition that falls apart when behind. And if Heimer is able to just set up shop somewhere, if you can deny vision and you run into the pick potential that's available there, it's going to be a very tough game. So the early game needs to be clean here from Sandbox, and they've been struggling with that.
They certainly have. Let's find out how they're going to do as we hop onto the Rift for game number 3. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for the deciding game. Game number 3. And Harma Life Esports, we have to remind you of the stake, or the stakes, as it were. Because, of course, whoever wins this gets 5th place in the standings for the regular season. Make themselves look less desirable for a 3rd place team that could be Gen G or D+ Kia. And I think our top 3 have kind of separated themselves.
They have.
Outside of maybe KT, I think there could be some arguments there.
Sure.
You wouldn't hear any E words out of me, so I'm going to put them in the lower tier of our top 6.
Hey, you can even, I think you can safely say that you have T1, League of Their Own, then Gen G D+, which we'll get a better idea of after today. And then if KT are just kind of on their own, because I do think KT is substantially ahead of Sandbox
and KT, honestly, they sit in the middle of
perfectly in the middle.
The universe.
They are.
They could be anywhere.
Yes.
They could be the best team in the universe. They could be the worst team. They are a team in the LCK. I agree completely. If you're making a tier list of LCK teams, KT are in the KT column.
They always are. Yes, that's how, because it's their name.
Yep. No, but the other teams aren't in their names.
I know. I'm kidding. It's okay, Atlas.
Okay.
Don't worry. I was just...
Zeka might get level 2 ganked, and he is going to get level 2 ganked. Does flash, as Willa not going to be able to find the kill, but getting a flash this early is so good for a Silas lane.
Closer wasn't even level 2. He just had his E, and it was enough.
Hey, you still got 2 buttons.
Yeah, hey.
You can abduct and abscond.
You don't have to be worried at all. Going to be feeling great. Now, Willer does, of course, slow himself down considerably. We do see that his level 2, or level 3 rather, is going to be delayed. As he did go for
enemy red
double Raptors, which doesn't actually get you level 3. And that might provide an opportunity here for Clid. Clid is going to be looking here. And, going for the blue buff instead. I don't know if he'll wait here. Because I don't know if he actually wins the 1v1 here. I'd imagine that still goes to Willer.
And he doesn't have any extra vision or anything. Willer's just going to walk his way out.
Or he shouldn't at least, yeah.
He's not going to. So Clid just wasting a whole bunch of time here. And, yeah, getting a little bit played by Willer. Should be a 3 buff, unless... Okay.
It's going in here? I was about to say.
That's a lot of minions for level 2 bottom laners.
Yeah, and turrets. Unsurprisingly, FYI, this bot lane is going the way it is.
Okay. Winning out in the 1v1 is Clid for now. Zeka getting a bit aggressive. You can see Closer's health bar suffering at the hands of this Ari for the moment. Still, the red buff has not been taken by Liv Sandbox or by Harma Life Esports, so that 3 buff still hasn't been put into effect. There is a ward on that camp, though. Closer going for a back timing now. Willa on his Grump, and so... Oh, no. If Clid goes over there after this Rift Cutler...
Willa might look for a play here. There is Flash Engage available here for Kyle. Viper doesn't have mana, but I think it's just going to relieve some of the pressure. And Girdle.
All right, they are still going to dive forward here as Viper is in so much trouble. The Blade Whirl coming on through, and that is first blood. As now Birdle might be in trouble as well, but he just boops them away with the hammer, and that was so forced, but it just worked.
Sometimes you just get real Samirad. The only upside there for Homa is that Envy didn't get kills. That's as good as it gets.
Yep. I'm actually very confused about how this one went down. Just not a lot of respect being paid to this bottom side.
Oh, look at the wave as well.
Oh, man.
I think it's going to be... Ooh, I don't know, actually. It might be... No, actually, it will remain there in place. So, at the very least, Viper can do with that what he wants. The split second. Down. Yeah, the split second too late there. Crucially, Kyle actually gets the auto off, so even after the flash, you still get knocked up, which means you die.
나이스 이거야 이게 쇼부야. 나 이제 아래 위로 갈게. 얘 누르자 노플.
It's every time, man.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but this is also like Envy on ultra comfort here in this bottom lane. It's beautiful to see as Bertel is going to have a really good time in this lane against Kingen for now. He does get level 6. Kingen with his teleport available as well. Bertel had already teleported back to lane. So sort of deceptive there as the charm is going to miss onto Closer. Zeka with the airy build this time around. Not going for the unsealed spellbook like Closer went for, or the electrocute. We've seen a lot of aggressive Aries decide to go with. This is Popstar Ari as well. It's been a while since I've seen that one, since KDA came.
Oh no.
As well as going to come back. Look for this one again as Crashdown not going to connect onto Life, but the Q does. See whether Willa can actually go in for it, as it looks like Life is going to be the sacrificial Heimerdinger. And Clid going to move in, but he's level 4 and just doesn't have anything that he can really offer.
Yeah, so even if you fall behind with the sandbox bot lane, I think Rel and Samira have such an incredible amount of like late game team fighting power that one mistake can spell your doom. If you let them snowball,
oh yeah, it's a disaster.
You're not going to be able to play the game.
I mean, Envy needs to kill minions a little bit.
Well, yeah, he hasn't been doing a lot of that, but he's been eating champions, which are far more nutritious.
They are. Unless you kill the Heimerdinger another 11 times, in which case I'd probably just take a cannon.
Well, you should still take your cannons, yes.
Yeah.
You know, you can't substitute all your minions with champions. You need to have variety of diet.
Oh, that is actually very, very true. League of Legends teaching us things about life.
So this wave stayed very bad, and as a result...
Well, they're going to flash Crashdown, and that is just another dead Heimerdinger. Nothing he can do about it. And if I was the Harmalife Esports bottom lane, I'd be very tilted. I'd be asking Clid whether he could help out. But honestly, this is just Willa capitalizing on this situation really beautifully.
Yeah, things are not looking too hot. The one play on top side didn't work out. Clid tries to sneak away a Dragooni here. It's not going to happen. You know, denting blows is good damage early on. And, you know, top lane's going okay. That's nice, I guess. Mid lane's even. But bot lane is bot lane's on fire. And yes, Envy, I don't know how much he's actually going to end up being up in gold here because of the amount of CS that he hasn't been getting. Because that is, I think, something where Humble Life actually been playing really well. If Clid hits 6 there, you might be in trouble, but not going to be the case here.
Oh, wait. I think Life might be building a Rylai's.
Yeah, very good. He should.
For the first time.
Yeah. Good.
Okay, there we go.
This is gone. Yeah, I don't think Sandbox should just let it go.
They're going to rotate over.
Gonna be here.
Just to send their regards, pay their respects to Shelly. As she falls, there she goes. So Kyle and Envy going to waste a little bit of time there, but they are just going to turn it into a lane swap, which is fine. And Viper misses a couple of CS there. If that shock blast
hit that.
is not going to connect.
Wait, do they know? Okay, they do now. I was a little worried there. Even with that shock blast, I don't think that the Humble Life bot lane should be in any trouble. As are we doing this again?
Yeah, well, Gragas is on his way down. That cannon minion.
Yeah, Bertel's going to be able to catch this. That's a cannon. He's going to be very happy.
Yeah.
Kingen's going to be able to shove it in because if it just sits there for a little bit more, like the amount of gold that you lose is astronomical. And still, even though the all-ins are great, Envy is still sitting on half the CS. That has remained a constant here.
All right, Bertel going to turn up, and like you say, just collects the whole wave. So this is beautifully done. Yeah, the gold lead for Envy is to the tune of about 70. He does collect himself level 6 now as well, as we have a look at this play one more time. Life, just not a lot of options in this one.
Yeah, it doesn't crash down, but you don't win the 3v3, even if there is one, I think. I think that the all-in is so much stronger. And that is something that Sandbox have been doing a great job of forcing, and that I do think that it's a bit of a diffy in the jungle. Because like the advantage that Life and Viper have is specifically poking down and pressuring and shoving and denying CS, right? And poking you down. If you get chain all-in, like none of that matters. Like you don't get to use that power at all.
Yeah. And also, like, the amount of time that Clid wasted, you know, like hanging out towards that bottom lane, trying to fight for a blue buff that just doesn't go his way. Also spends a bunch of time happy feeding when he wanted to steal away the red buff or go to gank top. The gank top didn't actually work either. It was just, in the end, a lot of time that Clid could have spent farming up the jungle, getting towards that level 6 that little bit earlier, and then maybe affecting the map a little bit more. A lot of these things are coin flips, right? Like, a lot of it is about guessing where your opponent's going to be, but unfortunately for Clid, he just did not guess right this game at all.
I really like the composition of Hanwha if you're actually able to utilize the power of this this Vine Ahri, right? If you're chaining the bot side shove and you're keeping Envy and Cal on the back foot, and the priority that you get with your Ahri and with your bot side allows you to then keep an eye on Willer and make sure that he isn't able to get it done as well.
There's the chain CC. That's a very dead Silas.
Yeah.
Closer had flash, but no opportunity to
That's
use
it. Yeah. Right there. Amazing. Great job, Hanwha. Well, now we're even again.
Nailing it. There we go. And that kill being picked up by Viper as well is so important. He's almost doubling Envy's CS at the same time, and honestly, if this was a game where Envy was able to stick around in lane after picking up these kills onto Life, onto Viper in the early game, then maybe we're telling a different story. Maybe he's much stronger. As, yeah, Viper might be picked yet again, as that shot blast is going to land. That cannon is not going to be claimed, and Jonas Strong's like, I want out of this lane. No cannon, no time for it. As Close's hijack was running out.
And the biggest advantage that the Sandbox comp have is the 5v5, and that's where, when we see the first 5v5, I think we're going to have a much better idea. How well can Sandbox actually utilize this? There are a lot of flashes available, so KL will have to find a much better angle as, yeah, really straightforward. Closer feels safe because he has a lot of mobility, but he just walks headfirst into a charm, so he dies. Yeah, not a lot to say about that one. He has flash and Ariel, but yeah.
And Ahri's charm is about the width of the gap that he was standing in between the turret, and he was in an animation. And there were about so many reasons why.
Well, it's also like Clid could have just ulted him.
Well, that is a beautiful little tunnel over. Life putting down the taxi so that Willer could get in, but now cease and desist is going to come through. Willer will be taken down. MB gets an S rank. I don't know whether that's what I'd be ranking this play for Liv Sandbox as they lose the Rel as well.
Crucially there, they have the upfront burst to take down the Heimer, but not going to be enough because Willer already taken loadout. That's the example of that Vi Ahri combo. And 5v5s are great in, but skirmishers I think you have to be a little bit careful for. Also, crucially, Envy doesn't actually have a shield bow yet. We'll pick it up now. That is a big moment. That's a big spike, but Hanwha Life completely taken over control of the gold now.
Yeah, and this is the mid-game, right? This is the time of the game where the Varus is feeling extremely strong, heading towards those two items. And Liv Sandbox, if they can find all-in fights, if they can find moments for the Samira, it's going to be great as, what is it? What are we giggling about? What's happened?
Look at the rift.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Some tenacious gaming. It's a Tenacious Dragon, abbreviated to Tenacious D, I'm pretty sure.
So issue here is that a lot of the resources get invested just in killing the Heimer, and then Zeka also disengages. And it's also they're down a member because they feel safe because Birdle and Silas are both there, but they're a little bit too far apart. The rest of Hanwha Life is much faster to the play. Yeah, well, it's Chemtech again.
So I've got a bit of a theory. One may say it's a conspiracy theory, but I think that Orcs has brought the Chemtech souls to the LCK.
Yes. Well,
there's been so many of them since he arrived.
Yeah,
I think it's.
I agree.
I think it's on Dan almost entirely.
I would concur.
Yeah, we need to get that stat actually. I don't know whether we have enough time. We might look for it in the break. And
We need answers, Atlas.
Yeah.
And we need them now.
Since he arrived, it's been too many. Considerable amount more than I can really tolerate.
Is that just mid lane?
Yeah, that's mid lane turret.
Just be first. Okay.
And this is a pick composition of the single target variety that does very much enjoy having an open map state.
Yes.
Taking mid out of turret, pretty good.
That's a big Q. Envy takes one more of those. He's out of the fight.
He can whirl the blades though.
He can. He also has a refillable and a shield bow, so he's still going to be able. I mean, fighting range is closer.
Oh no, more single target CC. Look, all of it, just lay it gorgeously. And okay, Live Sandbox, they might be able to get Shirley, but no. Shirley's like, nah, don't want anything to do with you guys. Look, you just sacrificed your mid laner. I'm going back home.
But they're still going to fight. Look at KL. That's a fight. That's a fighting position. I don't think
fighting stance. Well, I mean, they still could. Whether it's a good idea as closer.
Okay.
Look at that. Look at that item choice.
Oh, no.
Going for the Mercury's treads. I think that's potentially a good move. Kyle's going to be able to get himself out. Crashes down over the wall.
Man, on our life for tilt proof.
Seriously.
Just gets killed 4 times. No, doesn't care. Hits the grenade, closer dies. And Sandbox are running into the exact issue which I was afraid of with this composition, which is you should not have control of the space, and one skill shot and you die. Like one of these needs to hit, and even it isn't even necessarily one of them because you also have Vi.
Yeah, and
So-
Clit didn't even hit the Vault Breaker knockback.
No.
Man, that was beautiful to watch. Not if you're a closer fan, because he just kind of got punished for bad positioning. Once again, maybe it's every second game that closer pops off.
Well, we still haven't actually seen a 5v5 yet.
Hey, that's true.
But that's credit to Hanwha, because that's what should never happen. But I hope we get one, because I think
it's fun.
It'll be fun.
Team fights are really cool. They're the kind of my favorite part of the game as well.
A play-by-play loves team fights.
I know. Isn't it crazy?
Who could have known?
I know. Well, now you do. See, we're furthering our relationship here on this broadcast.
Yeah, I totally didn't know that about you yet.
Yeah, I know.
After
See?
working with you for 2.5 years.
Yeah, and there's still more to learn. Isn't that great?
That's the beauty.
It is.
We keep evolving.
I know.
We keep changing as people, as individuals. Both
I mean, I
inside.
always like team fights, but I'm sure there's other things that have changed.
Well, yeah, but I knew that. That's not the point, Atlas.
Maybe you haven't figured out that all I want to do is mess with you. And
No, I have. I'm very aware.
just playing it.
But the problem is, and this is something I run into a lot, is I can't help it. I have to bite. Much like Kwangdong Freets, and it's like, the bait is there.
Yeah.
You have to bite it.
You do. You have to bite it. Not like Hanwha Life Esports last year. They like to burst it. This time around, they are definitely going for a different style of composition. Well, I guess they're bursting it, but one target. This time, as Kingen living his best life here towards his top lane, and the reason why we're talking about silly stuff that's kind of irrelevant to the game is because not a whole lot's happening until now. It's cleared. Oh! Presses Q, gets over the wall.
Action.
Mega cones himself into the mid lane.
I thought we landed on Gigacone.
Oh, yeah, I find it easier to say Mega Clone. It's like
Sorry?
a lot of the G
You said
sound.
clone.
Mega Clone?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a Wukong, I think, with a wild growth used on his Warrior Trickster.
I could see it.
That's a Mega Clone. I apologize.
Are we fighting? Because this is a fur dragon, and the fur dragon in question is Chemtech. So I think no. I think we do not.
Yeah, I think it's a gentleman's agreement. You just take one Drake
Oh,
apiece over and over again.
We haven't had one yet. This is the 50-minute Hanwha game, right?
Well, it could also be the 50-minute Live Sandbox game.
I am not trying to single anyone out of these two teams. Let me be very. We can make a combination. It's fine. The HLSB.
HLSB.
Yeah, there we go.
Got it. ELSB?
I feel like that's too many letters.
But then why are we omitting a letter from Hanwha and not a letter from Live Sandbox? That feels
No,
like
because there's a double up.
Ah, HLSB?
Yeah.
And so it's Hanwha's L.
Yes.
But it's also...
Well, they might win this game, but yeah, it is Hanwha's L. Really? That one gets you?
Yeah, that was a good one. I like that one a lot. Well, we'll just have to decide on who gets the L at the end of the game, you know?
Well, it was still out of that one, Atlas.
It was more recently Hanwha's L, but before that, It was Live Sandbox's L.
Oh.
Wow, the fun we're having with these acronyms.
Envy's gonna, he's gonna finish. I don't know if it'll be T or IE. I assume IE, but BT is really good in Samira as well. Live Sandbox is kind of just gonna give up stuff in the most general sense.
Well, they are going to gank early here. Oh my god, the Everfrost value is just massive. They also get the charge from Shirley. Oh man, and Willa does go down as well. The charm is going to be avoided this time by Closer, as Kingan's also chasing Birdle.
Yeah,
it's all falling apart.
Knocked him into the turret there. Birdle does have Gorge Ranker. Will help a lot in this specific matchup, but that is a inner, and yeah, I think we are not too far away from bounties. And Sandbox, you have a great 5v5. That's all fun, but everyone keeps dying one by one. Oh, not a whole lot's going to be happening. They are aware that this is going on, but I don't know if knowledge is enough. Willer is dead.
Yeah, there's just no way to get in here. No way to smite it.
Oh, the TP. They're going to try and contest.
This is the Live Sandbox way. Closer just dives into everyone.
What?
I don't know about that one. They have no smite. It's just going to be secured. Okay, Magnustorm comes in, but now the team fight could be on. Envy, can you make this one happen as he's fighting Viper in the backline? The Giga Clone going to be used to get Viper out to safety. Life is waddling for dear life, and I don't think it's going to help him. The attractive foul. Yeah, that is just going to be the kill. So, how many do they lose? Everyone except Viper.
If they time this well, I actually think they get out ahead on gold here. Like this char. Oh, Zek, he knew. That was clean. This is great. And then that decision to go in from Closer. Man, this guy really doesn't care. I love it.
No, he doesn't.
Watch this. He Giga Blast Cones into like 4 people. But it's all about the setup, right? He just wants to maximize his damage so that when KL sets it up, Envy can knock it down. And then here, they're able to take down Clip. Viper gets away, sure, but everyone else ends up going down here. And if they get, after this, the mid and bot lane turret in quick succession, I actually think they maximize bounty gold as well. Like, if you make sure that the bounties don't drop off.
Right.
And they didn't get mid, so not going to get the bounty on that. But still, you are currently looking at the game being even again, Atlas.
Oh, baby. 1.5 minutes until the next dragon. Pivotally, it is a soul point for Humble Life Esports.
Yes.
Chemtech Soul on the table. Getting tenacious. Absolutely fantastic. Healing, shield strength. You just get so many things. Sub 50% health, cool stuff happens.
I'd personally say that barring Hextech Drake, none of the other Drakes are actually trying to get involved with technology at all. And power to Chemtech for that. Trying to work his way out. Education is important, as Birdle might be dead.
Well, he is going to get explosive cast.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of vision, so I think that if they knew, you just Vi-ult him and he dies, but don't want to take the risk here of running into a setup, because Sandbox have already in this series set up traps, such as that one.
Yep. Viper has completed his Duskblade, not wanting to go towards the Prowler's Call this time around, although we do love it when Varus is feeling like in a good enough position to pick up that item. Duskblade might help him teamfight a little bit better. Kind of like that that sort of aspect of it, if you can use the utility. Even if the stats aren't necessarily quite as good as some other options.
Closer about to ding 15, but not going to be 16 here. For this fight, might be looking at another 5v5 here. The setup is pretty good from Sandbox, and Humble Life can also not fight this. That is okay.
Oh yeah.
You can let this go.
Oh yeah.
You can just shove mid, which it looks like they're doing. I really like the call. I wouldn't try and 5v5 this team. But you do,
Baron just wore out.
You have the vision. Okay.
Oh no, Hummer. They got the shove in mid lane. And Will is going to flash the wall so that he can safeguard towards his rel.
Well, that's a big summoner gone.
Yeah, bit of a scary moment. And actually, that summoner, that's one that allows Viper to play the game a lot more comfortably. But Closer does have an explosive cast. Birdle looking for the flank angle, finds a really nice shock blast there. Still holding onto our eye buttons are Humble Life Esports as the explosive cast, not the most value, but so it's tenacity on both sides of the rift, Chronicler. One apiece of these Chemtech Drakes. Could be 7 elementals this game.
could happen. The one thing I'm worried about is that as this game goes later and later, I think Hanwha's job becomes harder and harder. Because you're still going to have great single target damage, but just taking down a single target might not be enough anymore as, they're looking for the angle. They're going to get spotted here though, so I don't think they'll find one.
I do like the amount of defensive vision that Hamalife do have, as now Zeka could be in trouble. The chains are going to land. Spirit Rush utilized here. Cease and Desist is just going to murder Willa. Not a lot of options, and that is just a Spirit Rush. Gets Zeka to safety. Clid is just off on his own, on a mission, and he is still running. I don't know whether he'll survive, as he's okay, Bertle is going to be able to find it here, I believe. Clid knows where he is. Is this the genius play? Is he going to do it? Crashdown comes in, but he gets the speed up, gets himself out. It's just too easy. It's just too easy.
That's a 1-for-0 trade, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Not a lot happened there, though.
No, it really didn't. I got pretty amped up about it.
Oh, I appreciate it. It's the great escape.
Yeah. All right, now we get to see it again.
Wait.
Or do we?
There we go.
Yes, we do.
As that Q, a little bit late from Willow. If he's a split second earlier, I think that might be fine, because Zeka already dashes as the Q comes in, and then here goes Clid. A man on a journey.
He's just, I mean, this is why you take the blue pet, man. Vaporeon, absolute MVP. Look at this. That gets him out of that brush on time. Oh, baby.
Yeah, covering all the angles there, not being as well done as one might like from Sandbox. Nicely done by Clid.
Tenacity diff. It's a tenacity diff.
No,
that's what it is.
No, it's not. It's one Chemtech, okay? Don't get in here with your tenacity
Actually, no, it can't be a tenacity diff, because he's got steel caps. And in fact, Willa has the higher tenacity. The extra Chemtech also picked up for Liv Sandbox in that last fight, even on tenacity.
Once BT is done, I think the game becomes very hard for Sandbox. If Envy can finish that,
it becomes really hard for Hamalife.
For Hamalife, yeah. No, things are great. Oh my god, again!
No! He just finds him! Orbit Deception going to come through, but Willa does safeguard his way out. Bomba! Not going to work out. And Willa is just going to limp his way home.
Are they going to start Nash again? Have we not learned? He's actually alive this time.
Another charm is going to connect, though. Maybe this is all about Zeka feeling himself, as there is no Mega Blast Cone available. I think maybe that's what they have been considering here. As Envy at 50%, Viper finds the ult onto Bertle, who flashes to immediately get himself out. Kyle not finding the most value there with the Magnet Storm. And even Life is going to survive for the first time, it feels like, this game, as Zeka is dashing around. Closer also doing the same thing. They have the same R button as Bertle trying to turn it here. He knows that he's dead. He knows he doesn't have a way out. And the Baron this time was turned off of, and a team fight opted into by Hamalife Esports. And that spells success, as Willa is now up and available, though. And so maybe now if they go back to the Baron.
Closer SCP. I think they're still going to try and contest this, but it's
100%.
3 versus 5. Hellforce alone, Viper and Life, though. And they know.
Yeah,
Super
Envy.
Vision Cone.
Okay. Kingen?
I think you might have to peel off.
Well, we'll see what they can make happen here. Cease and Desist available. Zeka is going to deliver Closer into the backline. As Envy's made it over, he finds a decent Blade Well there, but Clid's still going to be able to take them down. Envy does get towards his ultimate, but it just does not do anything. And Willa is also going to be punished yet again. Oh, still, Flash does come through. These safeguards to Kyle are saving his life. As a Track Repel is going to come forward, Kyle is able to just trot his way out. I don't think that was even a canter. And he's absolutely fine. His Control Ward going to be taken down. If he steals this, that would be absolutely huge. And Hanwha are going to back away off of the Baron.
Much ado about nothing. That one is, it's a constant back and forth. Viper really nicely done here. Bertle immediately forced to defensive flash, and crucially, Envy doesn't get to play the game here, right? He already gets taken very low, and even with Closer going as aggressive as he did, there isn't the follow-up, and you need the damage. You need your Samira to be in this fight. Bertle then gets taken down, not going to be able to stay alive throughout all this mobility, and things look okay, but this is a 3 versus 5, sure. But the health bars are kind of low. And then that
the
charm
charm.
on Envy, and Envy, as a result, I think, not being able to stack up his ultimate in time, ends up being really, really big. Then Kingen also interrupts it with the body slam. And then we get this chase, which is why no objective actually goes down, as we have more fights.
Yeah, this is, in fact, a Live Sandbox versus Harmalife Esports game. So mid-game is all about just consistently fighting.
Oh
The
my
Dragon
God.
going to be secure. A free Chemtech Soul? Are you kidding me?
Soul point.
Unbelievable. Amazingly done here by Harmalife Esports as Kingen. He's clearing out vision here towards the bottom side. The Baron, it's too dangerous. Both teams understand it's too dangerous. They're like, everyone keep wards there. You're allowed to just have vision, and we will agree to now have a bit of respite, a bit of farming time.
Oh, what's it called? In the Lion King, it's like the Forbidden Land. Like
The elephant
sun,
graveyard?
Yeah, everything the sun touches, you can go.
Yeah.
And you see the Baron pit in the distance.
Yeah.
But don't go there.
That's not part of the Pride Lands.
It's not safe.
Absolutely
It
not.
can't protect you there.
No. And Kingen also in a lot of danger here as well. He is going to flash, but there is a Q. Oh no, the party cask as well. He takes a while to go down, but he will be taken out. Kingen not having the most fantastic day today. And that is continuing to occur here. Chains of Corruption also going wide.
No, Sandbox, no. Sandbox, oh, they're going to. It's Sandbox. What am I talking about? Of course they're going to.
I mean, Kingen, he's got teleport, right? But it's 35 seconds. And also, their control of this pit is actually kind of huge, as Kyle does take a fair bit of damage. Closer on the flank, but he was spotted.
Focus big.
Yeah.
A lot more sustain now. This is what we were talking about. Zeka looking for the angle.
Control ward going into this pit. They are not going to take it down. They are just trusting in Willa. Clid gets into the back and just steals it. Just takes their lunch money. He will be taken out, but he does his job. In Clid we trust, I guess. As teleport from Bertle, he'll immediately get charmed up. Life throws a grenade at him, and Bertle just sacrifices his whole health bar. As, all right, Zeka gets the Blade Whirl out as, oh, the Flash Magnet Storm, but immediately the Flash response. Kyle going to be punished as Zeka outplays him. Oh man, this has got me on the edge of my seat, but for all the wrong reasons, Chronicler.
Oh, that might be what ends it, as anticlimactic as that was. Because they get the pick on King, and clearly the plan for Sandbox is kill Clip before it can get close. So this pick is great. You know, they find all the right tools, they find the angles, they take him down. Good CC chain. But then this is where trouble arises. Closer with that ultimate, I think, is looking to ult Clid, but Clid knows this and just finds the angle, and then it's the damage from Zeka that actually helps him secure it. As then the teleport from Birdo attempted, I think, to catch Life or Zeka off guard. Not going to be the case. And that steal might end up deciding the game. And then Zeka going in here. The cancelled crash down there is the big thing, right? Because
he cancels crash down with a charm and then...
yeah.
Oh my god.
And I think the problem there is if Kyle flashes like below him and then gets it, because he was going to charm no matter what, then maybe there's an angle. But at that point, you know, maybe Zeka does hold it and you run into the exact same issue. And now, that's probably going to be the soul. That's probably going to be, at the very least, an inhibitor. And that should be enough for Hanwha to not allow Sandbox away back into this game. But I feel, can you sense the hesitation? Can you feel the...
Oh yeah, I'm just not going to make any definitive statements about what's going to happen
until the
in this
Nexus
game
is falling.
I believe that a Nexus may explode this game.
Not even will.
It may. No, it can't be that definitive. That's crazy. As Life possibly in trouble, but they'll let him live for now. Willa going to get snared up for a moment. 1 minute 20. You know what time that's going to be, right?
It's going to be
triple stack.
It's going to be the soul. Yeah.
Triple stack.
They don't have Merc Rats Atlas. They might have... Oh.
Okay. Zeka going to get auto-attacked by Envy a couple of times here.
Oh my god, Clid doesn't know!
Oh dear, Close is going to find him. See whether Clid can keep himself alive. It is kind of important that they have their jungler at this moment in time, and Megacone says goodbye, everyone. I can see what Valdez's point is.
No, I love it. It's so fun.
It does allow for some disengaging, doesn't it?
Hey, if that's a normal cone, you're fine as well. Okay. I don't get the anti-giga cone campaign that's
Oh,
happening.
no. But Valdez, I think he just hates all Flora
That's actually
pretty
true.
equally.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But if you amplify it, I think his point is that life doesn't get better.
I think Life has been having a great bounce back.
I think he's definitely getting better. However, it did not start off very well.
Oh, Sandbox, are you really willing to throw the game over Chemtech Soul?
Yeah.
All or nothing.
Valdez just confirmed, by the way, that he hates all Flora equally. Just so that you guys know. Yeah, we are fighting for this. Absolutely.
They have no vision on the upper half.
Every fiber of my being wants Live Sandbox to get this.
So we can get maximum
I just want maximum Chemtech.
What might happen, Willer is been very crisp on these steals.
Oh yeah. Apart from the last Baron.
You got one shot, Live Sandbox.
One opportunity. As Closer is going to find Zeka here on the northern side. He's dashing on in, looking for it. And they are all distracted by the Silas. The Drake's also just getting ignored by everyone. Shock Blast goes wide. Button's being pressed.
Yeah, Closer's going to look for a TP here. There's no TP available for Zeka. So there should be a health advantage here for Sandbox.
Yeah, and Closer should have his hijack back up before this fight is concluded. Cute little kick there onto Clid, but the Drake isn't going to go down as there's the Magnet Storm from Kyle. He gets in there, Bertle, he finds the backline, but he finds his death as well, and it's the Heimerdinger getting his revenge. The fight well and truly on here as the Samira still alive for now, but the health bar's going down low. The Drake ignored. What about the Drake? Live Sandbox and Hanwha as Closer, he's trying to find it.
There's no jungler.
Yeah, no one's hitting any of
these
skill
shots. They should get it.
And Kingen just decides he wants to walk at them. Yep, Viper's going to secure the soul. And now Zeka may have walked face first into Closer, but he has the charm. He finds the angle, and there is the piercing arrow. Hail of arrows going to come in as well. And Viper is going to lock down Silas. I think the game might be over as that body slam, just amazing, but he still hits S. And they managed to take down the Heimerdinger again, but they've been doing that all game, and it hasn't spelt victory. Viper is going to get the double kill. That's going to be the ace, and that should be the game for Hanwha Life Esports.
And it was a topsy-turvy ride, but in the end, Hanwha Life going to take that 5th spot here from Sandbox. Alberto and Willer are alive. Have we gotten ahead of ourselves? Elder?
Yep.
Elder?
I got a bit. Look. I may have spoken too soon, everyone.
I was swept away by you.
I know.
fooled me.
It's one could say that I'm not accurately gauging the state of the game.
Wow. How dare you?
And I apologize, everyone. It has been a ride.
Impeccable positioning here from Viper has been the case throughout most of these. And then if that hits, maybe
Chains of Corruption being like gentleman's agreement thrown into the abyss.
Kingen also being a real trooper here. The Gragas actually being so big because it can deny so much, right? The ultimate from Envy. Zeka there with an amazing trap. I gotta take back my POG vote. I'm not ready to vote. What was I doing?
I mean, it might still be a fine thing to do.
No, I'm right there with you, Atlas. I am not making a definitive statement until this game is done.
As Live Sandbox, they've set up the brush. Zeka standing on a what? No, it's not.
And it poked down.
Being turned off as Life throws all of his rockets.
There's fruit.
Okay, Shock Blast connects onto Life.
Closer?
As Closer is going to get hit by the Chains of Corruption, he does immediately go into his Zhonya's. As the charm is timed gorgeously. Once again, the pickoff on the mid laner is Kingen. He's happy to tank, even if he does do a fair bit of damage here as Envy. He's almost out of the fight. Kingen dives forward. Bladewell now on cooldown, and Live Sandbox are just melting. Clid wants to find his angle. He doesn't have his ult, but he's still acting so aggressively. Piercing arrow connects as Bertle almost gets commented to death. They dive on top of Clid, but he gets his health back, and Viper is just sniping them.
Turrets.
Chains of Corruption once again comes down. He's autoing. He's trying to get it in there. Willer, he turns it as now Viper says, I'm absolutely massive. And now the game is just being won elsewhere. Bladewell does nothing. That is a dead Samira. It's a triple kill. Viper, teleport in here. It's a quadra-kill angle.
I think it can end. No? Yeah, they can end. Surely.
Yeah.
That's it.
They're doing the win the team fight and end thing at the same time, but they all want to be in the picture. So we're just going to bide our time for a moment, and then Bertle will be taken down, and now they all get to be in the picture as the Nexus goes down. Hanwha Life Esports will pick up game number 3. It was just a clean one. No back and forth, really. Kind of an elementary situation here. Hanwha just looking like the better team on the day. I couldn't be more sarcastic
I
tried.
don't know who to vote for. It's really tough, okay? You see my struggle,
I
right?
don't want to cross it out and just go with life.
No! Bad Atlas! I don't know. I flipped a coin. That's the charms I had to do.
Yeah.
I wanted to vote for Viper.
You could have voted for Viper.
Good.
Oh, maybe we change it. Maybe we just let up to the girl that just took the.
No. I crossed it out
she
well.
could do it.
There's no confusion there.
No, I know, but we could just say no. We want your opinion instead. We can't decide.
Wait. Maybe I should have done it in the middle. Because that's what his match was. Right in the middle, up until the end.
It was definitely that.
Oh my god. No, I went with Zeka. I think he was too good.
He was definitely very good. It does mean that we'll just get the conversation with Zeka as well. Subin and Zeka will be taken to the stage. I actually think that we get the conversation with the whole team no matter what.
Should be the
so
case.
It doesn't actually matter. Oh man, I'm just kind of, my brain's kind of melted after that one. We've got another series tonight, Chronicle.
This is the series. It's Gen GT Plus.
Yeah.
You know this one goes to free.
Oh, yeah. And look, I think
there's a history between the two of us in that series as well.
Yeah, there is. Look.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't bring the Clippers with me. I'm not planning on making any of those outrageous statements.
We gotta calm down a little bit.
Yes.
What did we learn here today? We learned that Viper is really good. Sandbox is probably still the worst playoffs team, but Humble Life is close.
And Zeka's champion pool is a little bit of a problem. Kingen isn't in World's MVP form at the moment.
Hey, he had I think he was okay. Barring the cannon game, I'd run but the other ones were good.
He had some moments, yeah. But I think that you really flip a coin with Clid, man. It makes for very entertaining games, but being a fan of Humble Life Esports must be a stressful experience, to say the least. Life also having a roughie, but like you said, absolutely tilt-proof, because he also had some really beautiful moments.
That's like
on this Heimerdinger.
Smite's at 1400 as well.
Yeah.
So it literally is like.
And that's Orb of Deception, True Damage, and Smite, like almost perfectly calculated.
Yeah, exactly. So just perfect timing there. Man. Yeah, I'm glad we have the desk, because if we didn't, and or Space rather, if we had to talk about that game again.
I'm very much looking forward to what Huni and Wolf have to say about this one. And Valdez as well, because we get another Chemtech Soul that he loves so much. Already weighing in on his thoughts about foliage on the Rift. This was really fun. And I know that we're talking in a lot of confusion. I was discussing how the whole thing makes me feel a bit weird, but a whole lot of fun between these two teams. And I think that whoever faces them is going to be really nervous in the playoffs, because on any given day, you could get a winner or a loser out of these squads.
You just don't know.
You don't.
It's a single target pick that in the end proves to be the most, or the biggest difference maker between these two teams, right? The most impactful thing on the Rift.
Closer taketh away, I think, in a couple of these moments. Because honestly, like that Baron call, mega coning himself right into the pit with no fear.
Amazing.
That was actually huge. But then some missed positions. And yeah. If you're going to make those big plays, sometimes you don't find them. But I share your sentiment, by the way. Looking at these replays, Viper really just being the glue that held this team together.
Yeah, so I think Zeka had like too many high impact moments, but I don't think you can put.
Look at Life just smiling, by the way.
You can talk about Devs, you can talk about Guma, and that's fine. But I think there's very few AD carries he can slot in the position that Viper was in here, and they would have a game as clean as this. Because Viper, I don't know, was it like he ended up with one death in a game where the entire enemy team is really good at killing him.
And they lived in the bottom lane for the first 15 minutes of the game as well.
Yeah. And he was fine. It was just Life.
over
Guess what?
double the damage. And of course, like, Samira is a low-range AD carry. You don't expect her to have damage numbers like a lethality Varus, right? So if you're looking at this saying like, oh, Envy, blah, 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 that's not really it. However, the gameplay we saw was definitely Viper finding more of those angles, as we will have the full team interviews with both Live Sandbox and Harmalife Esports, as this was their final match of the season. But first, we have the space to break down this weird and wonderful best of 3. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you, casters, for that wonderful cast in that series. That was certainly a very weird and wonderful way to end this one.
Weird, yeah. Wonderful,
Weird, wonderful,
weird,
awesome.
Weird, yes, wonderful.
Fantastic game 3. What do you guys think about this draft?
I thought the draft was fine. The Samira Rel, we were a little bit concerned about how that's going to play out into the Varus, and then no respect was shown by Viper and Life at all. So they got punished a lot. So I think it was like bad into the Varus, but then the play was not great there, so they got punished. But then the macro, there were problems.
Yeah, I mean the creep score was a 50-25 when they have triple kill. So it's like honestly, Samira Rel was illegal. Like realistically, if Harmalife played perfectly, I don't think there was any way that Samira Rel could be fitted in this draft. But
it's not great either. Like, we didn't want to put it in red because it worked well in the laning phase, not because it's Samira Rel, but like it got stressed. We didn't want to confuse anybody, but it also doesn't work well in team fights because you have Gore Drink or Jace for follow-up, and we did see a few Magnet Storms actually pair well with Jace just going into melee and pressing his W. But other than that, like, there's not a lot of follow-up range damage for the Magnet Storm, and if your Samira can't get S rank in these fights because there's like a million different ways that this team disengages, they have Heimerdinger turret.
Yeah.
It's
and
really hard.
Brody Slam, like there's so many things that he can be like easily disengaged.
Yeah, Wolf, you said actually when we were watching the draft, the second the Samira got slammed down, they immediately respond with Ari Gragas. Like, it didn't take more than 5 seconds. They're like, okay, well, we just have Charm, Everfrost, Gragas, Body Slam, Cast, slows with the barrels. Like, they have a million different ways to disengage, and so that just made things even worse, and the Rel was kind of faced up. Let's get into some of these highlights. We are going to take a look at some of the disrespect you guys were talking about down in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing that, like, imagine this thing didn't happen, by the way. Like, the game was absolutely just over. This is still double kill. They were still losing bottom, and that's how they caught.
Yeah, so this happens a second time, and Life sacrifices himself here for Viper to get out so he can continue to farm. It happens again, one more time, where Life is actually caught here, coming over. And Willer was just camping this bottom lane, and the engages coming through here actually were really nice for Kyle on the Rel. I mean, this is something to respect potentially in playoffs, the Rel Samira, just not in the team fight composition. But as Huni mentioned, after this play, still like a 30 CS lead to Viper. And then, what we don't have a highlight of, they went topside, and the response from Live Sandbox is not to fight for Herald, not to push plates, not to lane swap quickly. So they lost money in all 3 lanes and didn't get the Herald. And even though they got 3 kills early on the bottom side there, they fell behind in gold.
Nothing. They just decided not to push the wave. They didn't do anything. Basically, they were just keep basing because the enemy team based, which is like that was a complete autopilot, that's not how it works in League of Legends.
Not at this level.
Yeah, we see some of the best teams in the LCK. If you're losing something somewhere else, you're getting wins elsewhere on the map. Live Sandbox didn't do that at all, and we were pretty frustrated by that. We can jump all the way to the end of the game, which we had like a Baron steal in there. We had a Baron take one time from Harmalife Esports, but we get all the way down to the end of it.
I think both of these teams are pretty nervous, to be honest. This is for 5th and 6th, right? And HLE, I wanted to get this highlight because we had a few other highlights we chose and then deleted, but I want to get this one just to show the chaos of this game and how well Clid is actually playing this out with Zeka. The 2 players actually at the end of the game set up several picks here. This one on the closer actually critical for them to actually end and win the game. You can see the Rel engage here. You're like, oh, is there a follow-up? Is this going to work? Unfortunately, in this comp, not really. There's just too many disengaged opportunities. Plus, the split here from HLE is so good.
Yeah, I mean, it started really poor from the closer overextended, and I think they're also like really over investment. He like after closer death, like just tried to save them, and it's the same thing. As we mentioned it from the draft sequence that when Rel jump in, like everyone need to go in the same time, but And a lot of the other way that if you think about it the other way, there's so many disengaged from other side, like Hana light side, so it's pretty easy to play out through the whole team fight.
Viper did like 8,000 damage in this last fight, by the way.
Interestingly, I feel like if Viper was playing a normal AD carry, like if he wasn't playing a lethality Varus in these fights and he actually has the space, like he pops off way harder. Like there's just so much disengage for him. He's like, I can't kill them quickly enough because they're like out of range. We don't have vision. And I only have Qs to kill them basically. But if he was playing like Aphelios or if he was playing Jinx in this fight, Zeri, like these fights look way more one-sided.
Yeah, and part of the reason why you take the Varus is for some of that early game lane dominance, which didn't happen.
Not a good look for either of our teams. I want to.
Yeah, it was pretty messy.
Game. Yeah, it was.
I mean, I would say they're probably both nervous. That's
like I said, I think that's the main reason because this match is really important. You're trying to prove yourself so that you don't get picked by KT. Live Sandbox to get picked by KT. But like you're trying, right? You're trying, and it's a very high stress matchup where not everyone's playing to their best, but you're going to have to turn on that best play before we go into playoffs because that's what matters most.
The issue though is like, you're nervous here. Like we have some players on both of these teams that have so much experience on world-class stages, world final stages on both teams, right? Well, mostly on one, but you're going to be nervous here, and it means a lot. But like you got to go in a best of 5 now. Like playoffs is where you should be nervous, not in this last best of 3. So I'm worried about their mental state going into playoffs.
Yeah, me too. I mean, Birdall, he's the one of the 5 who has some of that international experience, but he arguably is the most nervous player, right, for Live Sandbox. So, gonna have to turn it around. Cool Kids never panic. Gonna have to really hone in on that one, I think, going into best of 5s, because they're both in the first round of playoffs. One loss and you're out. You didn't make double elimination.
Yeah, I mean, especially these series, I think that's why how the HLE got their more lead, like from like macro play, because they were more experienced, less nervous. So I think if they go playoff. Like that's why King was like playing better at the bigger stage. Those kind of the fact that would actually matter in the playoff.
Well, I hope so. Well, guys, let's take a look at the POG here for game number 3. It will end up being Zeka once again, as he does pick up the 700 POG points.
I think in all of the chaos, he was the most decisive player actually of the roster, and since he is the RA and setting up these picks, that's what you need to be. But he looked comfortable in this pick once again, and, you know...
Ooh, display!
Yeah, this was really actually insane. I was laughing so hard when this happened, because, like, what do you do as Willer? You're, like, trying to be proactive, just get shut down instantly.
Yeah, I mean, also, I think it's most of the team fight that he was, like, being really impactful, like, every single situation, that, like, he was not really making any mistake, like, perfect time charm. Like, I think even last team fight, like, he was the one that actually starting to make the play. That really be corrected.
Yeah, I'm sure in a game like this, no. Okay, 11 out of 11.
Not
I was like, sure in a game like this, we're gonna get like a bunch of Viper votes, some King and votes randomly thrown in there. No, 11 out of 11.
Wow.
Everybody on the same page.
I thought for sure 3 bot votes for media. Even media impressing me today.
It's a good day. They're getting better.
Yeah.
They're learning some League of Legends.
Yeah, you know, at least in week 9, we're making some improvements.
Where's the media spy listening to our votes?
Well, as was said before, we are going to have team interviews with both of these teams, which is going to be pretty interesting. Of course, we are going to see the POG interview, of course, first with Zeka, but also we are going to see, I'm sorry, I can't, I don't know what you're saying. But guys, we are going to see the, what was it called?
So there's going to be a Live Sandbox
the playoff as well.
Yeah, so Live Sandbox will be first as the home team, the whole team, and then the POG interview is what I'm getting an update on now, and then there will be the playoff interview you mentioned later on, so it's not their last interview of the season necessarily. It could be if they lose, but yeah, we're going to hear from everybody, basically.
Absolutely, that's what we like to hear. As I think the interview is ready to go, let's hop over to Jisun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. Sorry for the confusion. We are having a team interview from both teams, but first we're going to interview the home team, which is Live Sandbox, and we're going to be joined by Hana Live, the away team, for the team interview later on. We're here joined by the entire Live Sandbox player for the regular season wrap-up interview. Thank you so much for joining us for the interview, Birdall. So whenever I watch you guys play, actually something came to my notice was, you always having your forearm taped whenever you get to play the LCK. So talk us through your determination this season.
좀 건강이 좀 안 좋은 것 같긴 한데.
Yeah, I don't think like I'm 100% like at my best situation, in terms of my health conditions, but my team, our team has been providing a lot of support, a lot of treatments and stuff like the taping as well. So it still hurts, but it's getting better. It's all right. What was your biggest motivation to overcome this kind of struggles?
팀원들도 열심히 해주고.
I mean, our team, they're always working their best. Our coaching staff as well. So that's my biggest inspiration, and also the support from my fans. And this was your first season to participate in every single game as a starter. So what is your biggest takeaway from this experience?
나름 프로 데뷔한 지는 그래도 좀 됐다고
Well, I think it's been a while since I debuted in the LCK, but I think I still need to improve a lot. I have to learn a lot from other players. So having this much of experience is awesome, and I have a long time to keep working hard. So I think this is a great chance for me. And let's hear from Willer. You had an incredible uprise this season. Your outplay, your smite, and also your ceremony. LCK fans got to find more and more about you this season. How do you look back on the entire spring regular season? I think this season I was not able to accomplish my personal goal, but I have left no regret in the previous matches I played this season, I just want to make sure that this will be my stepping stone moving forward. So I want to learn from all the mistakes and failures I went through in my previous matches and become a better player.
아마 들으시는 팬분들 굉장히 기분 좋으셨을 것 같은데요. 이렇게 응원 시즌 내내 보내주신 팬분들께
And then, is there anything you would like to say to your fans? I really appreciate your support throughout the regular season. I'm sorry that we were not able to bring a victory in our very last match of the regular split, but we will keep working hard in order to become stronger. And Closer, you also acquired so many more nicknames this spring. The Closer, the God Closer, Goldie Roger, and Hooney's Closer call out as well. What does this spring season mean to you? I have learned so much this season for sure. However, it's a bummer that we were not able to get a win in our final match of the season, but I will make sure to come back to the God Closer mode in the playoffs. And you also won POG in the second match of the series, and you have reached 1,000 POC points this regular season. What are you willing to achieve in the playoffs? I will keep grinding in order to display a consistent performance together with my teammates.
알겠습니다. 이어서 NB 선수께 질문 드리겠습니다. NB 선수는
Envy.
이번 시즌이 진행될수록
At the beginning of the season, you said you wanted to change your reputation, and I think you completely changed people's mind for sure with your performance throughout the spring season. What was your other goals this season, and have you met it? Well, to be honest, my personal goal for the spring season, I didn't really set any specific goal. I just wanted to become one of the good AD carries of the LCK. Now that the regular season has come to an end, I was not a perfect AD carry. I was not the perfect leader of the team, although I'm the captain of the team. But based on this experience, I think I can become a better person and better player.
그래도 팬분들이 보기에는 굉장히 자랑할 만한 우리 원딜이 아니었을까 싶은 생각이 드는데.
But this season, I think you definitely proven a lot of stuff as an AD carry as well. Then Envy, what is your goal for the playoffs? What do you want to show?
누굴 만날지 모르겠지만
I'm not sure who we're gonna play in the playoffs, but
이기고 싶다는
I want to make sure
목표가
that we win the first round of the
1라운드는
playoffs.
꼭 승리하시고 2라운드에 진출하시기를 저희가 함께 응원하도록 하겠습니다. 그리고 카일 선수
And
이번
then
정규 시즌에
we have Kyle.
대천사카일이다 이런 별명이
You were
생기면서
literally
엄청난
the
활약을 또
blessing to the
보여주셨는데요.
Lip Sandbox
신인
squad.
선수보다라는
And a lot of
말이
people
두
say
배씩
you will be
조금씩
competing for the
들려오고
Rookie of the
있습니다. 어떻게
Split
생각하시나요?
award. How do you look back on your regular season performance?
일단 신인상은 작년에 아마
I think
나왔던 것 같은데
I also heard about the Rookie of the Split last year. I'm not sure about
좀
this year.
예상하기가 어렵다 이런 조심스러운 입장이신 것 같은데요. 또 이렇게 카일 선수가 멋진 활약 해주셨기 때문에 플레이오프
However,
진출에
we
큰
were
성공하기도 했고
all
이제 바로 다음 주에
we were so
플레이오프
blessed by your
경기를
performance
치르시게 될
this
텐데요.
season.
각오 한 말씀 들려주시죠.
Then what part of your
일단
characteristic do you want to showcase more in the playoffs in terms of the performance?
문제점을 고쳐서
I hope I can fix all the problems we had throughout the regular season in the playoffs
발전해서
and perform better.
이기지 않을까
I hope we can step up.
네, 플레이오프에서 더 발전한 카일 선수의 모습 기대하도록 하겠습니다. 자 이제 다시 마지막으로요.
And then
주장인
let's
엔비 선수가
get back to Envy before we go. One final message to the
사실
fans.
스프링 팀적인 목표치
I think this spring season,
현실적으로 딱 6등에
I think we were able to kind of meet the realistic goal as a team, 6th place. So it's a little bit of a bummer, but still we have playoffs to play and also the summer split as well. So I hope we can display a better form in the playoffs and also in the summer season, and I really appreciate your support.
감사합니다. 플레이오프 때 다시 뵙겠습니다.
Thank you so much for the interview, and I will see you guys again at the playoffs. Wish you the best of luck.
리브 샌드박스 선수분들 감사드리고요. 플레이오프 준비도 잘해서 좋은 결과
That was
있기를
Lip
바라겠습니다.
Sandbox team interview as they had their final match of the regular season. And now let's welcome Hana Life Esports players to the stage. Please give it up for the players.
조금 시간이 걸리니까요. 여러분 너그럽게 기다려주시면 감사하겠습니다. 네, 하나생명 선수분들 5분 전원과 인터뷰를
We will be
나눠볼
joined by
예정입니다.
the full members on the side of Hana Life Esports.
네, 이제 하나생명 선수분들이 자리를
Now
잡으셨으니까
that all the
곧바로
players
인터뷰를
are
진행해 보도록
on
하겠습니다.
stage, let's get this
하나생명
interview
킹겐,
started.
클리드, 제카,
We're
바이퍼,
here joined by
라이퍼
Kingen,
선수입니다. 승리
Clid, Zeka,
축하드립니다.
Viper, and Life. Congratulations on the win.
네, 정말 승리 축하드리고요.
With this win, you guys
오늘은
clinched
승리에
5th place
이어서
of
또
the
정규
regular
시즌을
season.
마지막으로 마무리하는 자리인 만큼 또 시즌
You
전반에
just
대한
had your
이야기를 좀
final
나눠볼까
match of the
합니다.
regular split.
먼저 킹겐 선수,
Kingen,
이제 오늘부로 정규 시즌 마지막 경기를 모두
you played your
마무리를
last
하셨습니다.
game
멋지게
of the
승리로
regular
장식하기도
season,
하셨는데요.
and you closed
이번
out the
시즌
regular
총평을
season with a win.
해보신다면 어떻게
How do you
얘기할 수
look
있을까요?
back on the entire regular split?
저희가 연승도 하고 연패도
We had
하면서
a winning streak,
되게
we had a
얻어가는
losing
것도
streak,
많았고,
I think we
앞으로
earned
더
so
잘할
much
수
from
있는
this
용기를
experience,
얻는
and we were
시즌이었던 것
able
맞는 것
to get
같지만
so much
팬분들이
courage
보시기에
to
되게
become a better
불안
team
요소가 되게
and better
많았던
player.
시즌이라고
I'm
생각을
pretty
해요.
sure
그래서
our
다음
fans were
경기도
also
예측이
worried
안
about
되고
our
불안한
inconsistency,
경기력을 계속
and
보여드렸다고
they can never
생각해서
know what
그
to
부분을
expect from
최대한
us.
좀
So
저희가
I hope we
얻어가는
can
거를 많이
fix on
얻어가면서
those issues and use what we learned from the spring split, starting from this playoffs and up until the summer season. I wish we can come back with better performance. This will be a great experience and fundamental of our performance as a team. I really appreciate all the support from our fans.
얘기를 해주셨고 보완해 나가야 할 점에 대해서도 이야기를 해주셨지만 오늘이 끝이 절대 아닙니다. 앞으로 중요한
It's only the end of the regular season, and we'll see you guys again at playoffs. And Hana Life, you guys are well known for being better at bigger stages, So what is your determination heading into the playoffs?
좀큰 경기에서
Yeah, we have this, image of performing better at bigger stages.
그냥 칭찬이라고 생각을
And
해요.
I want to take it as a compliment.
그 부분을 확실히 보여드릴 수 있도록 저희도
And I want to display why we have the Big Game Hunter nickname in Korea. We will do our best to prepare for the playoffs and give it our all.
1년 만에 LCK 무대에 복귀해서 한 시즌을 마무리를
Clid,
하셨는데요.
this was your
이번 시즌
return
돌아보면
season
어떤
at the LCK. How do you think it went? It was, bittersweet. There were so many games where we just fell to the stronger teams.
비교적 약팀이랑 했었을
and
때 저희가
also
좀 이기다 보니까 그런
we
생각이
were
좀 더 많이
repeating
들었던 것
victories over the weaker
오랜만에
teams,
이렇게
so
LCK
it was
복귀하셔서
kind of
방금
inconsistent.
전에도
So I would say it's a
말씀해
bittersweet
주셨지만
emotion
여러
at the end of the
인터뷰에서
season.
아쉬움에 대해서도 좀 이야기를
And
해주셨던
Clid, yeah, I mean, you have
케이스였는데요.
expressed your
플레이오프에서는
frustration
분명히
regarding
다른
your
모습을
performance
보여주고
in a couple of
싶으실 것 같은데
interviews.
어떤 모습
What do you
보여주실
want to show in
예정이신가요?
the upcoming playoffs?
일단 지금까지 저희가 플레이오프 전에 연패도 하고 그랬지만
Yeah, we had some
최대한
losing
그런
streak before the
모습
playoffs,
좀
and today it
플레이오프
came to an
때는
end.
더
But
안 나오게
I
해야
hope
되고,
we can
그래서
get rid of all of the
설명줄이
issues that we
길었으면
had
좋겠어요.
in the playoffs, and I hope we can have a longer, chance at the playoffs. I hope we can last long.
제카 선수 오늘 1-3세트 단독
Zeka,
POG 받으셨고요. 모두
the unanimous back-to-back POG today in Game 1 and 3, and the performance was so on point. How do you look back on the entire regular season? This was going to be the final match before we head into the playoffs, so it was really, really important to us, and I think the performance was pretty decent, so I'm happy with the result. Zeka, you are first in mid lane solo kill standings. How do you think of your own performance throughout the season? I mean, it feels great to be the solo kill leader in the mid lane, but I don't want to pay too much attention to the solo kill records because it doesn't really mean a lot. So I think I have to work on some of my weakness in order to play better at playoffs. Now it's time for playoffs, just like you said. Any message over to your lane opponents, such as beware of my solo kills? I'm not sure which mid laner I'm gonna play up against, but whoever it's gonna be, you guys have gotta be ready to play up against Hana Life Esports. Viper, it was also your first season back in the LCK. How did you like it? It's been a while, and I was able to get so much support from the fans, so I really, really appreciate it. But I'm so sorry that I was not able to play up to their expectations. But from now on, I'm confident that we can become better, stronger. So we will come back with, our improved form. Viper, what was the best part of being back in Korea?
사실 저는 오늘 마지막 경기가 제일
I think
좀 팀원들한테 고마웠던 것 같아요. 제가
I want to say thank you to my teammates, especially about this last series, because I made a critical mistake early on, but my teammates actually made up for it. So yeah, I want to say thank you.
되게 고마웠다라고 말씀해 주셨습니다. 제가 사실은 좀 사소한 이야기를 해주실까봐 이제 뭐
So I was expecting some other answers regarding, coming back to the Korea. I want to ask you what's your favorite menu from Hana Life Cook, but still, I just want to ask about your favorite menu from the Hana Life Cook because she's so famous. The Hana Life chef. Hand-cut noodles. That's my favorite. Then Viper, before we go, what is your playoff goal? Whoever we face, we gotta work hard in order to prepare for the match. I hope we can play better than we did in the regular season and showcase some of the strong performance we have in our potential. Live, in the previous series, you had your 400th LCK game. You have been around the LCK for a while now. What did you want to focus on this season?
일단 저 400판을 했다는 게 정말 믿겨지지
I can't really believe that I played 400 games already, I still need to work harder, improve a lot. I think I have to get better at setting up the entire game, the ones who make the plays. So I just want to become a better player as a support. Right now, it's only like 30% of my full potential, but my teammates, my coaching staff, our head coach, they're all just helping me out so much, so I'm so blessed. I want to say thank you to them. Hopefully we get to see the 100% of life in the future. And live, you always bring out the most unconventional picks, such as Airy J4 set. Are you going to pull some pocket picks in the playoffs too? So in best of 5, yeah, you'll get to see some of the unexpected ones.
알겠습니다. 그럼 마지막으로 이제 주장 클리드
Now back to Clid. One final message to the fans before we close out the interview, please. I know we had so many ups and downs this season, and I want to say thank you for all the support, and I know we have let you down so many times. We are fully aware of it. I'm so sorry about it, but we will come back stronger for the playoffs. And this will be the end of the interview from Hana Life Esports players, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome translation, as we got to hear from both teams at the end of this series. Let's take a look at the standings, though, as Hana Life Esports have been able to clinch 5th place, which is good for their pride, and KT will, or DK will have the choice of one of those two teams.
Yep. Now the only thing that's left undetermined is who is going to round 2 between Gen.G and D+. That's our next series, and then whether KT can beat DRX to get 3rd place over whoever loses that series against Gen.G and D+.
Yeah, I mean, as we highlighted, that this game was a, whoever get the peak and whoever goes to east, whoever goes to west. That was it. And next one is going to be even more banger.
It's going to be a
Absolutely. Banger. It's going to be a banger. I just, I had to, solidarity. All 3 of us had to say it. Gen.G up against DK. It is going to be a banger, as Afro noted. And make sure you guys are tuning into that in about 30 minutes. And we'll see you after that short break. Don't go anywhere.
this week's gonna be awesome.
Mid?
The mid is the hardest, I think, actually.
Rough.
I think mid is the hardest.
Because we have so many good
Can I
ones.
also-
And Showmaker just double POG'd.
But, okay, but this is the, so this is one of the core questions is, do you still put Showmaker top 3 when his first like 5-6
Can you
weeks?
put Chovy there after his triple Viger?
Do you guys remember?
situation?
I forget exactly what the year this was. I don't even know if it was when you guys had joined, but I think it was the year before. I think it was 2020,
like spring.
and the public votes came out, and Showmaker got first, and everybody was mauling so hard that Chovy didn't get first. And they're like calling people out. Do you remember this? And there was like this whole big debacle, and like a bunch of Twitter people are getting in there. Like,
I think
that
was
100%, and like, yeah, I'm like a little bit worried to talk about Chovy versus Showmaker again because of that.
Can we agree that Faker's number one?
Yeah.
I'm
actually Faker 1 right now.
I'm Faker 1 right now too. Yeah. It was actually like this was a heated debate that we actually had earlier, and I wasn't going to put Faker there, but I think you have to.
It is, yeah. But I think that
his week this week was also amazing. Like his week 8.
If Showmaker would have, if he had like an extra week or he'd been playing like this for the entire split, he would be my like no-brainer number 1. Because I think the highs that he's shown like
his
over
Talia
the last 2
today
weeks
was so good.
Are insane. But I don't think you can in good conscious put him over Faker or Chovy. And you might even pick BDD over him.
So this is
where
real hype.
Right, so we're all kind of like.
I do know my number 5, and that's my boy Bulldog.
No way.
Yeah. Okay. Who else? Okay.
I think maybe.
No.
I feel like top 4 is the ones that you've mentioned, but who is the other one for 5?
Bulldog.
Top 5 is
You're
the
not,
top 5
not
teams.
If it's not Bulldog, who is it?
Yeah. Hit me.
It's top 5 is top 5 teams.
I mean, it could be Zeka. Like it could be
in no order. It's all the 5 teams we have here. So Faker and Showmaker, Chovy, and BDD, of course, and Zeka for sure.
I pick Bulldog over Zeka.
No way.
You are insane.
I don't think I. No,
he's just Challenger fanboy. It's okay.
I pick Closer over Bulldog.
Yeah.
And I pick Closer over Zeka as well. I think
like,
Closer's actually been. Like you
I
say
put
that
Fate
it's
over Bulldog. Okay, I'm like ready to put Fate over Bulldog.
Jesus,
no,
God, Wolf, come on.
Stay reason. No,
you were the 4th place Kwangdong guy.
Okay, but I'm no.
Anyone else?
Only on Akali.
I legit. Okay, I legit think only I put Bulldog over Karis and Fiesta.
No, Fate. Okay, but we should not get bogged down.
I don't
in this
think you can put him
irrelevant.
over Closer. I think Closer is actually being good.
But that I was obviously being like.
I know. He wants to Aurelion Sol. We were there.
He also lost on Aurelion Sol, though. What does it mean?
True. Oh, but
he ruined Aurelion Sol's reputation for a whole week.
And then redeemed it.
So
it's one game.
Hear me out. So I'm fine if you want to pick like Zeka and Closer over him. That's. But what I do think.
I'm actually
Zeka
okay
below
with
Closer?
Yeah, I don't rate Zeka on this
No.
split. But let's
Zeka's playing fine.
Let's go and
Sorry,
pick
Brenda.
because picking the top 4 I think is really hard. I think Faker is probably
I think he's
still
a
one.
pretty
For me, I'm like he's. I mean, for me, he's 1 right now. I don't think that's going to change for me either.
I think
we
do need to address that he is playing like an absolute maniac, though.
Yeah.
Oh,
like
but in the best way.
But it feels like he's doing it on purpose.
I agree.
We've had this discussion on cast many times already now, but especially in this past week. But he will run to a spot in the map where he's not supposed to be because he knows his team will back him up even if he dies.
Yeah. But also he
gets himself in trouble all the time.
And Hooney actually spoke to us about this.
Somehow outplays it on purpose.
No, but he's like Faker actually goes to these spots, and Hooney told us that when he was playing with Faker, like Faker would say, "I'm gonna die. Go and take this stuff," and he'd say it 20 seconds before he died, or a minute before he died. Like he's just gonna say, like, "I'm gonna be over here. They will come. They will kill me. You will take 3 turrets. Yeah. Team, do this now."
And they've done it.
Yeah, and they do it all the time. Like, and I was like thinking, like, surely not, Hooney. That's crazy. But then you watch the move on the map. Like
especially
every time Faker does this. Like,
what's so crazy is that even when he plays like Victor, it doesn't matter if he's on a champion that has like some sort of self peel, like Gragas, for example, or the Azir. Like he can do this so incredible. But he'll just walk up to an objective. You will just like walk in, like, "Yo, what's up? You guys are trying to take Baron." And then if he has a stopwatch, like so many resources are used to try to kill him.
He's the best stopwatch user in the game.
And because
Valdez would know.
And because
I pay attention to this.
All right, I'm trying to make a serious point. All right, because his team is so incredibly good. Like they are so good. This is going back to the owner conversation. Like they will see like the only angle and perfectly mechanically play that out. It's actually a boon that Faker will just walk in and stopwatch because his team knows exactly how to use him in that stasis so incredibly well. So like he'll just walk up and like drop Chaos Storm and then go down to like 10% health, and then his team will win the fight while he's in stasis. Then he'll like flash out and live, and then do like a little bit more damage. It's just insane. Like he understands the game so well, and his team trusts him so much that he literally is God. Like he can walk anywhere, he can be anywhere, and the team will gain advantages.
I think he gets the water walking rune for free.
Yeah,
whenever he loads up,
and it goes back to the point that I said at the top of the show, which is T1 just they have so much confidence in each other, and that allows them to play with so much confidence. You know what I mean? Like having that belief, knowing like, okay, my teammate's going to be here, allows Faker to do all this stuff, and all the other players do similar stuff, but Faker's the leader in terms of like he's the one who will walk in, take all the aggro, stopwatch at the perfect time. Like they've won so many team fights like this. So
I
he
agree.
plays like a maniac though, and he does it on purpose, and it scares me. But
every time it looks like he's gonna int, you're like,
I just have to trust.
You're like, oh, Faker, whoa, where are you going?
And even
then
if
it just doesn't matter.
Int, you're like, it's like turret has been
it's a
destroyed.
win for his
Herald
team.
is gone.
Every
Dragon
time.
is dead.
Or he dies and then they kill too.
Yeah, or they just
go
kill
in and
everyone
kill
else.
free
Yeah,
people.
yeah.
I also think
so
that
he has to be first.
I think I'm of the very strong opinion that the mid laners in the LCK are the best in the world. Like kind of a no-brainer. But taking that into account, I don't think we have any perfect mid laner. Like we have Karya, right?
No,
We have
Faker's the
Zeus.
perfect mid laner. We just
I mean, like
established
no.
this.
Actually,
he even dies perfectly.
I think I think.
Tell me his weaknesses now.
I think Faker's
Pay
had some-
attention, playoff teams.
Faker's had some games where he does get a little bit too fast and loose. I think he's had some games where, especially at the beginning of the split, where his builds were
He
pretty
lost to
suboptimal.
Fiesta.
Well, I didn't even bring that up.
Fiesta a solo killed Showmaker.
True.
Okay.
That's true. Fiesta's
Guys,
a
we're
god.
derailing
we
the
know?
conversation.
Yeah.
I'm leading up to something here.
No, we're done with Faker. He's number one. Now let's get down and dirty. Who's number two?
Wait, hold on. No, I want to
Is
see.
it
Hold
Showmaker?
on,
Is
no.
it BDD?
Well,
Yeah, because what I was leading towards is that, to me, even for all the flaws, you can always point to games. Faker, to me, is still the mid with the least flaws, which is why he would always get it over everyone else.
All right. Yep.
All right. Okay.
Right. So
Great close up.
number two.
I think it's
I'm not going
really
first.
I'm not.
I
don't want to say it.
I actually,
don't want to say it.
I think it's still Chovy. Because I think that Showmaker's first half of the split to me was too rough. And I think that Chovy also, to me, is still the most consistent player on a team where his jungler and his top laner have games where they're just not there.
Is it
So
not
you
BDD?
think? Yeah, I was gonna say like you think it's between Showmaker and Chovy when BDD is
Yeah, I was like, for
lurking
me,
here
it's
in the
between-
corner.
No, to me, it's easy BDD versus Showmaker. I'm like, which one of these two
Yeah.
gets second? It's really
But
hard.
it's weird because Chovy does have a lot of POGs. Like he is tied for third with Closer and
Yeah, I really think that, like, take into account
Showmaker?
how Peanut has been playing and then rethink about how Chovy has been doing.
Yeah,
Because
but
I do
like,
think that that's
I
important.
think Peanut's
I feel
been
like I
fine
haven't
in the
really-
early mid game. He just throws games by
I haven't
face
really
checking.
noticed
He's had, like,
different.
really-
Chovy that much. Even though he has so many POGs, I'm like trying to think of games where he's like really popped off and carried like very obviously. But for some reason that's difficult. Do
But
you
it's-
guys feel the
Yeah,
same?
Yeah,
I'm
no,
feeling the
exactly,
same. I
exactly.
find it hard to do the Chovy vote, but I also feel like it's right.
I
But
feel
it's
like
also I can't tell you.
We know he's
all,
so good.
It's all
Yeah.
pro, right? Like, if I pick a random team and I pick a mid laner, I'll always go for Chovy second. That's my take, at least. I think.
Oh,
his
if it's a random team, I go Chovy first.
But I think that Gen G has looked a little bit lackluster. We're just coming off of a tough loss for them as well. And I think that Chovy has his issues that we've known about for a long time, right? Like, he isn't always the...
He has been better at team play.
He has
this-
been.
this
He's
season.
actually been giving up like CS pretty substantially to roam towards bot side. Because I do think that the team right now, if Pays and Delight don't get a lead, the team just looks pretty bad.
And
Chovy
also,
helps with
they
that a
need
lot.
help. So,
Yeah.
like, Pays and Delight are a bot lane that needs help,
Exactly.
and the Hens and Ruler were never that. So,
No.
it is more difficult to be
But I
Chovy
think
this year.
it's very tough because I probably put BDD third and then Showmaker fourth. That would be my list.
So it's really tough for me because I'm kind of like feeling like because Chovy's been so invisible to me, it has felt like Hanwha Life Esports Chovy to me for a little bit, where like
That's
he's kind of like CSing and he's doing everything right, but like he hasn't been clutch and he has made some mistakes. Like he has cost Gen G some series where he's picked, trying to be too aggressive. Like his Akali game versus BDD was one of those games where I'm like, I feel like he could have done a lot more. Yeah, it's really tough in that game, but that was a standout game for BDD, whereas it felt like a weaker game for Chovy. His Silas game against KT in the first round, also just interesting time to bring that up, same matchup, but he gets picked and they lose the game. He just hasn't looked as strong and decisive in this meta. I think he's a player that needs, I feel like, a setup that going into team fights where he is the guy. And actually, it's kind of pays right now. And I think like he's like suffering because of it in terms of like where he. Like, Chovy looks the best when he is the center of everything, and yes, he played with Ruler, and yes, there was a Zeri meta and all that stuff, but he was so good at facilitating Ruler, so it was still kind of, like, all about him, in a way. I think this season, it just hasn't really been about him, so he's below Showmaker for me, and he's below BDD, because for KT, like, in a lot of these games, it has been so much about, like, BDD's super clutch Emperor's Divide plays, or his Talia Weaver's Wall is perfect, he's so decisive, like, every team fight is about how BDD sets up aiming, these types of things. And I don't know who I put higher, BDD or Showmaker, because Showmaker had a really rough start to the beginning of the season. And BDD's had some like cherry-picked bad games where you can be like, ooh, that was not it. Like, this was a weird game from BDD. He's had some weird moments too, but I kind of want to say I put BDD slightly ahead of Showmaker because it's been more consistent this season.
But at the end of week 9, we'll probably put Showmaker ahead of BDD.
Yeah, if
like I feel like I'm exactly with you, but I feel like now that it's getting closer to playoffs, Showmaker's going to start revving up and caring more, and being really focused, obviously. And I think he's going to push.
And Showmaker's mentality, like judging on like interviews that we've had recently, Showmaker is like saying like, no, I'm just like, my mindset's changed. I'm like just trying to have fun.
You can see it on his face.
You can hear it in like when they like when we were listening to the comms like today when they were playing against Bro. Not only do they reverse sweep, so they actually come off a loss and play better, which is something that I think a lot of D+ fans would be like, oh, thank God they've been able to do that. In round 1, absolutely not. Like, that gets really, really difficult, and they tilt off the planet. But this time around, they come off a loss, and then Showmaker is that enthusiastic. Like, that is scary. So I agree with Brendan. I think that D+ ramp up. But I'm like, Wolf brought up that TF game against Chovy, and I don't think BDD could have played that more perfectly.
Yeah, it's insane.
Like, he was so good. And, like, I remember, because, like, this game, like, I wanted to call myself out afterwards, right? Because I was chastising KT for playing too passively. But BDD knew that as long as he always has his ultimate available, Chovy can't play the game. And so, for 20 minutes, Chovy can't play the game and then sits in a side lane for the rest of the game and then loses. Like, it was just the most beautiful dismantlement of how Gen.G wanted to play the game by KT, and BDD I think orchestrated so much of it, and he's the only guy that's playing like the Twisted Fate sometimes for this team, but he can also play his Azir, obviously, who is looking amazing on
In my opinion, right now, two of the most important mid laners are Talia and Azir. And I think that BDD is the best Azir player in the LCK.
And I think he's the best Talia as well.
Yeah. And
I think Showmaker is probably the best Talia, and then Canyon's second best, and then BDD's third.
Yeah, I take Showmaker.
But I think right now, I think for me, like, I agree and I disagree. In current form, I think BDD has been the best Talia in terms of like the whole package: his laning, his Weaver's Walls, his engages, his picks, and like. After BDD crushed multiple Azir players on Talia, everybody started picking Talia into Azir. Like he like was like, I'm doing this, and then everyone's like, well, I saw that. Like, I think I'm better than BDD probably is like what some of these top mid laners are thinking. Like, I can do that. So now it's like a whole thing. I agree with Valdez that like I think Showmaker is trending up. Like, I think that's been the story of the whole season. Like he was like very low in the beginning, and now he's like going up. So maybe he'll pass, but. And the more I think about this in your Twisted Fate discussion again, I'm like, yeah, I think I'm putting BDD second today.
I want to put all three of them second. Like that's what bothers me, man. Like
today, BDD is
Chovy can't be below second, but also BDD can't be below.
We have too many good mid laners.
Well, we have another week to decide for this one.
But that top four, like. Faker, I think, is guaranteed number one, but the rest of it, you could pick names out of a hat, and I'd be like, "Oh, you must have really thought this through."
Yeah. You can make great arguments for any of these players to be second.
Do we want to move on?
Yeah,
and
we should.
I think that and I want you guys in the comments to let us know what you think the mid lane hierarchy is. Whether you think that Bulldog should be 5 or whether Chronicler is a moron. You can say that too.
Wow. Don't say that.
That's
no one would say that. No one would say that.
This positive.
Yeah, treat this like the Challenger broadcast in Twitch chat, right? So all positivity all the time. Otherwise, we ban you.
Man, we're going to get a lot of Chovy fan haters, though. So
yeah, that's true.
Unavoidable.
Yeah.
So...
Gentlemen, welcome to week 9 of LCK Showdown. Showmaker versus Showman. Tabi versus Showmaker. That's weekend Saturday Showdown.
Thank you, Huni, for that wonderful intro. I'm very curious to watch Chovy versus Showmaker here in this first one. Well, actually, in the second matchup today. But guys, we are here for, of course, the pre-show of Saturday Showdown. I'm Valdez. With me is Huni, and who has already introduced himself, and Wolf, who is also with us here tonight. And today is a very important day because we will be deciding who is going to get second place in the LCK for the regular season.
Yeah, this is a best of 3 to decide who is going to skip a best of 5. And it is such an important matchup. The winner of this will go directly to the second round of the playoffs. So it's all on the line here, and we're so lucky, we're so fortunate to actually have a matchup like this at the end of regular season. Usually these hype matchups happen much earlier in the season, and our final weeks of the LCK end up being kind of boring. Not this time.
Not today. Definitely Saturday Showdown. Whoever wins get the second places will directly go to round 2. That means they don't have to waste a pick and ban. They don't have to show any champion pool, even weaknesses in the game. Like, they don't have to show anything. So that's such a huge, big advantage in playoff, and that's why today is the Saturday Showdown.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you guys are saying, we should take a closer look at the playoff bracket and kind of take a deeper look into exactly what you're talking about. So if you do get split seconds, you will be there in round 2 alongside of T1. You get to skip round 1, which means you do not have to play one best of 5.
You also get to play on Sunday, so you're going to be able to play on you're the latest team to play, so you actually have additional days to prepare. You don't have to play on the 22nd or the 23rd. You have those additional days between those rounds. The T1 matchup actually happens on Saturday, so you have all the way until Sunday to actually prepare for your opponent. And of course, we will know who T1 is playing immediately after that first round within an hour on the matches on Thursday. So you're going to instantly know you have so much extra time to prepare. It's massive, the advantage you gain.
Yeah, I mean, it used to be there was a weakness, which is if you actually skip round 1, like maybe sometime, like even round 2, there was some time that you actually need to take a break for 2 weeks, 3 weeks. That's no good. But this time, you can just wait for just 1 week and see how it goes. Get the practice like good amount of time and just play right away. So I don't think there's any weaknesses anymore. There's only upside this time.
Absolutely, and we can take a look at just how close these two teams have been over the course of many, many years here at the LCK. As we do take a look at their match record, Gen.G have 1 extra match on D plus Kia.
Yeah, notice that the time in which D plus Kia, or formerly Damwon, was at their best in this matchup was actually 2020, 2021, where Damwon won Worlds. They dominated all of 2021. But in recent times, it feels like it has been Gen.G as our second place team here in the LCK. They've moved up into that spot next to T1. So historically speaking, in recent times, Gen.G having the better of D+. But it's really hard to say who's going to win tonight.
Yeah, I mean, basically, like, what happened to these seasons, especially 2023 Spring Split, based on performance, I think both teams are looking really great. So, I mean, even though the DK kind of lost against T1, completely fine, and Gen.G bouncing back after week 8, even though they lost week 9 of the first game, they completely smashed them. So, it's really hard to tell.
Yeah, it is really hard to tell, and as you're saying, Huni, we see how they played in their most recent matchup, and we're both like, I don't know, this team could win, that team could win, it could be Gen.G, it could be DK. Let's take a closer look at some of those matchups that we did have, as we will look at, of course, Gen.G playing really well against Life Esports and securing the 2-0.
Yeah, this was a series where, honestly, Gen.G looked very dominant. We did see in one of these games, those who watched the series, there was a game that Hanwha should have been able to win, but one mistake leads into another mistake, and then Gen.G just capitalized so incredibly well. Doran's performance in particular in this series was actually out of control good.
It's gonna be coming. I mean, especially this game, I think honestly, this first game, I think the second, after this death, I think the game's uncompatible. Basically, the game's actually just entirely over, but we'll see coming soon. This play,
like,
Gen.G was completely behind on the game, and he make one extreme super play, and game is over as well.
I feel like every single player on Gen G is so incredibly talented, and when they're playing well together, they can turn small leads into massive leads, but because they're also individually talented even from behind, these type of super plays do happen. We see Peanut do it, we see Chovy do it all the time, you see it from Dorn in this particular moment. Pays also is just so incredibly good at late game team fights, so it's never over until it's over against Gen G.
Yeah, I mean, my Gragas would have not been able to do it, basically. Dorn,
Who could do it?
I can't. That was crazy.
It's pretty insane, and I like what you're saying, Wolf, as well. Like, Pays is one of these huge up-and-comers, and they're actually playing around him a lot nowadays, so it'll be interesting to see if they continue with that style tonight, as we can take a closer look at DK in their recent matchup against T1, where, of course, they did take the 0-2, but they had some really great moments where they were able to actually challenge T1.
Yeah, I mean, even though his opponents are T1, they know how to make a proactive play. Like, they're actually using their turn, like, really well. Like, they actually use the tempo really, really fast, which is, like, they can actually make a really aggressive play with, like, really delicate. Like, they don't really make any mistake, but I think it just opponent was a T1. They just know how to deal with a lot of the aggression.
Yeah, I think a lot of people look into this series as, oh, it makes D+ look bad because they lost 2-0 to T1. But for me, I thought the ways they challenged T1 made this so incredible. I feel like they're... You know how T1 always tries to force fights where, like, nobody thinks you can win that fight, right? But T1 wins it. D+ was like, no, you don't do that against us. We will actually beat you in these fights. And they challenged them in so many of these early skirmishes and some of the mid-game skirmishes as well. And they're just so incredibly talented and ready to go in these fights. They understand their opponent's compositions and their comp's win conditions so incredibly well. In a way, I was arguably more impressed with D+ in their loss against T1 than I was in Gen G's win against HLE.
Yeah, I mean, basically, DK, like, they know how to punish the even though it's the T1 making mistake, so they know, like, they will for sure know if Gen G make a mistake, they will find them and crush them.
Yeah, it's very true. I think, though, that Gen G, you know, maybe with this recent win, they have a ton of confidence, whereas DK, they're going to have to build themselves back up for yet another really difficult matchup that, you know, they had to play both T1 and now Gen G in the same week. It's actually very, very challenging. Let's take a look at our key player matchup here for this one, which is, of course, as introduced by our lovely Huni, Chovy versus Showmaker.
No, it's a Chabi versus Showmaker.
Yeah. Surprising, actually, to me that Chovy has the better record here, especially when you consider Chovy's time on DRX, Chovy's time on Hanwha Life Esports as well. But as we talked about, we had the head-to-head of Gen G versus Damwon and D+. It's definitely more recently that Gen G has had a lot more success. I think a lot of these Chovy's numbers that push him ahead of Showmaker overall are in recent times.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if it's a round one, I would actually say favor for Chovy. But the thing is, like, at the round two, like, what Showmaker actually shown that his performance is based on stats, based on, like, how he actually performed well, to carry the team. Like, I'll call, like, right now, I think more so, like, a little bit of the Showmaker favor, like 55-45.
Yeah, Chovy has some better stats, like CS difference at 14, gold difference at 14. Those are the big differences he has over Showmaker in the early laning phase. But I would agree that while Showmaker had a really rough start to the season, he trended upward so incredibly well, whereas Chovy, I think, trending downward just ever so slightly. So they're kind of meeting in the middle here in this incredibly important matchup. I kind of give the edge just slightly to Chovy, but I think it's going to be an exciting matchup for sure.
It's going to be really close, absolutely. But let's take a closer look at our predictions, which are not very close.
Ooh.
DK for everybody on the side of the global side. Anyone considering a little change up here?
If I could change, I would actually change to Gen G.
And why would you change?
Wait,
why would
they already changed.
But the thing is, like, week 8, like, this is because of that we make a prediction that as soon as week 8 is over, right? So week 8, how they lost at the week 8, at the last game, the second game match, that was no good. That was an absolute disaster. So I thought even Gen G could actually drop the game against the Hanwha Life. That's what I meant. That was my expectation. But they actually smashed them. So if I could change right now, definitely I'll change to Gen G.
For me, I didn't predict D+ because I thought that Gen G had a really weak performance against Kwangdong last week. I just thought D+ seemed to be the stronger team right now. And even though we had a 2-0 win for Gen G over HLE and that loss to by D+ to T1 happened, like I mentioned earlier, I was more impressed still in D+'s play against T1. So I'm like doubling down, saying I'm definitely not going to change. I feel even better about my prediction going into this matchup today.
Fair enough. I don't want to change either. Of course, this is only for the pre-show. Hooney, that you do get to change. Don't think this will go on your official record. But
I'll be win either way.
We'll see. Let's take a look at the coaches' quotes as we see what the coaches have to say going into this matchup.
Yeah, typical respectful coach statements here. Last match of the season, we'll make sure to win and bring good results. We'll win today so we can secure second with our own performance. So basically, a lot of confidence here, but not really revealing it.
It's kind of boring, man.
Yeah.
Like, imagine I was there. What could happen? I will
wait for the Hooney
I will
statement.
burn and crash them. That's how we call for it.
Well, we need Hooney to coach a Korean team eventually, and hopefully
One day.
when that happens,
That's
we
all
can
I'm
get
hearing.
some actually entertaining coaches' comments. But we'll just have to wait until that happens. But until then, it'll be just waiting. But guys, we are done here on the pre-show for this second matchup, the match of the week, the Saturday Showdown. But guys, let's throw it to the intro and over to the casters once again.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. LCK Spring 2023. I'm Atlas, joined by Chronicler once again for another Gen G versus DK series. No betting is going to be happening this time around. Hopefully my voice actually stays this time as well, as opposed to the last best of 5 between these two teams. Just hoping for a banger series, great League of Legends, with no hair loss.
I don't think that's too much to ask for, Atlas.
Absolutely.
I think you're completely fine. I think things are looking up.
They are. And what we, like, this is the thing, this is where it gets a bit dicey, and that is the question mark of whether or not we get 3 games. Because we were promised a couple of days ago that we were going to get some 3-game bangers, and we didn't get any of those. It was just 2 zips the entire way through already. Live Sandbox and Harmon Life Esports went the distance, and now we're going to need to see that from these 2 teams fighting for second place. And it's even more than that, ladies and gentlemen. A loss here for either of these teams puts them in 4th. It means that once again, probably going to have to face off against Humble Life in order to get themselves, towards the possibility of having these bye matches, of being able to get saved by a lower bracket after a loss. And do or die against Humble Life in a best of 5? No, thank you. No, thank you. Yes, both of these squads were able to take 2-0s against the team in their last matches, but best of 5s against that squad, man, that would scare me.
I would say the same, but we also did just cost that series, so I'm feeling a little bit less worried, but don't let that take away from the
What do you mean they won?
Yeah, well, I'm going to gloss over that. If you watch the series, you know what I'm talking about, and I know that you know, but this is about second place. Straight into round 2 of playoffs.
Exactly.
Straight into the extra safety net, and I'm so ecstatic that we get a game this important on the second to last day of the split.
Absolutely. A grand battle of Peanut and Canyon. Canyon, who just recently hit rank 1 on the Korean solo queue ladder. But in their last performance, Canyon a little bit absent. Peanut actually stepping up the performance since their tragic loss against Kwangdong Freaks that really put a lot of doubt in a lot of people's minds. It did definitely lead us to talk about some things in the POG state, which maybe if we had been holistically thinking about the series, the season, it could have been a little bit different. Encountering the Nemesis with no place to back off. Kellen hasn't ever won against Gen G since he was on Gen G, pretty sure.
2019, that's a very long time. And you know, Kellen has been looking incredible.
Whoa,
I love this.
This is
accurate.
so close.
No, this is good because
this is almost exactly what Huni just said.
He did. And yet we all went with D+. I think making sense coming off of Gen G's loss and D+, their form more recently, because I would be shocked to see a 2-0 either way. It can of course happen. Wouldn't be the first time that we get surprised by that. But given what these two teams have shown, and yeah, there's some parts that changed, but you know who are still there? Peanut and Chovy and Showmaker and Canyon. I'm going to hang on to the belief that that is what made all those matches last year so amazing, even though it's already been disproven. Because this one, you can't get 2-0'd, right? This is the one that gets you to the second round of playoffs. This is the one that's going to set you up for playoffs as a whole. If you win this, you are in such a comfortable position. Even if you have an off day, if someone isn't feeling themselves, if the drafts don't work out, if your meta reads are behind the curve, then you can still bounce back. And if you lose here, that might change.
Yeah. We'll have to see where these teams are at as far as what this drafting is going to lead towards. Because I actually felt that D+ Gear took a lot of risks in their series against T1. Maybe just because they assumed they were going to lose anyway. They knew that they were going to be battling for second place regardless here in this particular match. I don't necessarily know. We'll see whether those risks remain.
Where's Huni?
Where is he?
Where's Huni?
What the heck? He was just here.
He was supposed to announce this.
He already did.
Yeah, but not with the players there. I want to do it again.
Oh, he should have come back and done it again. We should have actually asked him. But instead, it's going to be us that's going to introduce Gen G first out onto the LoL Park stage. A team riddled with controversy at this point in time, but I don't think many people can deny that they are most certainly a team to be feared here in the LCK. We'll just see whether they do get that bye into the second round or whether they're going to have to take on either Live Sandbox or Humble Life Esports, depending on who the teams are going to choose. Of course, KT will get that first choice. Likely to be Live Sandbox. Could, of course, be Humble Life Esports. We'll see who they do decide tomorrow night, I believe, at 11 p.m. if memory serves. D+ Kia, though, make their way out onto the stage as well. So much to fight for. Suffering a 0-2 defeat has tilted this team before. They have been emotional in their responses to losses. But that's a big giggle there for Kellen, and that is going to make everyone feel a whole lot better. Kanna has a beautiful smile, by the way. I don't know what.
It's adorable. Look,
it really does. And even he wasn't doing it very much last year, and it's just great to see it.
Even Showmaker was giggling.
Yeah.
It's just happy to see D+ in much better shape. And yeah, they got 2-0 by T1. I dare you to name me more than 3 teams that wouldn't happen to.
Yeah,
I don't even know.
I don't think there's any team on the planet that is even a bit as good as T1 right now.
They're just a little unfair, aren't they? But these two teams, very fair League of Legends.
Yep. And the only reason I can say that is because RNG aren't performing super well this spring. That is the only reason I can say that.
Oh yeah, if RNG somehow, well, maybe Xiaohu will make it to MSI. Then I'll still be a little worried. Yeah, let's not get out of
we don't need to talk about that right now. Right now, we're focusing on our key player matchup: Peanut versus Canyon. Oh man, there are just. I don't want to analyze this. I just don't want to, because Peanut has had Canyon's number in the past, but Canyon has been an absolute rock. He's been dominating solo queue, things like this, but did have a pretty absent series against T1 and Owner. Peanut, though, he had a great series against Clid, but the series before that was just a bit strange. You know, there have been question marks floating in the air around this man. And he has been emotional in the past, but I also feel like these days, he just brushes it off. He doesn't really mind. He just gets back onto the Rift, and he stays, you know, happy Peanut. And that is very, very important for this squad. Haze and Delight, though, they have a difficult matchup here towards the bottom side. That is where my eyes are going to be glued, especially towards the beginning, because there aren't a lot of lanes that Deft and Kellen have lost this season. I think Keria and Gumayushi has been the one that they've struggled into, as I think Chovy having a giggle about going for a bit of that Faker reboot and then realizing that just doesn't really want to. I think that's what was happening there. Or someone interrupted his reboot. Maybe there was like, they hadn't closed, like they haven't saved their notepad file, and so they tried to restart, and the Chovy was like, no, but would you like to save?
Yeah, continue.
Like,
and then what?
No,
what happened next? Come on, Atlas, I want to know.
And then he said, no, I need to actually go back and save that. So the reboot was interrupted.
Okay, and is he rebooting now then?
I don't know. We'll have to put him back on camera.
But you can't just leave me with this unanswered question.
It's not me. It's not. As soon as Chovy gets back on camera, we can work out whether he's been rebooted or not.
The form of these bot lanes, as I've grilled Atlas enough about whether or not Chovy.
I was wondering why you were hanging on to that one for so long. But
well, I try to find the moments where I can just tease you just a little bit, because it is pretty one-sided generally. Draft for me is going to be a really big thing. I think that D+ have been very, very at the forefront with a lot of their drafting at times. Gen G, I think, are a little bit more stable. We know what they like. We know what they often go for. Generally trying to stay away from giving too much priority to Doran. He is much more of a team player when it comes to getting draft priority. Although we have seen top lane kind of open up, not just with picks, but also, most notably, people actually going to top lane.
Yeah, that is the crazy thing.
Have started pathing to top lane again in some of these more volatile matchups, as looks like we're getting into the draft, Atlas.
Yeah, here we are, pick and ban for game number 1 of our Saturday showdown. Gen G taking on D+ Kia. This is for 2nd place. You avoid the first round of playoffs and get yourself into that savior lower bracket if you lose your first match as well. Absolutely pivotal to make it all the way there. Get that safety net. Caitlyn going to be banned away first here by Gen G, actually. Not wanting to first pick that one. Respecting that D+ have been putting a lot of effort into trying to counter these lanes, and they just don't want to deal with it. As Varus going to be banned away second. That being said, last time the Caitlyn was left up, they weren't actually able to capitalize on it. Different situation, though.
Is Ashe still a prio pick? And he also needs to hit the ban list here for D+, so Gen G have a lot of safety there.
Yep.
Don't have to go for that themselves. Ashe would be previously the highest priority. Could be the case here. Is going to be Ashe. Sejuani was the other one that I'd be thinking of. As D+, they're up to something.
Well, I already wrote in the Annie.
Yeah, safe bet.
Yeah. Gen G, what is the first pick now, though? Sejuani, Peanut hasn't really liked it in the past, but Lee Sin, Jace, these options definitely strong, as Jace is going to be locked in. That gives Canyon Lee Sin. They must have a plan into that. Oh my goodness. Do they Jace, and then it's like, oh man. Sion, theoretically a flex, so if Jace is flexed, you can flex the Sion as well. The flex for flex situation. I would expect Canyon to lock Lee Sin here. And then if Gen G do exactly what DK did to them in that game that I lost my hair, and pick Renekton Italy immediately afterwards, I'm going to lose my mind.
It could happen.
Ken and Lee Sin going to be locked away here.
Hey,
Peanuts or the Elise, that's a very similar idea, but a little bit further up the tier list.
Elise has definitely dropped. We've seen some bans left and right, but people have shied away from it mostly.
Ooh, okay. This is Peanuts Tank Maokai that you'd be very happy that he actually locked away. And Zeri going to be picked without Lulu being possible.
Ooh, that is...
4 pays into Deft.
Yeah, that is... Now, do you pick Draven here if you're a D+? That is the big question, because you can do one of two things. You can either lock in a mid laner here for Showmaker and then ban away some of the alternatives, or you lock in a bot laner for Deft, and there are still aggressive bot laners left, but it looks like... No, he's going to pick an order.
Yeah, just pick your champions. That's how it's supposed to go. Now, a bit of Deft's champion pool is going to be banned away, but I don't know, do you want to ban Deft's champion pool or Kellen's? That's the question. I don't know whether DK necessarily need Zaya Rakan to win against Zeri, you know? And I also just don't like it very much these days. It gives me the heebie-jeebies.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering about, is what do you actually do here as Gen G? Because there's two angles. Either there's the aggressive angle, where they pick like a Draven Renata bot lane and try to stomp pace into the ground, or there's the alternative where they just go Jinx Fresh. And then you're stuck playing Zeri into an AD carry that kind of dunks you, and Deft on Jinx is self-explanatory. So there's two very strong avenues. As I love the bans from D+ here, both great into not just the LeBlanc. And with that, we have our answer. That's the Fresh, and I think that is might be the main reason why we don't get to see the Jinx here. Not going to be that pick, but instead opting into the aggressive. And looking at the rest of the team, I think the aggressive angle makes a lot of sense.
I think it's kind of all right to lock away Renata if you wanted to as well, but counterpicking support has worked extremely well in a lot of these situations as Deft just locks away the Jinx, even though the Thresh was banned. I thought that might deter him from going to that one, but you just so severely outrange the Zeri early on. I still think that Kellen needs to be on something that can kind of go toe-to-toe in the early game, because otherwise Zeri can get into those situations where she gets that ult immediately after hitting level 6 and then starts to pop off, as Rakan is going to be locked in for Delight. Of course, this is the Delight special, but the Kellen special is on the way.
Yeah, Renata seems like a no-brainer
like
now.
So free. Oh, that is such a dangerous pickup here.
Chovy, what's it going to be?
It's Yone. It's Yone into Showmaker's LeBlanc. Okay, so this is... Oh, man. I'm glad that we highlighted Chovy versus Showmaker, because a lot of this game, I think, is going to come down to that matchup.
Surely it's Renata here as well.
Yeah.
Like it's Kellen is yeah. I'd say this is the one champion that he is without a shadow of the best in.
Yes.
In the entire LCK.
Yep.
So you have Kellen and Renata into barring Jace, a pretty much full melee composition.
Yeah.
I hope this is Tank Maokai. It might be AP with the fact that they are going to be extremely heavy on the AD damage, but I don't really think that's that big a deal into D+. Because they don't have a tank. Like, yes, armor itemization will be effective, but I don't think it's going to make too big of a difference here. No. And looking at the draft that has been set up here for D+, I'm kind of loving it. I do think you can fall extremely easily behind if that mid-jungle 2v2 doesn't work out. That, to me, is the crux of the composition. If LeBlanc and Lee have pressure, if they are able to either look for picks, to get Jinx to a point where she can actually carry the team fights, I think D+ composition is insanely strong. But I am a little worried if that part does fall apart, like it did when the first time these two teams met.
Yeah.
And they are unable to. I do think the composition becomes very hard to play out, because if you look at like consistency C, yeah, obviously Renata, but outside of that, you don't have that much lockdown. Cannon is going to be reliant on actually setting up flanks if he wants to be successful. Same for the LeBlanc, right? To have those picks be fully effective, you are going to have to make sure that you don't lose control of the map, and it kind of goes for both comps. I think whoever gets that early here is going to snowball, like, extremely hard. Because what do you think about Yone?
Yeah.
Making his mark on this map, like Yone, Jace compositions, the poke, the threat.
1-3-1.
Yeah, is really, really terrifying. So I think after like 15-10 minutes, we have a pretty good idea here, Atlas.
I agree. I think that this is a much better game to be a Cannon in as well. Cannon going to be piloting this one. We'll see whether he has a better experience on the Rift after 15 minutes than Kingen did in our previous series. Let's jump into the Rift and find out how it's going to go. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for our battle for second place. Absolutely massive. You'll be playing in the first round of playoffs if you lose here, and you get second choice when it comes to your opposition. It is a rough position to be in because, of course, whoever loses here goes underneath KT in the standings. KT have already locked in third place. So, a lot to fight for here for both of these squads. I think if it was, if I was to decide on who won the draft, I would be pretty heavily siding with D+Kia here. Giving Kellen a really good Renata angle just bothers me a little bit. Delight, fantastic on Rakan. Just in general, very, very strong on that champion. Has taken the exhaust as well, which we've seen ruin Kennon's days. But I think that you need like a lot of exhausts. Like, there are a lot of champions on this Rift that are pretty good and can run away with some of these fights. As Canyon going to be starting on his chickens. And a bit of a leash being given over to Peanut here as well in the jungle.
Also, Atlas, I do want to make something entirely sure, right? When you talk about KT locking in, that is assuming that KT actually beats DRX tomorrow.
Oh, right, yes, that's true. That's true.
Which I want to reiterate, I think they should.
Yeah.
You think they should.
Yeah.
But it is KT.
Yeah, so there's a high probability that you, I'm very glad that you brought that one
I
up.
want to protect you, mostly.
No, it's, and KT fans, because if I make assumptions about them winning, then it's actually my fault if they in fact lose. And I may have already done the damage, so I should probably forward my apologies now.
I'm trying to protect us all from the curse. So now that that's out of the way.
And congratulations, DRX fans, on the win in the future.
It's a good counter cross. I like it. Very good job, Atlas. No one can get mad at you.
Yeah, no.
Well, they can. Why would they?
Well,
there's no reason.
I mean,
is Canyon going to find Peanut?
He is. Finds the Q as well. Onto the tree. It's a bit of a bramble punch. As Canyon just walks it off. Knows exactly where Peanut is, though, and that's the important thing here for him. As not very patient, but Canyon's still going to be able to steal that one away. Likely to be a 3-buff start here for the Lee Sin. Feeling very good about the early game, but of course, it's Maokai, and you're not going to have too much early pressure into that champion.
Also added that both mid and top are getting aggressively shoved in. Showmaker, Kana, both of the Airy, so the early power there is quite big. And that means that Chovy and Doran are just clinging on to make sure that they don't fall too far behind, that they're able to CS as much as possible here. It does mean that Canyon can start making his mark on the map as early as possible, which, if you're a D+ fan, is always a great sign. Canyon truly exceptional when he gets to make his mark, gets to play very proactively and aggressively. I was maybe expecting someone to pay attention to bot side with Deft going for Cole. It's a very clear signal that he doesn't necessarily cares.
Yeah.
As long as he can just
farm it up.
Just sit there and farm. Just make it easy.
Deft is pretty used to this. Of course, he used to have, approaching a 90% win rate as he moved into the LCK.
What you doing?
Peanut's having a sleepy. He's having a bit of a good time. Hanging out with his cats.
You know that we were thinking, what if Peanut just flashes over that wall? And so did Kana. He actually warded his own tri-brush.
He's been discovered. As Canyon takes his Raptors on respawn. And Chovy continuing to get punished here in this mid lane. Of course, Chovy very good at these melee matchups in general. And is trying to stay up in farm alongside Showmaker as best he can, but this is Showmaker's LeBlanc. He is very comfortable on this champion. I'm actually kind of surprised that he chose Twisted Fate when he won Worlds. But of course, was very known for the champion then. That was kind of how D+Gear did it, so it does kind of make sense.
It does.
If he won it again, though, I think it'd probably be LeBlanc.
That or Syndra. I know Syndra isn't good right now, but...
Yeah. I think if BDD won World, Syndra makes sense.
Not the pigeon?
Oh, yeah.
It's tough.
Yeah, it's a tough one. As we're not going to get the stun from Canna. As Canyon just going to go back home. Yeah, that's actually a good point. If BDD won, it does have to be Azir.
Yeah,
just Easy Moon already has one, you know?
Yeah, I know. Kana making use of this cannon, as we have seen.
Oh, all right. Showmaker not flashing just yet. Peanut going to use his as Delight's going to move on in. Kellen's going to have to flash away now as well as Chovy looking to try and get in there, but he gets locked down. The Ignite, it's ticking, but he gets the shield, and he will be all right. As Showmaker just dives forward, and he still has the distortion to go home to. First blood picked up by D+.
That was in a 3 versus 2. Atlas. That's just a straight up outplay. My God, Showmaker and Callan there. Callan serving as the bait. Drake gonna get taken here, and I haven't had the chance to have a chuckle about this. It's Chemtech. We're gonna...
No Chemtech soul.
Yep, we might have
will not strike in this game.
Oh my God. There's so many good ones.
It's gonna be Cloud. I'm really looking forward to it. It's such a pretty rift.
What? The Cloud Rift?
No, sorry, the Ocean.
Oh, yeah.
I got excited because
it is also Cloud. You're not
but
wrong.
it'll be an Ocean Soul.
And yeah, I hope we get a replay of that one because...
Oh, we will.
There we go.
There we go.
And we get the first-person view as well. So Showmaker is fine here. He also is sitting on 1,250 gold, right? And then this, like, hits the chain on Chovy. As the auto is traveling. Yeah, you earned that one. That's
absolutely
through exhaust.
Yeah.
And like into a situation where you remember down as well.
And also like didn't really have full vision on where Chovy was, as we're going to see a little bit of an engage here by Delight. The Grand Entrance comes in and Pace. He hit level 6. Kellen, he could go down. He has the bailout, and he isn't actually going to be killed just yet. Def just standing his ground. Extendo Beam going to get flashed there as Pace flashes forward. They find Kellen, and there's the double for this area. What did we say at the beginning? Just watch out for the level 6.
And they're not ready. And... immediately the game dead even. Look at that gold. Oh, Pace and Delight. If there was one point that you'd criticize full Gen G, it's not the performance of Pace and Delight once we get out of lane. They've been impeccable.
But also the last time they
is dead?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's fine. We can
the queue is pre-prepared as Kana is I mean, he has a slicing maelstrom. He's having a good time. Jace versus Lee Sin at this moment. Oh, that was so sick. Canyon with the smite. And he's going to be out of style on him.
So we're not going to talk about Kana failing the flash. That's not important because they got the kill. And he used flash.
Oh, no, I didn't even see that. No, he used the flash to
yes, it's fine. Let's
distraction.
Okay, so I want to talk about this because the biggest criticism by far for these two players has been their laning phase. And for them to recognize the opportunity here, because of course Kellen used his summoners in mid. Right? They're aware that the Renata doesn't have the summoners available.
Yep.
Get a 2v2 kill.
And they just wait for the bailout as well. He doesn't actually go all in on the Renata while she has that buff. Make sure that they wait. They know that they're not going to be able to create it. Oh.
Yeah. It's fine. Canyon wins these. As, there we go. Watch for the smite.
Yeah, really cute. Lane. As we've got a bit of a dive towards this bottom side, Def trying to keep himself alive as the Renata not going to be so lucky, although does get bailed out for a few moments. Still, kill goes over to Peanut. They are going to back away as Lee Sin is in the area. Looks like Showmaker not going to make a rotation down though. Q connects onto Delight and they are really hungry for this one. Super Mega Death Rocket comes in. See whether they have the health bars to lock this one down as Pace grabs it with the ultimate. And that is 3 kills now for the Zeri.
You know when Zeri was locked in Champs, like, you're like, oh man, I don't know about that. I don't know if
But you remember last time it happened as well. Yeah. And Delight locks in the Leona and then wins that one as well. And it was based on a level 6 timing. Like, this was on tape for D+. They knew this game plan. And they walked headfirst into it.
Yeah, and Pace went ahead, is really good. It's very easy to forget that this is the player, his first split in the LCK as, yeah, well done by Gen G. Commend them. They've been playing pretty heavily focused towards bot lane. This is another great example as they just sent everyone down. Showmaker not in a position to help. And by the time he does get here, the second dive is already coming through. There's way too much CC, so there's no conceivable way here. And unless they want to try and play for a 2v4 there, Ken and Showmaker can't get a lot done. If they do and that fails, the game is actually over. Right now it's rough.
Oh yeah, I mean that's we're looking at certification, which is the problem.
But it's not insurmountable because if you look at the overall gold, there is still only a 400 gold lead here, and there is a Drake advantage for D+. And I also think their composition skills really well. What I'm happy to see though is that this is, I think, the epitome of the kind of the transition and the development that has been made by Gen G's bottom lane over the course of the split. Because Peanut's been playing towards bot a lot. That's been happening from the beginning, but them getting kills in the 2v2 against one of our strongest 2v2 lanes,
yeah,
impressive.
Certainly is. Peanut going to spot Canyon here. Doran at 50%. Canyon just going to get himself out of the area. Chovy roaming up.
Delight also on his way.
And Pace just walking on in here. He does have a pretty decent item advantage as the ult going to come through and Showmaker just says, I have W. Presses that button and he's going to be absolutely K.
Man, his emote game has been on point.
The classic Showmaker move. Canyon going to move on in. Was looking to snipe Peanut on the side, but now going to be able to move back towards the Rift Herald, and with no fates to be sealed for Chovy, it's going to be difficult to contest this one. So back to work. D+ should be able to get themselves another advantage. However, here on this bottom side, 2 plates already going down means that, I mean, Rift Herald gets you to even if you're talking about bottom lane. And I think that a bit's going to need to be invested into Deft here, or they're going to have to go all in getting these mages stronger. They're not just walking on through. Okay.
Just W as well. But they are still up a member. Deft is coming from base. Are we actually going to 5v5 for this? Kana has Rocket Belt. That's a big spike. Deft does have his ultimate available.
Yeah.
TP comes in.
Well, they do find the Nature's Grasp. That's a very dead Canyon. And he was just here for too long.
Oh, wait, they're still going. They do have some big teamfight ultimates here. This is risky.
It really is. I mean, this Rift Herald is going to Peanut no matter what. And he is going to be able to secure it there, as now they're just going to bully out Kana. Gen G just playing it smarter. They're going to secure it and walk on out. Gen G are just making all of the better moves at this stage of the game, outside of that first blood that was able to be picked up by Showmaker.
Callan on the ward, not going to catch the light off there. And there's no counterplay to Flash W on Maokai. Got to respect the range on that one. Canyon getting caught off guard there. Might have been the Nature's Grasp, I'm not 100% sure. I assume we'll see. And even with the teleport towards the top half of the map, not enough. And this is where I think you really see. Like, imagine if this was post 14, and that's an unleashed teleport. Can teleport right to the ward. And the top of the river here is just really well done. But
yeah.
Great job by Peanut. Immediately throws out the ult as well to prevent Showmaker and Callan from helping their jungler. And this is also the moment where maybe D+ should have made a better read and realized that, okay, they're going to hard commit on trying to defend this. If we send Deftown to bot...
Oh, man.
Yeah.
And we were talking about this, trying to get the DK bottom lane back to even, and now it's just Gen G doubling down.
This is with a call as well, already being done for Deft. Like, it's really a really rough situation here.
Oh, yeah. This is brutal. Absolutely fantastic for Paze, though. And I just want to say, like, Delight's Rakan. At the beginning, we were highlighting Kellen's Renata. That's what I was expecting to be the key pick in this game. But honestly, despite the fact that that Renata was available to be picked into this Rakan, Delight has just been absolutely extraordinary.
Might I also draw your attention to what has been missing from Breon this split? It's the engage chance that they used to have.
Oh,
now,
true.
I'd like to direct your eyes to what is currently happening with this Rakan. 100% kill participation.
Yeah.
Been setting up every single play for his team.
Uh-huh.
Might be something there.
I mean, yeah, it's on Gen G now. And he is looking really good. But we never had anything bad to say about Delight when he was on Breon.
Canyon. He doesn't know.
Yeah.
And that's first Turbot.
Yeah.
2k gold advantage. And it's literally like Pace is actually just up 2k gold.
Yeah.
Straight up.
Yep. And that's the gold advantage for Gen G, and it's all on Azeri. And if there's like one thing you were going to write down is like, what is my dream for 15 minutes of this game? I think if you were Gen G, you'd write down in your little diary, I want Zeri to be that far ahead. 2,000 gold ahead for Zeri. That would be my dream this game.
Now, when we get to the later stage, I do think D+ have some advantages. Their range can be an issue because they're playing into J specifically. But I do think it's somewhat hard for Gen G to deal with Showmaker, unless they want to invest heavily. Because even like Peanut going for W can backfire really heavily, right? If you miss timing, you get drawn back into the LeBlanc's team. Itemizing MR isn't really going to feel great because you're playing into a Jinx. So even though there is a lot of value between Kana and Showmaker both being very heavy on the AP, it also means that Deft gets to play the game if he can get to his item breakpoints, and that's what you gotta try and avoid as Gen G. And you have a monster fed Zeri, and hopefully we'll be able to build some Drake late soon, because if you get Jace and Zeri with Hextech Soul, can't play the game. I can't do it. There's no amount of crazy cannon flanks and Jinx shenanigans that can save you from that one.
Yeah, this is basically the Zeri Soul. Going to be up in 3 minutes' time. Deft coming on over to try and punish Peanut. Looks like Peanut is going to be able to take this one down. Happy Moss Stomper over there. And Doran will be able to take this outer turret on the top side of the map. Bleeding gold. D+ is Doran. Going to chase after him. No way that Canna is going to survive this one. Doesn't have a stopwatch, doesn't have a hope. And Doran's going to be able to lock that one down. Doran just... Sorry, Canna just a little bit overextended. Even though he was underneath his own turret, it's a Jace. He kills those real fast.
Game is rapidly snowballing out of D+'s control. They're losing members left and right. Then, as more and more members on Gen G are getting fed, are getting gold, it becomes a lot harder. You can't just get like a quote-unquote big lucky pick on Pace and have that be the end of it. Doran, very, very healthy here, right? Like 20 CS up. Gets a turret as well. Going to be building towards that Manamune. Chovy, self-explanatory. Actually behind because he's been playing very much for the rest of the map. And we joke a lot about, you know, Chovy and his CS, but this is actually what you want to see in situations like this. Him actually being able as our windowed hero.
야, 궁 써줄게. 궁 미리 써놨어. 웬만하면 잡았어. 웬만하면.
knows.
웬만하면 잡았어. 웬만. Q 쓸게.
Just said that he has ult just to make sure they're secure. Beautifully coordinated here between the two.
좋았어. 나이스인데.
And this is why I was... Oh, hold up.
Okay, Canyon going to go for a bit of a kick onto Doran here. Showmaker trying to lock him down as, Delight just comes in to save his top laner. He'll battle dance his way out. Super Mega Death Rocket, not going to be enough. As, that was very cute. Almost managed to get it there. But once again, it's Delight saving everyone and just nullifying the plays.
That's the one angle that you have to be careful. LeBlanc can't get fed. Like Showmaker on a fed LeBlanc with a ton of agency, that's the one... barring the game going to like 40 minutes, right? Like at that point, anything can happen. D+ are composition skills really well. I'd argue at least the most important parts, Renata, Jinx, and LeBlanc. But like, how do you get there? Into Maokai specifically.
You keep your Nexus alive.
That is true. That's always step one.
Yep. That's how you do it.
But how do you keep your Nexus alive? That's a tough question.
Prevent damage from being done to it.
Okay.
It's pretty simple in the end.
You know these are rhetorical questions.
Oh, sorry.
Chovy. Oh.
Well, Canyon going to try and find a kill here onto Chovy as he gets smoked. There's the Q. It's the ult out from Chovy there. And Canyon not wanting to go for a kick or anything like that. Shirley going to prepare herself for a little bit of a charge as Showmaker puts Peanut on the leash. Mimic Chain's going to come through there as well as he does get silence for a moment. As Delight comes on over. Not silence, just a bit of extra damage. That isn't there anymore. As Shock Blast going to fly between the posts. And Gen G backing away.
Yeah, no Chovy ultimate here, but he will still be able to join the rest of his team, still be able to set up. And crucially, even though Gen G went for the deep shove in mid, they didn't get caught off guard, they were more than ready. and they still have priority in the river. So I think this Drake is always going to go the way of Gen G. Because D+, like looking at the item breakpoints, Showmaker doesn't have Shadow Flame yet, Kana doesn't have his Void Staff yet, and you saw Deft, like he was autoing the light and he just didn't do anything.
Yeah,
and that's Rakan.
Very behind. He's at least stayed up in CS. In fact, ahead of the clock by the same amount. Oh, it's Showmaker. This might be his pick, but no. Not going to be able to stick around because, of course, the team just managed to do the Dragon. So knew that they were all in the area. So he's searching for it, looking for these opportunities. Not quite getting there.
No. That's just with Mercs and the shield from Eclipse as well, right? Like, buys you enough time. And Showmaker, you got to try and look for those picks, try and get yourself more and more fed. Because if you're just trying to 5v5 with the game state that it is right now, I just don't think you have the role DPS. Look at Pace. He has BT, which also means that, like, how is Showmaker going to ever chew through this Zeri? Exhaust is up, Flash is up, Cleanse is up.
Yeah, no, the Zeri is very, very frightening. And that's what we were talking about, right? Is like the angle for Gen G was to go for that big play on that bottom side. And once again, they're successful in finding it. And you can see why they're priority picking this Zeri. Like, maybe that's why so many of our other teams are priority picking Zeri so much. Getting smashed by Gen G and Scrims. Who knows? But this is the team that's making it work, making it still look like it's worth picking so early in the draft. And it's pays.
It's picking Zeri and Rakan often is a signal of we're going to forfeit lane.
Yeah.
We're playing for Rakan's engage potential, his follow-up in team fights. Like, you have a main tank as well, so adding a Rakan to that mix makes it extremely oppressive to play into. And then you get a double in the 2v2. And then Deft will now have his Infinity Edge finished, but one of the reasons why we did see the buffs to Jinx on this patch is specifically because she doesn't benefit the way many other ADs do from these changes.
Oh dear, Chovy gonna ult and does make it out. Flash still intact as well. Showmaker diving on in. Doran comes over. Kana here. So 2v3 for now. Gen G stand their ground.
Kane has to flash just to get out of there as well. That's a big offensive summoner now gone.
Yeah, Super Mega Death Rocket going to just scout them out here. It's Gen G getting these saplings in position. Death gets a control ward down. He's not going to get sniped by Gen G, but look at this aggressive posturing here as Nature's Grasp. That's an aggressive maneuver there by Pina. But it's going to guarantee this turret.
That's a zoning ultimate right there.
You love to see it. 2.5 minutes on the Drake and Baron. It spawned a couple of minutes ago. So that's what they were looking for. Vision around the Baron pit. Showmaker, after that first blood, the game just kind of fell away from them. Hasn't been able to get this snowball rolling. Still, Shadow Flame is done. Could be some avenues. It's getting more and more difficult though. All right, let's see. See what Gen G are going to be able to do to continue furthering this lead. They will run into issues when it comes to range, theoretically, later on into the Jinx, but she doesn't have all that much peel. So if Peanut finds the angle, if they find these Nature's Grasps, that conversation about range may not necessarily be as relevant.
And the one saving grace that I think the D+ composition does have is that the value of Callan's ultimate into Gen G is humongous. Because, like, look at the actual amount of damage that Doran, Chovy, and Pace will do to one another in, like, late-game team fights.
That's why they fed the Zeri. It all makes sense now.
No, don't
Hostile takeover value. Oh my goodness, I found it. Oh, that is so smart. All right.
I was making a serious point, Atlas. I don't think it will end up being relevant, but it very well might be. This game has slowed down, so we're talking about the possible permutations if we do get to a late game. If D+ do get a big ultimate, and you take it away to just make a joke.
What? I don't. How do you know that it was a joke? Could have been very serious. Super Mega Death Rocket sails across the rift as Pays looking towards an Infinity Edge as item number 3. Kana has Void Staff, as this is a Baron. Hello, Baron.
Is it?
It is, well, I mean, it still is a Baron, and it will remain a Baron. And not dead. There's Peanut, going to avoid Canyon's Q. Showmaker over the wall, looking to get vision here as 10 seconds on this Hextech Drake. I don't think DK want to give up Hextech Soul Point. No. Especially into a Zeri.
But maybe you have to. Like, there's no Void on Showmaker. Deft doesn't have his Rapid Fire. If you do try, you need a hell of a fight.
Well, Canna is just going to have to deal with Chovy here, who pops back out again.
Nope.
Does have his ult down, but now without Canna having a health bar, I don't think they can do anything. He does have teleport, but this Drake is no longer guys. Yeah. That mission ain't going to do it. Just really beautifully played. Showmaker dives in once again. Chain is very long, but not actually doing too much there. Flame Chompers come down. Hayes makes it towards his turret. Surely one day they'll take his shield down as he just skates his way out. Okay! That is a bailed out cannon. Can he get locked? No, he can't. As there, he's going to grab that kill. What the heck was that AoE damage? And now Pace is just free hitting. This could just be game over right here.
That's it.
Doran is chasing after Showmaker. He does have his clone, but the Shock Blast, it's going to be blocked. And Gen G, I think they're just going to walk it up this mid lane and say goodnight to this game.
I think that might be the end of it. I think that might just be it.
Is Paze the best AD carry in the LCK?
I don't know. I can't certainly. No. We're seeing some shaving head questions from our production team. No,
that is not happening. This Nexus, though, it is definitely going down, and Gen G will claim victory in game number 1, and they will use the Zeri plus Engage support to do it once again. A combination that we have been quizzical about in the past. Just an extraordinary performance here by all of the players of Gen G, to be perfectly honest. Everyone kind of working as a unit. Chovy, not the main character this time around, but he did his job. Found those angles that they were looking for. If you don't give that POG to Delight right now, I'll be very upset.
Well, I don't know. It was Paze's call to go in there on that first bot play.
No, but it was Delight that came up with the play in their previous series.
You're claiming Delight is the inventor? No, I did vote for Delight.
It's the fact that Paze can see his experience.
But, you know, I don't know if that was the right call. I think it might end up being Paze there because you just got to credit.
I mean, it's the bottom lane, right? I think you flip a coin and you give it to one of the members of the bottom lane because that is the reason why they came out so far ahead. And D plus Kia, the bottom lane is where they've had the majority of their success this season. And even though they weren't massive damage numbers, it didn't matter because it was Gen G that held control of the map. And yes, Doran threw Shock Blast and things like that, but once Chovy did like 1,000 of that 5.3k, that was when Canna lost almost his entire health bar and could not go in.
I wonder how often you see a game where like the winning team almost deals less damage than the losing team.
I don't know.
Because that's what happened there.
That is exactly what happened there.
Wow.
It is just using intimidation tactics to tell your opposition they're not allowed to do the fighting and do the damage to us unless it's poking in lane. Crazy game from Gen G. Control from start to finish. Surgical precision. We're going to go to a short break. When we get back, we'll see whether DK can recover.
Hi.
서한이 조심하고.
네. 내가 미드 봐줘. 리신 노플인데.
와줘.
캐네 잡았고.
더 봐줘.
더 봐줘. 맞아.
징크스 노플.
간다. 게임 끝내자.
아, 펜타까지. 야, 라칸 지렸다. 게임 끝내자. 나 르블랑 쫓아갈게.
르블랑 쫓아.
20초, 30초 3명. 더 끊을 수 있고.
무조건 끝났어.
오케이. 근데 저 제리가 좀 느리긴 해요.
그냥 제이스 와서 쳐줄래? 네,
여기 갈게. 여기 쳐줘야 돼요, 이거.
이거 철거반 해야 될 것 같거든? 철거반 해야 끝나.
레나타 공 없지.
레나 공 없어.
이런 끝나겠다.
끝날 듯? 끝나겠지?
끝나. 르블랑 분신 없어.
와서 제이스 쳐줘.
밀거 먼저.
그냥 넥구 하자. 오케이?
오케이.
넥서스 쳐줘.
나이스. 싸움인가? 아니야.
아니, 사운드 현재 하고 싶은 거 다 해.
나이스.
라인도 잘했는데.
Top lane is trying to do their very best to be relevant in the outcome of the game. And this sort of lead is not going to be enough to get there, especially without any of these plates being taken, as that is a flash ulti. Dudu gonna try and walk it out, as there it is, he picks him up, tries to turn it, but it's not gonna work, and Dundon.
And look at the timing of this. Well, the team just decides there is a free buy here. Let's try to kill her, and guess what? That might be their undoing, as Juhan nearly goes down. As well, they're gonna find an R here, but Bertle's pretty tanky, as they are just running into Liv Sandbox. It is not the cleanest I've ever seen, but it's gonna work. They press their buttons and just roll over them, as Envy will be the last one to go down. It feels like they're going to be in here too late, but they can't stop Owner from getting into the pit. At least that's what it looks like right now, as he's got a Q onto the Baron. Will he be able to steal this? No, he will not, as the Baron goes down with a V-Sport Zeus in there alone, as a massive double knockup into the Cyclone Blade, and King and put 2 and 2 together, and they make it happen, and T1 are wiped entirely on the Baron.
Oh, HLE, a full wipe, a triple kill for Clan, and now they can just push mid. There are bounties.
Was a bit low, but you know, he's got some sustain from the Nami. It feels like Humalife are like, they do not want to let this go without a fight, but they will have their fight, I suppose. Will it work out? As we do have a huge Emperor's Divine in the back line, actually, as Zeka takes forever to go down. And they're just electing to go into this fight against T1 right now. And it's not the cleanest fight ever, but T1 will still win it.
But it's another kill for the Zeri. They do trade some tanks as Bulldog's going to move on over. Gen.G wanting to regroup here as that massive, the ultimate from Bulldog pulls everyone in. And Gen.G, they do manage to put the cage down, but the damage has been done. As Doran in a bit of trouble here goes Golden. Your singularity goes down. He's just said, what is going on? Moharm collects it. Moharm! What is going on this game? Oh my goodness, that could have been the mega throw for Gen.G, and I'm not even entirely sure what actually happened. Dudu is down so incredibly low, but he's got a GA. He does not care. True shot for us, and the dragon descends! That is the ace in Quandong Freaks. I think they've done it.
Hello and welcome back to the space. We are here for Gen G up against DK, and that first one pretty handily into the hands of Gen G as they do take this one down. Again, a race for second place here and that second round 2 playoff spot for the LCK playoffs. What do you guys think about the draft?
I'm still a little bit, I'm not fully on board with the high prio on the cannon, especially when you have a lot of other picks that can counter this. They picked it into the Jace, which isn't a bad matchup necessarily, but it's not one you're going to excel into. And then the Maokai pick here really shut the cannon down. The Jinx pick also really tough to actually pilot in this meta. Good in the laning phase, but if you fall behind, you're kind of trapped between do I go second item IE or do I get my rapid fire cannon? Because neither of those spikes are really going to feel very good.
Yeah, for me, I thought it was really interesting how Gen G prepared, which is like first pick Jace with the like high value in the later game. But I did mention it for sure, like all the game, like they sec a lot, which is like they pick Zeri, they pick Jace, they even pick Maokai, they went 4-5, and then they pick Yon, which is into LeBlanc. So all game has no prio. DK definitely had an option to actually snowball early game, but I think the team cut-wise, it wasn't really enough that even Chovy started like really slow, like which is like he did definitely got punished from the mid, which is Gen G make overextension play, they got punished and Chovy was kind of out of the game. But the thing is, like, I think the later on the value, Gen G was way higher, and in the middle game, Kenyon would make one mistake, and probably that's it.
One mistake, you saw a couple of mid-game plays from Peanut where he's able to find ganks on Takana and stuff like that, and the execution seemed much heavier in favor of Gen G once we did hit that mid-game and they got started. So let's take a look at some of the highlights in this one, starting off with Zeri getting 3 kills and having a bit of a moment.
So Handshake gets used here early, and then Pays actually hits level 6 as the engage comes through from Delight. So he's able to ult both players, kind of kite forward here. And no bailout is used because they're trying to hold it to the last possible second to actually potentially get a reset. But both Delight and Pays play super well around that bailout, and eventually they don't use it at all, but it's too late anyways. They're not going to actually get value out of it. And this, talking about the Yone, slow starter, but he's still going to be able to, in a dive like this, get high value.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Zeri 3 kill, it's already kind of game's over, which is like, this is the thing that like Zeri was like really high contested pick, like no matter what, because if you get 1 kill, or if enemy team more so like make a mistake, the consequences are way too high, way too powerful, and then the consequences, you can't come back.
There was another play that we're not going to highlight, but I want to mention very slightly, which was Canyon hanging around on the Herald. We talked about this. They thought they could actually rotate everybody over. They have a Cannon ultimate available, and they could actually turn that Herald fight. It was a really greedy potential take for Gen G, but they actually stay too long. Like Canyon doesn't actually go around the back of the pit. They don't actually get that team fight, so they don't get anything bottom side either. Lose that fight, lose Canyon, lose the Herald. And I thought that was a really good decision by D+, but Canyon kind of messed up the execution. I think if they had done that and won that team fight, maybe they get back into the game. But it was otherwise just smooth sailing through the mid game here for Gen G.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Caster said. That's a doubling down. They lost 2 times more because they were not even getting the wave anything. They were just wasting their time.
Yeah, and then it was a bit of an issue. Gen G did have a pretty strong lead through the mid game, and even though like the Zeri had her moments, she didn't have massive damage numbers or anything like that. It ended up coming down to one last team fight in the mid lane, which we will talk about here. Does start off with, you know, Chovy going a bit deep into the enemy jungle, and then DK pushing a bit too far.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, it's really already got the free Drake because Kana got chomped, and yeah, I mean, there's not much I want to say. Like, after 20 minutes, these days the top laner, their TP usage is no good.
Peanut here is just like, is he really TPing for this? Because they know they chunked him down. He TPs right in the front. Peanut gets an angle on everybody while also guaranteeing they get the kill onto Kana here. And even though he's bailed out to get some additional ticks here on his ultimate, great play from Kellen, it's ultimately not enough. You know, this is a fight where they're completely out of position. Everybody's rooted by Peanut's ultimate, and it's just desperation. And for what? A mid turret? This is a game-ending play.
Well, I mean, it kind of makes sense. It's from DK. That's what I said. Like, it's from the draft that like Gen G get the higher value later goes in the game. So they were really desperate for just making the play, but that was not the right time, right?
Yeah. I mean, the idea is good. Like, if Kennen actually has a super high value ultimate there while everyone tunnels on him, because you're looking at a Yone, right? You're looking at a Jace who wants to hit some shock blast then go in. Like, if Gen G really mess that fight up, even if you get rooted, with the bailout, the cannon is going to get a lot of damage done, but the execution was good for Gen G. It's one of our top teams here in the LCK.
I really like the style they have in the drafts too, where it's like just protect the Zeri comp, as you kind of mentioned, Huni, you know, give up a lot of early game stuff, and then you have like big playmaking tanks like the Maokai. You've got the Yone, who even though he didn't do too much in this game, he's still making plays. He still have some of those knockups, able to get the Zeri fed in some of those later game team fights. And guys, we do have DK selecting red side here for game number 2. Any thoughts on that, as that is not the more common side to select?
I think it's a bit bizarre, especially when you consider that they picked their solo lanes early and actually saved counter pick for Def, which didn't end up working out. So maybe they'll, this time on red side, actually play the draft out very differently and try to get counter picks for the lanes, try to get something where they can win a little bit harder. Because Pays is just, the guy is going on the up and up and up and up right now, and trying to counter pick this guy for Deft it didn't work in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, 100% agree. I mean, it was really interesting, just like picking isolation pick with Zeri, which is really uncommon, and still be able to perform. That's out of my mind.
Really good stuff, and let's see who did the best stuff out of the side of Genji. It will be Delight with some of those insane engages, and even sometimes where he was saving his teammates.
Yeah, he starts off the first play down here on the bottom side, and, you know, Pays obviously hits level 6, and it's a really easy follow-up here. But also in some of those later game team fights, he had some really nice engages. For me, I voted for Peanut, and I think Huni was kind of on my side, but also like, consider some Delight, but Peanut had some really good ults.
I was a Delight enjoyer.
Valdez was definitely on the Delight hype train, and he just had so many good follow-ups, like this one.
Yeah, I mean, it was wonderful engage. Like, even though they started first, well, yeah, it makes sense. I see some Peanut over there. Would have been kind of close.
Yeah,
a little bit.
I'm not with the Pays. I'm not with the Pays voters.
The 2 Pays voters, unfortunate. What can you do? Didn't even do the boom boom damage this game. Yeah. But either way, guys, good games from the guys on Genji all around. Let's go back to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for the breakdown of game number 1. And let's see whether red side is going to benefit D+ Kia a little bit better this time around.
Remains to be seen.
So far today, is blue side 100% win rate across all 4 games?
Yes. Yeah, because...
oh, wait, no. Harmalife won game 3 on red. Yeah. That is true. Never mind. So not 100% win rate just yet. That's actually, no, never mind. Liv Sandbox chose red side for the 3rd one. Oh no, Hanwha chose blue side, so it is 100% win rate.
Yeah, because they Sandbox went red twice.
Yeah,
because they chose red to open up with.
Yeah. So it is just blue side all the way, and we'll see whether it is going to be that until the end, or if D+ Kia can turn it all around here. Just to remind everyone, this is a battle for 2nd place. You can avoid the first round of playoffs with a victory here. And if KT can take down DRX tomorrow, then it'll mean that you'll move to 3rd as well. So you'll have 2nd choice between Liv Sandbox and Harmalife Esports. So Caitlyn and Lucian both going to be banned away here by Genji. Cassante and Annie once again banned away. The Varus left up and available so far.
Or you got to ban that. When you're D+, I don't think you can give Pays access. Oh, it's actually Genji gonna ban it. Okay, very interesting here.
Yeah.
So that's probably an Ashe then.
Big giggle from Showmaker after that one comes in. So the Ashe ban, a potential. We'll see. Genji, of course, they banned Ashe instead of Varus, but Varus Ashe was still banned. So Zeri is going to be the ban instead. So Genji can head towards an Ashe pick if they would like to. I would expect if D+ pick the Ashe, it will go towards Deft. That's, yeah, probably Jin Ashe, I guess.
Jin Ashe doesn't make a ton of sense. Makes the game pretty hard to play out here for Genji when it comes to the bot lane, but they will get the Jace again. Jace just extremely highly prioritized, a very flexible pick, doesn't give anything away. And going for this matchup again. The Ashe pickup here makes a lot of sense to me. And it might mean we see Ashe Heimer come back.
Yeah, I'd like to see that one. I think that the AD carry Ashe is kind of the way on this patch. As her W took a lot of nerfs, a lot of her power moved towards her Q, and that does mean that if she is the one making calls, then
Just
it is
run it back.
pretty good as Peanut. Yeah, I think even with Lee Sin up and available, you don't really care too much about it. The Maokai was fantastic from Peanut in game number 1. I respect the Peanut votes. Wolf and Jonah Strong shaking hands on that one. And you know that when you're joined by Jonah Strong on a vote, you've got the hipster points. And I think a great call. Chovy, what does he lock away now, though? Do we priority pick something for Pays? Do you lock away the Rakan and just say that, like, Delight's so good on the champion that it doesn't matter? Or do you just take Yone and everyone's just picking their own champions? I guess that's kind of fine, too. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Well, the trend is we had Gen G not picking in order and D+ doing it, and then D+ lost. So,
oh,
yeah. Think about that one.
Yeah, that's I think what decides victories or losses.
So Ashheimer would make the most sense to me. Alternatively, you pick up like you can go Lee here, but I don't really love it. And instead, it's going to be the LeBlanc pickup here. So Showmaker was definitely not the problem that game. I'm fine with this pickup, but it does provide the opportunity for Gen G to kind of take down and pinch that that AD carry pool, right?
Yeah, and you can also further pinch it by going for what they were considering at the beginning, which is the Jhin lock away, and then give that to Kellen as support, or give it to Deft in the AD carry role. Do it either way, and so that's a lot of AD carries that have been taken away. Zeri, Draven, Varus, Lucian, Caitlyn, and Xayah, I assume? But
yeah,
we'll see what they do decide to take away.
Xayah's tough, because I think Xayah into Ashe would considerably struggle. I really like the recombine, actually, specifically because of how good Delight is on the pick. And you can go for R4 Heimer here. There isn't really a major counter. We know Kellen plays it well.
It's a lot of magic damage if they do that.
That is true.
I'd like to see Canna go for the on-hit AD cannon variety.
That you can actually do that. That is fun. Although I don't know how that is into Jace. Because ideally, there we go. Yeah, I think that's an amazing ban. Because even if D+ end up going for something else here, you at the very least take away one of the strongest pressure lanes. They can go Ashe Karma, but I don't think you're super excited about that.
Ashe Misfortune.
Do we have something else into this Maokai? Because that tank was actually a big problem. That's a very aggressive answer here.
Kinda like it. Allows you to disengage a little bit better. Not a lot of range on Gen G thus far. Isolating a target, so strong as Ziggs.
God.
And the Leona, the classic Ziggs lane, going to be locked in here. Thankfully for DK, they can make some adjustments here as a bit of a giggle comes through from Deft. We'll see whether he's going to be playing the Ashe or whether the Ashe is going into support. Imagine if they last picked Veigar and just played Veigar Ashe bottom lane. And we can just have a Mage off, a Yordle off.
I gotta say, trying to play Veigar into Ziggs and Jace does not sound like it. That sounds like a bad time.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's good, but thematically it's fun.
It is. As the AD threats of D+ now fully established, was worried that they might go towards too much AP damage, but not going to be the case here. And I mean, I love Gen G's comp. Right, like there's mixed damage profiles, there is an incredible amount of CC.
The amount of poke is absurd.
The amount of poke is insane, but you can hard engage. I really like the Gen G comp. I predicted D+, but I'm looking at these drafts and I'm saying again, Canyon, Showmaker, good luck.
Yeah.
Because I wouldn't be shocked if this ends up being a Gen G 2-0 again.
Crazy. It's kind of mind-blowing. Gen G looking to lock down that second place here in the LCK. And I think that if you came in at the end of round 1 in the Spring Split, you wouldn't be surprised about this outcome whatsoever. Did feel like D+ Kia were upping their momentum towards the end of the season, and we'll have to see whether that can continue moving into this game. We feel like the draft might be against them, but I actually felt like the draft was against Gen G in game number 1. Another Glory reference here in the audience. Great show, haven't finished it yet.
I need to start watching. Valdez tried to tell me how great it was, like I always do with him and anime, and I haven't listened to him, and I want to set a better example because I want to get him to watch just one. It's one anime, Atlas. Is that too much to ask?
I think he's definitely watched an anime.
Yeah, but not the new ones.
Yeah.
The good ones.
Ah, so you want him to watch one and then another one and then another one and then you'll be satisfied?
Yeah.
All right, well, some great drafts coming through here. Let's jump onto the Rift for game number 2 of our Saturday Showdown. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 2. Kellen had a great performance on his Ashe last time out, but it was on a previous patch. And we'll have to see whether the Ziggs and Leona will be the bane of this Ashe Sivir lane. And it certainly could be. Depends how things are going to be played, though. The amount of follow-up to the Delight All-In will kind of be dependent on whether Pays can, you know, stay relevant in this game. Because sometimes we see a Ziggs, when they fall behind, it feels a little bit lackluster. So still some eyes are going to be on him, but if his performance so far over the last couple of weeks especially is anything to go by, I think it's a pretty safe bet that things are going to work out. But generally a scaling choice is the Ziggs.
Yeah, I really like Ziggs because he is basically... You can use him in two ways. You can either use him, as you're saying, like you're saying, as a scaling pick, where he is just clearing waves, hanging back. But we have teams also be very successful and actually utilize him very aggressively, right? I don't think it's going to be happening into this lane because of the power of level 1 Ashe and the fact that Sivir's wave clear is really good. But if you gank for a Ziggs lane repeatedly, like the amount of damage he does to turrets is disgusting, and the value of his W is self-explanatory. But yes, Ashe was nerfed, her volley and her ult cooldown, but it doesn't really take away from how strong she is level 1, as Pays and Delight are also noticing here.
Yeah, they didn't nerf the Ashe's Halo Blades.
Just Halo Blades in general would be nice.
Yeah. Showmaker doing exactly what he did last game, as of course this is the same matchup. See whether he can pick up a first blood this time around, as Hawkshot is looking to spot out Peanut. I don't think the pet was spotted.
No, I didn't see him. He was not on vision, but like, there's not that many places where he could be. He could be like in the upper river, which they might have to be a little bit afraid of, but most likely he is going towards the top half of the map as Canyon is going to get spotted.
Yeah.
Does it matter though? He is a Xin Zhao, as Peanut is going to pull away.
Yeah, and the Wolf is going to also lose interest.
Is this just the same game?
Well, yeah, I think something has changed as far as the champions. Like, Lee Sin looks like he can see a bit better. As once again, losing a bit of patience here. And Canyon is now going to have to give this one up. It is not. Unless it is.
Well, we're still not done with that one.
Nope. I'm going to try one more time. Wind becomes lightning.
Oh, no W. That's big.
Yeah, Sapling also not going to be utilized here as Canna's moving down. He does get the early track, and it looks like Peanut going to have to give this one up. He gave up the last one, though, and not a whole lot really happened as far as negatives for the Maokai. Very important that Chovy was sort of kept in lane during all of this. And cool guys don't look at explosions, by the way.
It's not
dead. Okay.
Well, maybe sometimes you should.
Yeah, sometimes you need to, like, if the explosion doesn't happen, you should probably look to.
You got to double check your detonator or something.
Well, Peanut's standing on a ward.
Uh-oh. He might have to. Oh no, he's also
just gonna do the dab and walk around. Very cute. As Showmaker is going to be split in Canyon.
Oh, I love that. You kind of need to, as Chovy knows.
Really nice ward.
He's aware.
Yeah.
There's no ignite for Showmaker. I think he's zoning him away here. Canyon charging up.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, they do manage to get Kellen under the turret, but he's not tanking it up. That's very important. Man, if they had have taken turret aggro, that could have been an absolute disaster. Very, very close to being an amazing play there by Genji bot lane.
Peanut and Canyon still fighting.
Yeah.
as Showmaker has to back, so actually they're not fighting. They're signing peace.
Yeah.
And as we do see the Ashe, I think the main reason why we're seeing the bot lane farm be the way that it is, the level 1 still insanely strong, hasn't really gone anywhere. There's a reason why it's still been banned away. And the early priority from D+, just like in game number 1, unmatched. And I do think it's important to note that up until the point where that bot lane double kill came in, D+ were looking really good. So maybe they can try and maintain that early game momentum for longer than the first, give or take, 8 minutes.
Yeah. I don't think that it's going to be a similar situation here with the Ziggs Leona on the bottom side, although their level 6 spike is quite large. We're going to have a look at this. Gentleman's Agreement's backs.
Aww.
Equalized wave.
The Nogaria.
Yeah.
Aw, Kana. Nice.
It's, you know, he's
it's a cool homage.
Giving a shout out.
Yeah.
Absolutely beautiful. Anyway, Deft and Kellen just farming here. And as we can see, yeah, they have a slight advantage. Also identifying that it's probably not the largest of deals. However, if, like, Sivir having a free lane is a bit of a, you know, uncomfortable situation for Gen G fans. Deft will be able to get, you know, towards these items pretty comfortably in this game. 20 CS in the lead right now. Big value on that boomerang. And also able to grab himself a plate here. So Chovy unbinds his soul for a moment. And he's going to be able to queue himself away. But so far, Showmaker with a lot of control there as well. And honestly, Gen G not a lot of control anywhere on this map right now as Canyon takes the first dragon of the game.
No, they're not expected to. This is much more akin to what we should have seen in game number 1 as well, and actually what we saw for a large part of it, which is D+, Prio in topside, Prio in mid, and at the moment also have Prio in bot. I do think post 6 that changes a little bit because Deft will be fine because of Spell Shield. Kellen not so much. Kellen definitely has to be careful in how and when Delight has the opportunity to jump on top of him, particularly if Peanut is towards the bottom half of the map, because Ashe is one of those picks where, like, as long as you're ahead, it feels amazing. But Moam was a great example of a player, Life Another, where if you fall behind early and the hard engaged support can just keep chaining and chaining and chaining and taking you down repeatedly, no cleanse of course available for Kellen here, then you can run into some real issues.
Oh, absolutely. And in fact, it was Delight that capitalized on this the most in the matchup against Moham. I don't want to talk about the outcome of the game, but I do want to talk about the laning phase of that one, where his Leona was absolutely fantastic in that instance.
It was huge.
It was. As they are going to get a bit of a shove through. Peanut going to make his way over here, and it looks like he does not want to fight a Xin Zhao as Canyon hits level 6. And look, I don't think anyone of us will blame him for that one.
No, Peanut's fine. Like, he's what? He's 10 CS behind, a few camps.
Yeah.
It's not going to bother him.
He's a tank Maokai, living his best life. But doesn't mean he's going to go in for a 1v1, I don't think. And he doesn't have to.
No, he definitely shouldn't. Showmaker maintaining the pressure here.
And look, we talk about it kind of being okay. When is it not okay? Like, when did Gen G need to start doing stuff?
Ooh, I think you can give up like first, second Drake.
Okay.
Ideally, I think one-item spikes are where you're looking to make plays when Eclipse is finished for Doran. Chovy will have a shield bow available. But really, as soon as you hit 6, I think if you see a good angle, you can start going for it. No one on D+ will have Merc Threads, so any form of CC will kind of chain into a 100-0, because this is these are two very different comps, I think, in that regard. Because you have D+, who definitely do have some decent single target CC, you know, Ash Arrow, LeBlanc Chain, Canyon Knock-Up. Kana's the only one that has some AoE CC, but it's not really the point of Cannon. But Gen G is like the most, if anything hits you, you die.
Yeah.
Solar Flare, dead.
If anyone hits multiple, like if anyone's standing in a vicinity, they all die.
Yeah, Peanut's ultimate really is kind of like the dream for so many of the other champions on Gen G, because if someone is stationary, the follow-up is very easy, and I wouldn't mind seeing Gen G contest for this, although Paze isn't here. They don't know where Deft is.
Kana could be in trouble here. He immediately presses ultimate. It's Kellen. He's going to turn up in the nick of time. Peanut having to flash away, and now Delight is not going to be so lucky. Canyon audaciously charges forward, and first blood goes to Kana.
Big win there. And crucially, the chain doesn't work.
Is that? Okay, no, not going to happen this time around. Airy is going to bother Chovy for a moment.
So, I was talking about the CC chain for Genji. The CC chain doesn't work, but very timely. Showmaker also isn't able to find a chain. Hits it on a minion. I just want to make sure that I went up because things were happening, but I was not talking about the thing on screen. Showmaker gets more gold though. Chovy gets bullied away, and that first play working out very differently here this time around as Kana doesn't actually go down in the CC combo, and I think some credit that deserves to go to Kellen as well. Actually, that arrow might have been the difference maker there.
I think him turning up exactly when he did, very important for this one.
위에 나왔다. 위에 좀 와줘. 와줘.
The reaction instant as well.
Well, and if Doran is there a split second earlier, if they coordinate that maybe a little bit better, I think you kill him, right? Like with the Jace damage there, you're gonna be fine. Not gonna be the case though. And D+ looking so much better. No, Doran still, you know,
he still cancel. Yeah, still cancel.
Big. Oh. And we're both just staying.
Yeah, guess we're just hanging out. Kana's Lightning Rush on cooldown. There is no Maokai in this area, so not going to need to worry about that one. Kellen sweeping out vision here in mid. And Showmaker continuing to find a lot of success in this lane. Remember, Chovy opted into this knowing that the LeBlanc was likely to come in.
Yeah, I do want to reiterate, like Genji's comp skills insanely well. So they're not going to be too bothered by this.
Okay.
You have Ziggs, you have Yone.
Is this one of those situations where it's like we're watching the Nexus go down, we're like, oh, they're still scaling?
Well, I wouldn't say that if the Nexus is actually going down.
No. But like, when do we... I need to know when we're stopping. Because right now, like, this snowball is rolling.
Yeah, we might not actually get any opportunity to see the scaling in action with how the game is going right now. Because talking about the mid-jungle duo, Canyon and Showmaker, in the last game, they were fed, but the bot lane was struggling. And without the bot lane struggling, they're looking really good here.
Yeah, that level 6 moment, I mean, the space brought it up. The fact that that happened was really important for Genji, and having no moments like that might be a little bit of a worry, as Arrow going to be avoided there by Chovy. Really nicely done. Well positioned from Kellen as well. He has found other players with that exact play.
Are you kidding me?
What? Another Chemtech Soul?
Again?
It's Orcs.
It's Orcs.
It's Orcs' fault.
It's his. Unbelievable.
I mean, I'm going to need Dan to like make a statement on Twitter. Just like admitting,
this is
admitting that like this is something that, you know, he's never going to do again.
Is he in league with the Zornites?
I actually believe that that's true. I mean, that's 100% his starting area in the MMO. Right?
Did he?
As Doran might be just solo killed. Does have to flash. And Kana didn't have his available. Otherwise, that was a dead Jace. Man, impressive stuff here. Kana bouncing back after what was a very difficult game one for a lot of players on D+ Gear, to be perfectly honest. And that's what we've questioned about this D+ Gear roster, is bouncing back after losses. I mean, Showmaker, absolutely nothing to worry about. I think that his LeBlanc was absolutely fantastic from go to woe. Like, there was no criticism that we'd have there, but the bottom lane having a rough time, not picking that level 6 moment must have been difficult. You know, after that occurred,
the trap.
All right, yeah, the trap is being set. Peanut, he's coming over. Canyon says, I'm sorry, Canna, but you are real dead, my friend. We'll see whether he can take them on a merry jaunt. And yeah, I don't think it's going to be a very long one. Doran is going to be able to get his revenge after that flash from earlier.
And somewhat unfortunate here is that the position of D+ doesn't really lend it. They can't really punish on the cross map because Canyon is top. Showmaker just went for a back. I wonder if they're going to try and look for a kill on Doran here as well. That's a big scryers coming through there. And no punish available. So that's just going to be a big win here for Genji. The main gold lead, as we can see here, are those plates coming through.
Yeah.
And even when behind, Ziggs is going to be just fine. Just standing near the turret. And this is really well done by Delight. Actually flash Q to ensure that the CC chain is 100% perfect. No counterplay to that one. Even if Canyon does show up, not going to make the difference.
Yeah, Canyon, in fact, identifying that one very, very early on. And does wait around for a moment. I think he was there to collect the wave once it did actually crash. Otherwise, not too much to worry about. As Deft moving towards this mid lane now. As his Caulfield's moving towards his Quick Blades. When Civ is going to be very, very happy. That's a lot of ricocheting in these fights. As Kellen, not going to deny any blue buffs or anything like that, as he is very deep in the enemy jungle right now. The Mega Cone available for him is Peanut rotating over. Canyon in position as well, as the big old Scryer comes on through to spot all of this vision. And Genji, good defensive play here. As Canna comes on over to find Chovy. Chovy unbinds his soul, clears out some minions, and is on his merry way. And this is the kind of game slowdown that Genji really wanted. This is what you were talking about before.
Yeah, actually sieging onto Genji is kind of a nightmare with the amount of ranged wave clear that they have. However, if you catch one of them off guard and you get a little bit of chance.
Arrow is going to connect. Delight almost got in there to save him. Wasn't quite able to do so, and that is a pick onto Doran and a first kill for Showmaker as well. Very important. Getting this LeBlanc online is huge. If he's a threat, I think the whole game changes so much for Genji.
And something that I want to draw attention to here as well is that one of the big issues that we saw as yeah, nice.
Bye-bye wave.
Yeah, clear out that wave. One of the issues that we've seen with the Ashe into Leona, but Jarvan is another example, is that in lane, post 6, you're at a very, very high risk. And what I actually love is that Kalin has been at the forefront of like a lot of the plays that have been made across the map, right? He's abandoned lane completely, knowing that Sivir versus X, nothing's going to happen there. And he actually provides so much follow-up with his arrows.
Yeah.
And I think that Delight, having that great play on the top half of the map himself as well, is doing a decent job of keeping up. But it kind of circumvents some of the issues that we have seen with this Ashe. Now, it has been nerfed. Obviously, the early laning levels are still really good, but positioning is so important on this pick. And Kellen is showing us that still quite strong and is D+. Going to aggressively fight for this. Everything from their posturing is saying yes, they definitely are, as Kana actually ends up getting his alternator with his sword pen boots, so it's quite strong.
It's a Hextech cookie. Arrow. Going to connect, blocked by Delight, who does have Eclipse. I don't think they worry about it too much as Delight goes on a little bit of a journey, and he might actually survive as they change their minds. They want to attack Peanut instead. Showmaker is going to be able to take down Delight in the end, so he wasn't distracted too much. And now, D+ Kia looking to take down this outer turret in mid lane. And you were talking about the sieging problem. That was actually working out very well for Genji. Getting that pick going to be important here for D+ Kia.
The only saving grace there for Genji is that Doran was able to get first turbo blood on the top half of the map. So that actually means that the gold stays relatively even. It also puts Doran further ahead as Peanut.
Well, Nature's Grasp is going to come in here as they dive on over. Chovy finds an ult. 26 health, it's Def that picks up the Drake. No denial there of soul point for Genji. But at least they didn't have to really give up too much for it, I guess.
That's fine.
Yeah,
I got it.
For it.
No problem. No biggie.
Yeah, you miss every smite you don't contest, you know? Or something like that.
What does that even mean?
I don't know.
It's the arrow from downtown. Delight, peak support. Great job there. Actually gets the exhaust on Showmaker as well and stays alive for a decent amount of time, but not able to actually get it because this is LeBlanc with Flash. So you never live in there. And then here, the attempt at the steal with a lot of damage, just not quite enough. Actually, it was so close. Like, if Paze maybe throws an ult on top of there as well, maybe it could happen, as Doran is flashing away from what I assume, based on Jonas Strong, was an arrow.
Arrow.
Yeah, there you go.
Thanks, Jonas Strong.
Appreciate it. And yeah, I like talking about scaling. Yes, there is Ziggs. There's a lot of wave clear, but if you have full control...
All right, Canna just going to move towards the Unbound Soul. I kind of like it. Chovy's still fighting this one out. He flashes, he gets the knock-up, and he dies. Canna is going to pick up the solo bolo onto Chovy.
Humongous play there from Canna. If you die there, that's the type of moments that Genji is looking for. Plays that take away tempo. Yeah, it's really fat cannon. We already know this pick got buffed immensely on this patch. Results have been kind of up and down. But in the 1v1, I think is team fights actually we've seen them struggle. In 1v1s, Cannons have been doing pretty great.
Yeah.
As this is what ruins your day. You just want to siege a turret.
Yeah. A little bit too much Mega Inferno Bomb action happening here. As minions also dying on the other side of the rift as well. Deft pretty much online as we're going to check this one out from Canna's perspective.
Actually gets the stun to ensure that he gets maximum damage. And yeah, if you hit the Qs, just hit your Qs. No problem. Chovy trying to go for the big outplay that doesn't actually end up fighting it because that one Q does connect.
Also, like waits and then uses his dash cannon when Chovy's queuing in a line, locked in the animation, can't actually move out of the way, and so make sure that he gets that damage as well. So really nicely played from Canna. Big turnaround for him in this particular game after struggling in game 1 so much. As Canyon looking to punish yet again. Oh my goodness, these cross-map arrows. Canyon is under a turret though, and so Chovy's going to give him a thumbs up and wander his way out. And he is now without an ultimate, but otherwise he'll be just fine.
The big winner of everything that's been happening on the map for D+ is probably Deft. Because
he's just chilling.
He's just gotten to 2 items without being even remotely contested. Oh boy, Showmaker doesn't have TP.
Yeah, he's just gonna book it.
Gen G.
Oh man, this is going down really quickly. There's a Leandres on his 6. They're gonna get the knock up on a Canyon. It may not be a flip because he may just die. Solar Flare comes down to make sure he can't get into the pit, and that is just a good old heist.
Kana? No.
Oh man, imagine. Doesn't happen as Showmaker is looking to try and punish some of these Baroned up members of Gen G, but it looks like they'll get out with 5 Barons intact.
What an incredible call there from Gen G. Like identifying Showmaker, timer on TP still there. He is a big part of where the gold is on D+. And forcing the hand of a team that, barring Kana specifically, I think really does need some setup.
Arrow gonna connect. But it was under Delight, and so he doesn't really care.
No. And you know what we were talking about earlier as well? Even if Gen G doesn't get anything from getting this Baron, even if it ends up being like the amount of gold that is right now, getting it off the map is such a win. Because D+, I think, need Baron to actually make a really big dent on the base of Gen G.
Because you need to give your minions the magic resist to withstand Pays throwing his bombs all over it.
Oh, and Shock Blast as well?
Yeah. As Peanut set up for a bit of a gank onto Canna.
These 2 item spikes from D+ are very scary.
Yeah, there's a twisted advance though onto Canna. Mega Inferno Bomb comes in. Canna trying to fight this one. Doesn't have a stopwatch, doesn't have his life, as now Canyon's fighting Delight. But Delight's very good at mitigating damage, and that is just a free kill onto the cannon. Now without his flash as well, used in that battle. I don't think that they're going to be able to fight for this Drake.
Trying.
As when it becomes Lightning comes in, and Canyon's just going to get exploded. Oh man, DK kind of falling apart here in this moment. This Drake now going to be taken, soul denied by Gen G, and they'll now be able to use this Baron to take down a few of these turrets. Showmaker towards that top side of the map, uses his teleport immediately to try and get to this inner turret, but Jace is on his way over. Gen G going to start their onslaught. There is the satchel charge, and that's going to help lock that first one down.
And I actually love the position for D+, if they can fight that, right? You have Shadow Flame for Kana. He's gone full damage. No Zhonya's, just straight kaboom boom, right? This is a lightning storm that he's able to summon, but he gets taken down. And the same for Canyon. Doesn't even get to flash, doesn't even get to press his ultimate. And then what? Right? We talked about the scaling for Gen G. I think that's still there. The Baron helps them out a ton. Kana gets knocked back here by the Q from Peanut, and even with his flash isn't able to make a large distance as Delight getting him here over the pit with just a Zenith Blade.
Yeah, finds the angle beautifully. I think hiding out of vision there as well. And Canyon having the wrong idea about the play. So now Gen G moving towards that gold advantage. It is absolutely even. Like, it's completely square here at this stage of the game. I think DK still have a lot of power with their composition right now. It's not like enough of the scaling has come in, but you keep it even, and you are so happy if you're Gen G. You get another couple of items on Pays. Pays kind of building a little bit, like a bit component-y at the moment. With his Oblivion Orb as well as halfway towards a Banshee's Vow.
So he's been sitting on the Oblivion Orb for a really long time. I actually don't mind it as much because Ziggs is such a good applier of it with the amount of AoE that he has. And he got it very early on and then went straight into Xerath, and I think he's now going straight into Banshees, which Banshees I think is awesome into deep Bloodthirst composition, right? Takes away the pressure of an arrow, mitigates some of what Showmaker is able to do, and I love the deep loss composition as long as they're able to kind of keep the enemy on the back foot. Because even if you look at, like, how does this team enable Deft? Because yes, this is a Fed Sivir, but like, how do you actually protect him?
Well, Nature's Grasp, standing in front of him, certainly going to work out as the arrow's going to connect onto Pays somehow. Oh my goodness, what a massive one from Kellen. Solar Flare defensively is actually pretty good, but Doran is now going to get mown down, and you asking, how do you make space for Deft? Well, you shoot the artillery in the face. That's how you do it.
Yeah, well, thank you for the quick answer, D+. Really appreciate it. Nicely done there. And that must have been a big miscommunication there. Pays also with his flash still up, that arrow catching them off guard.
That was
just like game. Is it going to end the same way as game number 1?
I'm not sure.
I think there's no Baron buff, so I think this is just an inhib and then they back off.
You know how we make 007 references? Like, Kellen actually did have a license to kill this game. Like, his arrows have actually been fantastic. Chovy going to chase down Canyon here. Doing a fair bit of damage, but I don't know whether... Oh, okay, never mind. He's going to throw an ulti through, as that is a teleport. Cannon doesn't have ultimate, as that's a Pays teleport. The arrow soaring by. And actually, if he hadn't have flashed, that arrow would have hit him and he would have died.
Are they, oh, no, okay. So actually, what they're trying to do here is because D+, like, used all their tempo to go, I imagine they want to try and play for Baron, but it's a little early, so you're going to be able to at least shove in mid and get yourself a turret here. Particularly with Ziggs, you're going to be able to siege this very, very quickly, and it will open up the map. The TP, I'm still not on board with. Like, even if you get the idea, if that isn't Chovy, I don't think you can get away with that. And using a flash like that is a really big mistake. Because here,
oh man,
yeah, thought he was fine. Was not. If he flashes there, D+ can't do that. And credit to D+, they recognized the moment of weakness and immediately 100 to 0. Everyone that isn't Chovy on the lineup. Deft has all the space that he needs, and so what we're talking about, I think it's why getting a Banshees is going to be such a big deal. It's why Chovy has a QSS. It's the power of being able to tank these arrows.
Absolutely huge. Having a look at the item difference, couple of 1,000 gold in the lead. Here is Deft on the Sivir. No slouch when it comes to the old scaling word herself. And the arrow is just going to hit the teleporting target. Chovy immediately QSS's as in goes Canyon. All right, I don't know about that one. He's going to get taken down very, very low. As Chovy gets into that backline, they do wipe out the Sivir as well. There goes the Ashe, and Gen G going to capitalize on the overextension. Showmaker, can he stay alive is the question. The answer is, I think yes for now, but I don't know whether the Baron is going to be so lucky.
Chovy should have enough damage here. Peanut can just tank it up. Showmaker, is he going to look for a play? Is he going to try? The Light's health is fairly low. He has vision, but I don't think that is an avenue that he can explore. And after an amazing teamfight call from D+, comes one that isn't quite as clean. And I'm trying to look here what went wrong. Because they know where Peanut is, they know where Doran is. Peanut's position is a known quantity, so I don't think you can go that deep if you're Canyon. And then this is the combo that I love. Like, Chovy goes so deep, sets up Deft, and then even though Pays ends up going down, like, if he presses his R button where Chovy says please, that's it. Like, that wins you the fight. And he didn't even have free items at that point. Like, it's only going to get worse and worse. Like, once Pays actually gets a death cap, which is still very far off, a very long time away, but they might get soul.
Yeah. What? As Peanut going to dive into the pit, but not able to get the smite. Nature's Grasp to come through here. Showmaker off on the flank. Actually, decent position here. As Peanut goes down very, very low. Mega Inferno Bomb is good. as Canna, pretty low, but does still have Slicing Maelstrom. No flash. As Genji unable to punish on this one. Showmaker gets himself out. Banshee's Veil going to be procced by the Shock Blast. Man, and it's still extraordinarily close.
Oh yeah, wow, we have no idea. No idea who's going to take this one, Atlas. What a banger. D+ after a pretty subpar teamfight call do find themselves an angle to take away the soul. Now, this is not one of those souls that gets you the game. If this was Hextech or Infernal with like Sivir and and LeBlanc, like that's
GG.
That's it. But it's Chemtech.
It is. So instead, they have extraordinary tenacity.
Well,
unbelievable.
They have
healing. So much help when you're below 50% HP.
Yeah, they don't have heals. Well, individual heals, but they don't have any enchanter, and also not a lot of shielding.
I'm sensing a lot of negativity here.
No, I'm trying to get to the good point. But if they get below 50% health, they will have 11% extra damage resistance and damage output.
Isn't it amazing?
No, it's not. But we're going to gloss over that. As 1 more minute left on the Baron buff, this will be a big charge for Genji to pick up. These team fights have been so explosive. Showmaker does have TP.
Yeah, Chobi's diving in. Massive shield as Canyon. Not a whole lot he can do in answer as Pace throws down the satchel. That says no. Daft walking towards the kitty cat. As with this Baron buff, these minions difficult to deal with even for the Sivir. As Arrow, oh man. Kellen's had a really good idea with a lot of these arrows, but that one not going to connect.
Both teams are playing so aggressive. Like Pace just TP'd back into this again.
Oh, Doran could be in trouble as in goes Chobi. Knocks them all up, sets them up for that Mega Inferno Bomb. As Canna just can't play the game, it's just not allowed to. It's going to have to try and get out of there as Canya's now walking towards them. These ricochets do terrifying damage. Yeah, avoiding these bombs, and they are so scary. The shock blasts as well. You get hit by 1 or 2 of them, you could potentially just be out of the fight. Deft survives for the moment, and they hold on to the base. My goodness. Okay, Baron buff done in 5 seconds time.
You know what's coming.
And Elder.
Remember.
3.5 minutes. Exodia on the table for D+ Kia.
This 6 Yone combo, I'm a huge fan. I hope we see more of this. And look at that. Like, what are you...
Like, Canna is basically dead. Like, he's basically... Because he has to leave.
Yes. Well, if he actually is that, I wouldn't be surprised if Genji try and push on. And then this is the frustrating thing. Deft actually did have his summoners available there. Don't be mistaken. Like, Deft wants to go in so badly there because, like, 2 good ricochets and the game is done. But also, if he goes in and he dies, then the game is over.
The game is done on both sides, yes.
It really is. And now, we got 2.5 minutes till both Elder and Baron grace the rift. What items can we hit at that point? Morello's now going to be done for Pace. Still going to be a very far amount away from the pickup of that Rabadons. And at this point, like, is he just going to go Void next? There isn't that much.
Yeah, I think you kind of need Void more.
Yeah.
As Arrow is going to sail by.
And this Morello's is something that I'd be okay with if they're fighting right now. And you're probably not going to be able to
combat all the healing power that they have from their Chemtech Soul. I don't know.
So there is actually a decent amount between Canyon and Deft, right?
Yeah,
like, but yeah, I don't...
I jest a little, but I do think that maybe he didn't quite need it. As Canyon gonna have to throw out the ultimate, does still have flash, and hasn't used it. He's now gonna go in again, as he's taken down Solo, the Nature's Grasp. It's not gonna kill Canyon. Still alive. Why is he? How is he? As a whip becomes lightning. What is going on here? So much shielding, so much healing. Is Showmaker diving on forward. Canyon's back into the fight. And they take down Peanut. 3 are now dead. Chobi's trying to take matters into his own hands. He takes down Showmaker. But Canyon's still alive, guys. Deft is... Where was Deft? He's in the top lane.
There's no objective.
I can't handle this game, Chronicler.
You know what kept him alive there? Chemtech Soul!
Oh,
not even memeing.
No, actually, I mean, 11% damage reduction would have definitely kept his health bar.
We were making fun of the Soul this whole time.
I mean, he does have Crescent Guard, which is pretty good at mitigating damage. But this! How did that bomb not hit him?
The light going in as well. And yeah, you know who they're ignoring there is Deft, who is a big problem. can't really ignore him.
Well, they weren't ignoring him. It's just that he has a Bloodthirster. And so if he starts auto-attacking, oh, man. You need a bit of hard CC. And Delight had used that on trying to kill the immortal Canyon.
Canyon had 2 HP.
Yeah, that he survived with 2 HP. Calculated, I guess. I don't know.
Deft is level 18 with a QSS.
And a PD. Not a lot of armor on the opposing side, I mean, Peanut is going to have a fair bit.
Yeah, it's okay. If you're attacking Peanut, then everyone behind him is dying. So I think that's a win.
10 seconds until Elder.
So you do need to actually get to Elder, and the shove is amazing.
Okay.
That's just Peanut. That's not enough.
Yeah. As Chovy was looking for Deft there, doesn't quite find him. Does take half of his health bar though. As these boomerangs, man, Deft hurts so much.
Kane is low though. They do know that Genji's starting this one up.
Yeah. Canyon gonna need to start auto-attacking some things as Chovy doesn't find the knock-up. Actually could be important. Wind Becomes Lightning comes in as well. Showmaker puts him on the chain.
Can't find an angle. He doesn't have flash available here.
Yeah, no flash for the cannon. He's actually just massive. He has dash cannon. He needs to actually look for a flank. I don't think he was actually.
There's a Mega Blast Cone.
Oh.
There's 2.
Oh, he could double Mega Blast Cone to get in here.
The Giga Cone.
Oh, will he actually find the angle is the question. Banshee's Veil is going to be popped here. They need to go now. The arrow is going to connect. Now Kenneth's looking for it, but Chovy, he dives in first. Can he find it as the Elder is taken by Genji? It's massive. Canyon now has to get out of there, and Deft is dead. DK, I think they've just lost the game.
I think that's it. I think that's it. The only one that died is Doran. They don't have Deft.
I want to know what happened to the second Blast Cone. I missed it.
He didn't get it. Didn't happen.
Oh, Genji now with Elder. They're going to push in. They're going to take down this inhibitor turret at least as Showmaker. He wants to try and stop it, but I just don't think they can. Peanut is so tanky, he can tank this turret as Showmaker dives in immediately. He goes golden as there is the satchel charge. Showmaker is going to get eaten by a dragon. The Zig's going to do that one. Canyon also presses his stopwatch. Kellen going to come in with the arrow. Deft is up in 10 seconds time, but I just don't think it's... Oh, never mind. There is no minion wave.
Oh my god, they're going to survive. Del's going to be up.
At least for another few minutes.
They're holding on. It's still not done.
It's not. Well, there is another minion wave conga lining in, but Deft is going to respawn. Canna's going to respawn.
They have buff for another minute and 20.
Nature's Grasp going to come in here as Deft does have a spell shield. On the hunt is going to be popped here as Canna. Can he actually get enough work done as the Sivir is going to be taken down? Canna is also dead and Chovy's going to do it. Him alongside Doran, and now they'll take down the Nexus. The 2-0 for Genji, and they will be your second place team skipping the first round of playoffs here in the LCK.
It might not have been a free game series, but what a banger it was, Atlas.
That last game, man, just extraordinary. So many great plays on both sides of this one. And now I just kind of wish that D+ had a 1-game-1.
Right?
Oh, man.
And, you know, take a guess who I voted for, because it was not hard this time around.
I think Delight was really good that game.
He was.
He was.
Yeah.
I actually think that it's not going to be unanimous, but Chovy probably not going to get robbed this time.
If he gets robbed after this one, I don't know. I'm always willing to be convinced of another POG angle, and D+, game number 1, just not looking great. But in game 2, I liked the idea, but I think what really threw them was the fact that the Ziggs came through. Right? Like, that is something that pays as a rookie, as an untested AD carry. You're not necessarily expecting him to come out as, that's
what we like to call a celebration of the week.
Right there. Oh, look at, you know, it just gets to me that Delight and Paze used to play together like 3 years ago, and they're back here, they reunited. It's just an amazing story.
And Delight he wasn't having the greatest of round 2s.
No.
But this week, man, oh my goodness. just playing extraordinarily well. Engaged supports, man. I mean, Wolf has been talking about it for quite some time. Since these buffs have come in, he is just absolutely fantastic on those champions. Gen G, dominant performance here in this game, but only towards the end. And D plus Kia took control of the early game, found a bunch of moments, but Gen G's heist on the Baron turned it all on its head.
Let there be no confusion as to who deserves second place. This was a 2-0, and even in the moments where D+, like here, found their angles, found some amazing team fights, Gen G was able to hold on, able to hang on, and I do think that if you are D+, you got to be taking a look at the drafts, right? Because I think that the composition from Gen G gave them so much room to come back in this game with the amount of CC, the mixed damage profile, and the combo. Like this combo right here, the amount of fights that were won by Chovy finding an angle in Yone and Pace just pressing R. Like, I don't even think Pace didn't have a great Ziggs game, right? Like he was there.
No, it was fine. It was just it was perfect for the comp, right?
It was not about him. It was just making sure that they had the damage. As this might be that.
It's one of the silliest moments.
It just works. The most mind-blowing thing is that after this, none of this really mattered. Like D+ get an insanely big team fight win, and they don't get an objective. If Elder or Baron are up here, I think they win the game, and I think we go to a game number 3. But just because of the timing, it doesn't matter.
And this play, yeah, Canner actually just didn't opt in for using the second Mega Blast Cone.
Yeah,
and just was that little bit too late because Chovy went for the engage instead. We're going to have a listen to Gen G in these final moments, which were, even with an Elder, a little bit dicey is what it felt like.
Yeah, you see Canyon desperately trying to clear the wave here as well. It looked a little spooky one. Delight died, and Kellen and Deft were both there. Kana also came back up. But I want you to pay attention to Chovy and what happens to Deft in this fight. If you didn't catch it the first time around, if you're looking for him, you're like, what happened? Well, Deft needs to get a bunch of autos in.
Well, Chovy pressed his R button and eviscerated him.
And D+, Atlas, not winning a single game
this week. Nope.
Against Gen G. Well, no, well, also this week, but you know, it's T1 and Gen G. But more notably to me is that they didn't win a single game against Gen G all split.
Yeah, Kellen still winless.
Oh my god.
Against Gen G since what, 2019? That's all we said. So since he actually left Gen G, he's never been able to take down the team that he was formerly a part of. Crazy stats. And D plus Kia, even though, I mean, it's so hard to talk about it like that, right? Because every time they've matched up, they've been epic. The series have been epic.
If I can have one wish for playoffs, can we just, can they meet? You know, can we have the Gen G D+ match again, please?
It may happen. It may happen. We'll just have to see.
Elimination now. We can make it work.
Yeah, T1 gets first choice, so maybe they choose KT or Hano. That's assuming D plus Kia can actually get out. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have interviews with both of the full teams. But first, the Space is going to take us through that epic game number 2.
As we know on the Space, Saturday Showdown always delivers, and it did deliver here, at least in game number 2. Game number 1 also pretty good, but game 2 kind of outdoing it. What did you gentlemen think?
Well, I thought I wasn't a big fan of the Kennen pick again. That was jumping down. But I did want to point out that this is a risky pick to go for the Ziggs because you're really losing lane prio. We saw how LeBlanc did the Yone in game 1. Did see the Ziggs struggle in lane, as you do. You're playing it for weak side, you're going to take teleport, you're going to farm it up and do damage later. But I thought it was a big risk, and it's Paze's very first time playing the champion professionally. He's never played it before, he never played it in Challengers across 2 years of play there. Finally now here in the LCK, they give him the opportunity, and this is a different angle of depth that they have now in this bottom lane that we hadn't seen before. We weren't ready to trust at the beginning of the draft, but it worked out.
Yeah, I mean, completely, as you mentioned, like pick Ziggs is completely different from game 1 because Zeri's skill is much better. And the also thing is like Genji also brought the same kind of composition, same type of the concept that they will not win all the game. Like they will get like stopped. Like that's actually what happened in the game 2. Like that's why I said in game 1, DK did had options that they could actually stop the early game, but they couldn't. But game 2 they did it, but I don't think there was any like I would say draft issue. It's just more so Genji was more disrespectful. Like DK, you guys are not good at snowball, so we'll just pick whatever high value on the later in the game, and that's what actually happened in this game.
It was looking a little bit scary in the early to mid stages. You know, we don't have this in the highlights, but like there was the time where they went in on Kana. He got the big slicing maelstrom, and Showmaker picking up 2 early kills on the Blanc, and we're thinking, oh, we're going 3 games here. DK should be able to snowball this. That's not what happened, as we can now go into the first highlight, which is 27 minutes into the game.
A lot of
Genji are able to turn this around.
There's a lot of tunneling in moments like this from Canyon, and they catch Chovy on the TP. And notice the angle here for Peanut. You can't really approach anymore because this Maokai is here, but Canyon said, I'm going to do it anyways. And you see a massive disconnect between the Xin Zhao and the rest of the team. And then when they try to come over here and salvage the play, Chovy has a massive Yone ultimate here. And this is just, unfortunately, poor coordination here on the side of the jungler for D+ and the rest of the team.
Yeah, I mean, it's the key thing I think is more so it's about the cannon. Like if the cannon play, if the sync well with the cannon play, I think it would have been like really, really sick play. But the thing is that it'll just completely desynced, and that's how they lost the team fight. And I think they gotta just do better communications, right? Like I don't think there's not much I can say.
Yeah, and that was the first moment where I felt like, okay, Chovy's gonna start carrying this game. He hits Def with the ultimate, which is really what sets the dominoes rolling as well, because Canyon did nothing in the fight basically, and Def wasn't able to do anything either because he gets CC'd and blown up by the Ziggs as well.
Then they get Baron, they get map control, and from that point on, it's really difficult to play out this composition. Your one kind of comeback angle here as D+ is a flank teleport coming through from Kana, but he has no wards because they don't have any map control, so he can't actually stop the push. Base gets opened up. Then the Elder, they can't set up first on this. They're trying so desperately to force their way in. And we'll take a look at what happens.
Let's see.
Let's see what happens here on the Elder, guys. If you guys saw it, you were treated to a pretty nice Chovy moment, don't you think, Kuni?
Yeah, I mean, today was Showmake versus Chavi, but today the winner was definitely what? Definitely who?
Definitely who?
Definitely who?
Who was it?
Definitely what?
Definitely who?
Who was it? Wait a minute. Who's it gonna be?
It's gonna be in 5 seconds.
5.
Wait.
It gets down to like 3K, and it forces DK to get close to the Drake-EA. I don't know. And then this happens.
Today, the winner was who? Tommy!
There you go. And what's really interesting about this fight, too, is without map control, without the approach, see how Kana desperately tries to come here and salvage this to the end? There's no follow-up damage here because of the Chovy ult. But beyond this is the power of Ziggs, because they can stand on the Elder and just chuck Qs out constantly with the Leandri's burn coming through. Eventually, D+ have to make the choice to go in, and they don't have a good angle of attack. They're going into a choke point where Chovy's going to get mad value. That's right. He's the man.
I mean, it's the same thing. I mean, game 2, he started really slow, but just somehow he managed to come back the game and actually be useful.
Genji prepared so well for this series. You could just really tell. Like, they wanted to play the Yone here. They wanted to control these fights the way that Chovy did, especially in game 2. They want to threaten poke so that the enemy team has to come to them. They weren't worried about the Ashe at all. Genji looking so scary right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's more so about like D+G also make all consistently making a critical mistake that actually like they could have gotten sold. Like one time the Kama was a bottom, it just completely isolation death. That was no good. Yeah. And that's how they lost. That's how they got the stop from the keep rolling the snowball. Was no good.
Absolutely, guys. Well, we do have the POG ready to go. Let's see who does pick it up, as Chovy will pick it up to the surprise of none. And it wasn't just because of his highlight TikTok moments at the end of the game. It was a multitude of things.
Yeah, there were so many fights where his ultimates were game-changing, and he punished some of the mistakes here of D+, because D+ started to get really nervous. They started to get really desperate for these plays, these teleport angles, these engages from Canyon. of the moment here. I think honorable mention definitely in Delight, who had a lot of great engages, a lot of setup for his team. And just in general, Pays also might get a vote or two because he played the Ziggs for the first time. His poke was good. Preparing it in solo queue for a few days before this, Chovy moves up to 800 points.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy thing is that from the already draft that they were all prepared. Like he even blind pick it, and then he's shown that he's
twice. Yeah, like, he just doesn't care. Ooh. 11 out of 11. No Delight voters. I'm surprised not even one.
I mean, when Chovy does Chovy things, it's kind of hard not to vote for him. So. For me, this makes me really excited for playoffs because I feel like both T1 and DK, T1 and Gen G, I should say, defeated DK in 2-0 fashion. I feel like T1's was slightly more decisive, but it's relatively close, I think, between T1 and DK, and they play pretty different styles as well. T1 more of the snowball, more aggressive, kind of going in early, whereas Gen G, as we've been talking about, is like, we're just going to pick for late game, and we're just going to win in late game team fights.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy that in the morning, I changed my prediction. So I'm good to go. I got away.
On the pre-show.
Yeah, for the pre-show. It's still going to go in your official record that you were incorrect, just like all of us, because we all predicted D+ today.
The only ones to get it right were Pony and Captain Jack on the Korean side, and that means none of us got it right. But what can you do? Gen G showing up big tonight. As guys, we do have the interviews ready to go. Let's hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the post-game interview translation. First off, we are joined by Gen G players. With this win over D+ Kia, they secured second place of the regular season, and they advanced straight to the second round of the playoffs. Congratulations on the win! We have so many Gen G fans out here, a packed Low Park today. Doran, with this win, you guys finished the regular season on the second place. How do you feel? Today we had a very, very important series, but I had so many mistakes, but my teammates were there to cover me up, and they just, played so well. So I'm so relieved, and I want to say thank you to my teammates. You guys are now in the second round of the playoffs, and the remaining, PO teams are D+ Kia, KT, Hana, Life, and Leap Sandbox. Who do you want to play up against in the second round? They all look super strong, But KT, maybe? Because we beat them. We got beaten by KT Roaster in both rounds, so I want to get my revenge on them in the playoffs. Doran looking for the revenge in the bigger stage of the playoffs. And Peanut, how do you look back on the entire spring season as the captain of Gen G? Well, if I actually played better, we would already had solid secure on the second place, I'm not sure about the first place, but yeah. But still, we have so many chances at the playoffs, so we are almost there. So I want to keep this, momentum going for the finals. We are almost there. How do you like this new format of playoffs? We are now having this double elimination system. Peanut, do you like it? I mean, having more chances to play best of fives will actually add more to your kind of confidence at the international stages. And also, you actually get one more chance even if you lose one best of five. So I think we will be able to see more picks, some of the newness in the playoffs meta, and also a lot more fun. Chovy, before the game started today, you were on camera with your eyes closed having a bit of a meditation. I guess you were also going through a lot of stuff before going into this such an important match today. I had my eyes closed because I was actually having so much fun watching the first match of the day, so my eyes were a little bit tired, so I just wanted to keep my eyes closed and get some rest before the game started.
하기 위한 이런 행동이었다고 하셨습니다. 초비 선수는 이제
And
지난
also,
서머에서 첫 우승을 차지하셨고
You had your first LCK title last summer, and this is your first playoffs after you won the LCK. What is your determination getting into the playoffs? I don't think that it's gonna actually affect my mindset heading to the playoffs just because I won my first title. I'm just gonna keep working hard until the very end.
경기 펼치시길 응원하겠고요. 페이지 선수 이번
Paige,
스프링에 LCK에 처음
you had your
데뷔한
debut
신인입니다. 롤러 선수의
of the
빈자리를
LCK.
대신하는 것에 대한 조금
You
마음
had such a
부담도
big
있으실
shoes to
것
fill
같은데요.
because you are
한 시즌
actually, you
마무리하면서
know,
돌아보니까 어떠신가요?
was the first AD carry to replace Ruler after he moved to LPL. How was your first season?
좀 즐기고 있었던 것 같아요.
I had pressure, but at some point, I was actually enjoying the fact that I am playing under such a big pressure.
아, 네, 당연히
Did your teammates also help you out with that? Absolutely.
그런데요, 페이지 선수 지금 혹시 왼손에
Paige, I think you're holding something and hiding it behind your back. What is that?
어떤 인형이죠?
네?
어떤 인형이에요?
아, 젠지의
This
마스코트라고
is
하는데
our mascot, the Genji
제가
Tiger.
막내라는 이유로
And because just because I'm the youngest player, they just made me hold this.
계셔야지. 뒤에 숨기고 계시면 어떡해요?
Why did you hide that behind your back?
네, 앞으로 계속
I
끝날 때까지
won't
들고
from now
계셔주시길
on.
바라겠고. 네, 오늘도 페이지 선수 활약을 많이 보여주셨습니다.
Paige, you are popping
본인의
off,
첫
especially
LCK
on that
정규 시즌
Zeri
점수를
game.
매겨보자면 몇점 정도
How
줄
would
수
you like to
있을까요?
rate your LCK
몇 점
debut
만점이요?
season
100점 만점이요.
on a scale of 100?
한 70점 정도.
70?
혹시 그 30점은 어떤 부분이 좀 아쉬우셨는지
Why are you missing out the 30s?
그냥 전체적으로
Overall,
30점 잘
well,
모르겠습니다.
I don't know.
아 그냥 겸손하신
I just wanna give
대답이었던 것
70.
같은데요. 이제 다음 주부터 플레이오프가 본격적으로 시작이 되는데요. LCK에서
And playoffs starts next week, and this is gonna be your first ever playoffs. What are you expecting the most?
못 들어가지고.
네,
Sorry, I missed the question. What was that?
어떤 점인가요?
일단
What do you expect the most for the playoffs?
한번 해보고 싶었는데.
I really wanted to play on a bigger stage, you know, best of fives, and playoffs is one of them. So I'm looking forward to playing at the playoffs.
그리고 딜라이트 선수 올해 젠지에 이제 합류를 하셨습니다.
And Delight,
처음 팀에
you
들어오셨을 때
joined Genji
내가
this
팀내에서
year.
이런
So what
역할을
kind of
감당하면
role were you
좋겠다고
looking
생각을
forward to
하셨을까요?
playing on the side of
모든
Genji?
선수들이 저를 필요로 했으면 좋겠고.
I wish, you know, all my players kind of needed me. And also, I just wanted to be a player that can lead the team and set up for place. Are you happy with your performance in the regular season? Well, I was not super happy in the first round, but round 2, I think I have improved quite a lot.
개인적인 목표도 있을 것 같은데요. 둘 다 한번 들어볼 수
Delight,
있을까요?
what was your personal goal and also the team's goal? For Genji, we just wanted to reach as high as possible, you know, the top of the LCK. But personally, I just wanted to leave no regret behind.
마지막으로 주장 피넛 선수께 다시 한번 여쭙겠습니다. 스프링 내내
And
이렇게
Peanut,
응원 보내주시고 또
We had
플레이오프
so many
기간에도
Genji
응원을
fans
계속해서
supporting
보내주신
Genji
팬분들께
throughout
한마디
the
부탁드릴게요.
season. As a team's captain, anything to say to the fans? Before spring started, you know, I know a lot of people were doubting us, you know. I don't think they're going to do well, actually, you know. But we were able to break their opinion and also prove that we are strong, still strong enough, and we are in the second round of the playoffs already. I want to say I appreciate all the support, and not only our players, but also every staff on the side of Genji helped us out so much, and we got such an important chance right here, so we want to make sure that we will get a great result in the playoffs as well.
선수분들 모시고 함께 순위표 만나보도록 하겠습니다.
Now let's take a look at the standings of the regular season before we say goodbye to the Genji players. Genji clinched the second place spot and made their way into the second round of the playoffs.
이렇게 지금 플레이오프 대진표가 나오고 있는데요. 젠지의 경기는 일단 3월 26일
Genji,
일요일에
they will
예정이
be
돼
back
있습니다.
on March 26th, Sunday.
네, 이렇게 해서 젠지 선수분들과 인터뷰 나눠봤습니다.
Now it's time to say goodbye to the Genji players for this team interview. Once again, thank you so much for joining us, and we will hear from the D plus Kia players in a short moment.
D 플러스 기아 선수들과의 인터뷰도 나눠볼 예정인데요. 이번에도 역시 5명의 선수들 모두와 함께
All
인터뷰를
5 D plus player will join. D plus Kia players will join us for the interview.
네, 디플러스 기아 선수들 준비가 완료됐습니다.
Please give it up for the Diplus Kia players.
켈린 선수와 이야기 나눠보겠습니다.
Kana, Canyon, Showmaker, Deft, and Kellen.
네. 카나 선수 디플러스 기아에서
Kana,
맞이한
this
첫
was your
정규
first
시즌
season
이렇게
on the side of
끝이
Diplus
났습니다.
Kia.
소감
How was your
되돌아보면은
spring
되게
season?
아쉬운 시즌이었다고 생각하고요.
I had so much things to be desired, you know. I think I could have played way better, and there were so many games where we could actually secure a win, but we could not. So had we won this series today, we were able to clinch second place, but we could not, you know. And those kind of things actually repeated throughout the spring season.
아무래도 경기 직후다 보니까 좀 아쉬움도 많이 남으실 것 같고 또 개인적으로
The game was
시즌
pretty
내에서
close,
못 이루신
but
것도
yeah,
생각이 많이
Genji
나실
was
것
the one
같은데요.
winning the series in
하지만
the
카나
end.
선수 오늘이 끝이
However,
아닙니다.
today is not
앞으로
the
중요한
last
경기들이
match
더
of the
많이
season. You
남아있는데요.
still have playoffs
앞으로
to
다가올 다전제인데
play.
어떤 각오로 임하실
What is your
예정이신가요?
mindset preparing for the best of 5?
저희가 오늘 패배해서 이제
So we lost today to Genji.
이제 코인이 없잖아요.
So
근데 코인이
we don't have any more
없어도
chances, you know. We cannot
뭐
lose
저희가
any
기회가
match
없는 게
anymore.
아니고
But
저희도
still, it
기회
doesn't
있고
mean
잘할
that
수 있는 팀이니까
you know we're out of the game.
코인이 없는 만큼
We still have a great
이 양물
potential,
잘 준비해서 다시
and now that we don't have
네, 맞습니다.
any more
카나
chance left,
선수가
we will
이를
do our
안
best and
한다고
give it our
표현을
all
해주셨는데
in the playoffs.
그렇다면 충분히 플레이오프에서 정말 멋진 경기 펼쳐주실 것 같고요. 이어서 캐년 선수께 여쭤보겠습니다.
And Canyon.
네, 스프링 정규 시즌 동안 돌이켜보면
The spring
만족스러운
season,
점도
you
많았을
know,
것 같고
was not
아쉬운
too
점도
easy. You
있었을
know,
것
there were a lot of
같은데요.
ups and
어떠신가요,
downs.
돌아보면?
How do you look back on it?
저도 돌아보면 이제
Looking back on the
제가
spring
좀더
season,
잘했으면
I think
잡을
I could have
만한
played
경기들도
a
좀
lot
나왔는데
better, you know.
그런 경기들 좀 놓쳐서 아쉽고
It's a bummer that we lost so
그래도
many of those
그
games.
과정에서 좀
But throughout that process and experience, I think we earned so much.
이제 플레이오프
We
준비를
learned
잘 해야
a
할 것
lot,
같습니다.
going through a lot of hardships. So I think this will actually help us in order to prepare for the playoffs.
앞으로 캐년 선수의 목표에 대해서도 좀
Then Canyon, what is your
여쭙고
goal for the rest of the
일단
spring season?
목표는 결승까지는 이제 꼭 가고 싶습니다.
I hope we can make it to the
네,
finals.
결승에 가는 게 목표라고 캐년 선수가 말씀해 주셨는데 디플러스 기아가 결승에 가기를 저희도 응원하도록
Wish you the
하겠습니다.
best of
이어서
luck at
쇼메이커
the
선수
playoffs.
여쭤보겠습니다.
And now,
이번
let's
시즌
hear from
폼도 많이
Showmaker.
끌어올린 모습을 보여줬고요. 연습도 정말 많이 하셨다고
I mean, we all know you have
들었습니다.
been grinding
이번 스프링
throughout the
개인적으로
season
좀
so
어떤 노력들이
much.
있으셨을까요?
What did you focus on throughout the spring season?
그냥 뭐 딱히 크게 바뀐 건 없는데
Nothing changed actually, you know.
게임이 전보다 좀 잘 돼가지고 그게
But
좀 운이
I
좋았던 것 같아요.
actually felt like I have become a lot better, and my form was like in place, so I was able to play better on stage as well.
이제 팬분들 기대치도 되게 높으시고
I know our
저희도
fans had such a high expectations, and we all did. You know, we had pretty high confidence too.
막상 해보니까
But as
쉽지
the season
않아가지고
started, it was not that
좀
easy.
아쉬웠던
So
시즌이었다고 생각합니다.
yeah, it was a little bit
그만큼 또
frustrating
플레이오프에서는 좋은
the
경기력을
entire spring season.
뿜어내시기를 저희가 기도하도록 하겠습니다. 데프트 선수 이제
Now
지난해
let's
월드
hear from
우승이라는
Deft.
대업을 이루고 나서 디플러스 기아로
This
오셔서
was the
새로운
first season
선수들과
ever
이제
since
시즌을
you won
함께
the
하셨습니다.
world champion
지금
title
팀워크의
last
완성도는
year.
어느 정도라고
How
생각하시나요?
strong do you think is your teamwork right now
그렇게 높지는
together with the
않은 것
Plus Kia
같고,
players?
사실 뭐
Not that high, I
1라운드,
should say.
2라운드 제 젠지 T1 상대로 진 거는 상관없는데
I mean, I don't care about losing to Genji and T1 throughout the regular season, but we had the same pattern of losing. So I cannot really say we have developed throughout the losses. So I think we definitely need to work harder for the playoffs.
열리기 전까지는 어떤
Then
점들을
what are you
집중적으로
gonna
받아들일
focus on
예정이신지
in order to kind of correct those issues?
뭐 불리한 경기를 못 뒤집는 것까지는 상관없는데
I
유리한
mean,
경기는 무조건
I don't really mind about not being able to turn the game around when we are falling behind, but there were so many games where we are actually just giving away the games that we were winning early on. So we definitely have to work on that. Any last words for the fans?
뭐 지고 난 직후여서 정신이
I mean, we just lost the series, so
플레이오프 때는 더 좋은 모습 보여드리도록
nothing comes to mind right now. But yeah, I will do my best at the playoffs.
팬분들의 많은
Thank you so
응원이
much.
필요한 때인 것 같습니다. 그리고 켈린 선수, 이제 데프트 선수와
And
함께
Kellen,
보낸 첫 시즌이었습니다.
how was your
데프트
first
선수와
season
호흡을 맞추면서
together with
더 성장한
Deft?
부분이 있다면 어떤 부분들이 있을까요?
일단 같이 하면서
Yeah, playing together with Deft, I learned so much from him, you know, a lot of game knowledge and laning phase. But recently, I've been making so many mistakes, so I think we have to, you know, get back to the drawing board and work harder. Playoffs is just around the corner. How are we going to prepare for that? So we're going to be going up against strong teams of the LCK, you know, so we actually lost to them so many times throughout the regular season, and our performance was also pretty off. So I want to make sure that we will be able to come back with stronger and much more solid performance. Lastly, from the captain of Diploskea, Showmaker, any last message over to the fans? The regular season has come to an end, but what really matters is the playoffs. So we will do our best in order to prepare for the playoffs and make sure that we will come back with the form that deserves the LCK title. And this will be the end of the interview from Diploskea. But before we go, please give it up for the Diploskea players. Once again, thank you so much for joining us for this interview, and I'm going to pass it back to Valdez and Wolf and Hooney. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome translation. As now we can take a look at the standings as we get one step closer to the playoffs with Gen.G securing their round 2 spot.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge win for Gen.G, as we said it. Like, whoever get the win, go to round 2 right away.
Now, KT, all they need is one win tomorrow against DRX to secure 3rd. Now, KT fans not too positive about it. They're not getting too enthusiastic about it just yet. If they do, they will get 3rd place, and we'll have that choice of the playoff bracket opponent. So let's take a look at that bracket. Let's kind of get into that a little bit. Right now, we know T1. First place, going to be able to choose the winner here, of course, and they're already in the second round robin, or the double elimination part, rather. Gen.G as well. But I think we can fill out what's going to happen up until round 3. I want to get out my crystal ball. Oh, God. All right, I'm going to let you guys know that KT is going to win tomorrow. They're going to get 3rd place. They're going to pick Live Sandbox. D+, of course, faces HLE then. D+ will beat HLE. T1 will choose KT Rolster. We'll have a really sick Telecom War matchup because KT is the weaker of these 3 teams. Gen.G will face off against D+. Gen.G will win again and then go to the 1st and 2nd place match here in round 3. Now, if we wanted to fill it out any further, you just have T1 win and then win the grand finals, and everything else is up to you. It doesn't really matter.
What about your KT DK, man?
Yeah, there's also KT versus DK there in the round 2 loser match.
Yeah.
That will definitely happen.
Yes.
If the first part happens.
Yes, that is true. But again, it's not as important.
True.
Yeah.
Playoffs are going to be sick. All these matchups are going to be really awesome.
They are going to be cool. But I also think that we do have a clear tier list, right? Which is my point with making this graphic. Know that Live Sandbox needs to really get it together here in the break they have before playoffs if they won't have any chance of defeating KT Rolster. Because again, that's the assumption KT will win tomorrow.
Yeah. But it's KT.
Oh,
so
God.
You never know what's going to happen. Nothing guaranteed yet. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, see you at the playoffs and see you tomorrow for more of the LCK. Have a good night.